Okay, it's ready, it's recording. Good morning, it is 8:30 on March 13th. And I call this strategic planning retreat to order unless there's any objections, seeing none.
Good morning, everybody. Hope everybody recovered last night. Didn't have any incidents with bears coming out of the woods or anything like that, and campfire, so I guess we're all in one piece. And thanks to Ken and Aaron for the hospitality last night. That was awesome. So quick recap of yesterday, just to kind of level set where we're at here. And maybe just real quick go over the goals that everyone stated when we started yesterday, so we can kind of maybe make sure we capture some of these things before we leave this afternoon. So I mean, Tom, you were looking to look at the capital investment projects, so we need to kind of focus on that. I noticed that's part of today's agenda as well, to kind of key in on some of those things. Joe, you were just looking to see how officials cooperate, I guess, with staff and the council. John, you wanted to focus on finances and operations. Catherine, you were looking at revenue and taxes, I guess increasing revenue, obviously, and what the situation is with taxes. Stacy's short and long-term goals, kind of make those concrete, come out with some very specific goals from this meeting. Rob clarified priorities and goals, kind of very similar to what Stacy had said. And then you gave us a kind of a vision for the future to become a leading city and when we differentiate ourselves from our competition. Which is
The stay
stay leading. Exactly. Okay, so getting back to the agenda then, and if we're not hitting these things, I mean, please bring it up as we kind of go through to the agenda as well, so we can address some of these things. Because I want people coming away from this after 2 days to feel like we've accomplished something and we hit on some of the things that you wanted to specifically look at. So from yesterday's agenda, we started with the recap of last year's retreat, and we came up with a bunch of action items. Just kind of communication, just when, where, how to communicate events. And I think Jay was going to look into that. We looked at beautification and increasing the right of ways, reincorporating City 101 in various forms, how we dovetail that with city council elections so that we can get out into the constituency before the election cycle. And an inventory of assets and process to facilitate that. So some sort of online videos or whatnot, or a YouTube video, something like that. Talked about the quarterly report and just some sort of attendee statistics at the big events and using GIS effectively. I think we talked a lot about traffic and where people are coming from and going to and who's attending a lot of these events. Talked about painted crosswalks and safety, naming the stormwater projects. And then we went into the SWOT analysis. So trying to make that SWOT analysis very strategic. So we talked a lot about it, and I'm not sure how that led us into some action items going forward, but we'll get into that today. We did have the presentation on the post-retirement benefits. I don't think there was a lot of discussion on that, and I think we came away from that saying that needed to be studied further. So the group voted to continue to look at that and study it further. That was the morning session. In the afternoon, we got into some very specifics about the physical, streets, sidewalks, and so on. Just about street lights. Want a citywide plan by end of Q3 to maybe kind of consolidate all these different districts into one district, or what we can do with Georgia Power to get better rates, potentially, maybe lease the equipment instead of buying it, et cetera, et cetera. There was something about Mount Vernon and going into a phase 4 study. So I didn't capture that one very well, but I think that was one of the street projects. Future RFPs should stipulate the preferred or prototype design and backup designs that can be less invasive and less costly when it comes to some of these pathways. So is it 12 feet? Is it 6 feet? Can we have a standard and maybe a backup standard, so on. So as you're going through projects, you can't put 12 feet everywhere. Can you downsize to 6 feet and so on? So that requires some design work by staff. Proposed code amendments, that was that whole discussion about electrical and how do you facilitate more housing, more affordable housing by maybe playing a little bit with the codes, relaxing codes in certain areas, or making it more stringent depending on what your goals are. Talked about updating the comprehensive transportation plan, getting more citizen input, and identifying some of the smaller projects for quick wins. Just what's the low hanging fruit that you can do right away without getting too caught up on some of the major projects. We talked about the village post office, just reaching out to the people, whoever had rejected your bid before, see if maybe you can get a second chance at buying that. Or talk to Elon Musk, whatever works better, if you want to get a hold of that piece of property. Schools, specifically fixing the sidewalk at Chestnut Elementary School, it seemed to be a very important low hanging fruit that you could do right away. Dunwoody Elementary, crosswalk safety, something by the end of Q2, maybe try to resolve that issue. And the Peachtree Corners, I guess some sort of plans with Peachtree Corners and how they communicate. They've got that kind of the website thing that you might want to emulate somehow in Dunwoody. PCID shuttle transport, some sort of circulator. We talked about, I think it was on page 2. We kind of had a free-for-all discussion about, how to make Dunwoody a livable place and how to differentiate Dunwoody from some of the neighboring towns. And we just talked about all these things, and it kept coming back to if the third place and the best of both worlds with the two areas in town, and we just kept coming back to this idea of kind of connecting them all in a circulator, something like what Buckhead had years ago. I guess maybe they still have it, but it was a big thing years ago. And they had the buck stop or whatever it was called. I don't know if I live in Brookhaven, and I rarely get down that far south into Buckhead. And we talked about the intersection of Campbell, Dunwoody, and 285. There just needs to be cleaned up. I think that was mostly DOT right away, but if there's something that the city wants to do, I think you're going to have to work with DOT on something like that. And finally, I think Rob, you mentioned about carbon neutral. And of course, that's a leading edge thing that a lot of towns are looking at now. As far as the sustainability, the policies, and what you can do to identify potentially becoming carbon neutral in the future. So it's a great goal, I guess, with global warming probably facing the next generations. Something to look into. So that's kind of a recap of what we did yesterday. Is there any discussion on any of these things? Any follow-up? Any questions? Anything you want to mention, Eric?
I think we're in good shape there. I want to make sure we didn't miss anything. The council wanted to talk about from day 1 to enter into day 2. Once again, our staff's goal is to come up with a list of action items.
Exactly. And we did end up with some parking lot issues, talking about that smart 911, landscaping in the right of ways, just in terms of not blocking ingress, egress. I mean, that's a big deal I'm a normal motorist and I'm all the time trying to pull out into intersections. I can't see. I'm going to get my car halfway out in the intersection before I can get out. So that's a huge thing that affects everybody's everyday life. And I think we put it on the parking lot just because it needs further study. And defining City 101 and the Holiday HQ. But there was a lot of discussion around Holiday HQ. It was more of a presentation. So we kind of put it on the parking lot because there's a lot of details coming out in the future.
You have dates by all the action items.
Sure.
Absolutely. Already.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, let's do that.
Of course. Yeah. You want to start?
We don't already have it.
So this is just the cadence for interaction with constituents, just under communication, to communicate the different events. I think Jay was gonna kind of,
And we kind of need to, in some of these, flesh them out a little bit,
Okay.
because like in this one, it's more. My takeaway from it was, we just need to talk about the interaction, that it was like talking with the council members and the town halls, it's
That's
just.
the one us anyway.
Yeah,
That's-
But yeah, I would say that's just
that's
ongoing.
just on- Ongoing.
Yeah,
That's
right.
council responsibility.
Sure, fair enough.
That one you could put council.
okay, all right.
You see, city council.
Take Jay off of that. I think this one ended up on the parking lot. This is just adding trees in the right of ways. There was a big discussion about
Sure,
that. The
sure.
Various
Yeah, that's a,
tree lawns around the sidewalks and stuff that went to the parking lot. Reincorporate City 101 in various forms and venues, that detail with the prior year city council elections, just kind of, inform citizens before the election cycle. So that they can become more informed if they want to get involved.
When can we have that, like, when can we have a framework for this done?
yeah. Jennifer, what are you thinking on that one? On 101, how much time? Because we got to do a big kind of communication effort.
Well, I think we also, need to brainstorm
Okay.
what it
Oh,
will be.
Right.
So I would say,
Well, so, okay, if y'all are looking at the election type thing, qualifying in August. Do y'all want to do it kind of before that? So maybe about June? That fair?
Even if it's a mini
Yeah.
version,
Yeah,
even
yeah,
if
yeah.
it's a 6 hours or 2 hours.
Sure.
To kind of give something, I could imagine this being a 30 to 45 minutes of staff presentation.
Sure,
30 minutes of Q and A, so it's a matter of not necessarily Jennifer announcing it,
yeah, but just
it's
the
staff
schedule.
pulling it.
Sure, no,
together.
100%.
So let's just say,
June.
end of June.
End of June, okay, well, let's just say 7/1, how's that?
Fine.
That's even better, that gives me an extra day.
There you go. Well, it's midnight on winter.
Come on.
Well, all right, and Jennifer, are you gonna head that off, or are you gonna?
I'm just trying to think of the whole timing. If somebody's running for council, they might be running. So they want to be in a parade. June, July 1st.
Make it June 1st. Is that okay?
That's better.
Let's do
I'm
June
just trying to
1st.
think
That's
of a
fair.
timeline
No,
for somebody.
that's fair.
I wouldn't give it time. This happens.
So next time, don't get your coffee, okay?
Is this? I guess I'm kind of confused by this, because are we just tailoring it to people who want to run for office, or are we doing it to citizens who want to learn more about?
Well,
our
I'll
city?
say simultaneous.
and I didn't think it was gonna be a course. I thought it was just gonna be a library of some
Well,
PDFs
That's
people
your,
could
that
read.
was your thought,
I
that
mean,
was your thought, but
so now
most
we're gonna
cities-
actually.
most
post-
cities, including Dunwoody, used to host. Or do host, Citizens 101, just like our police academy. Doesn't exclude your idea, I think you feel these and that becomes a thing, but, I'd like it. I think you could do it, I'm not gonna design the curriculum,
Mhm.
but it doesn't. Be a 6-week, like Citizens Police Academy, I think that's almost something like that.
Well, it could be a
And
competition.
and I think more people than not that sign up for it will not be running for office. But every now and then someone approaches me about running for office, and I'm like, that would be great. Whatever conversation is, I see that, I said, I think you should start by coming to a council meeting, I always say, and I bet 60% of the time, if they come, they don't make it 30 minutes. And so I do think because they
Right,
don't know
right,
city government is.
But we can formulate that. That's very
It
helpful.
can be. Y'all figure it out, it just needs to be a couple of sessions.
Yeah, sure. And so what would it?
It doesn't have to be detailed, but it has to be at the 20,000 foot. or
Right.
What
It can
is
evolve.
planning zoning, what is public safety?
I've got some ideas how to formulate that, Jay. But you put 6-1
Okay, yeah,
Let's even do an interim, have a
Yeah,
outline
sure.
by
by
May.
Fine. No, that's fine. And that's just by. We might do it tomorrow, get that one. But nonetheless,
have something flushed out by the first of June, okay? And it could be,
Yeah.
what I'm hearing, it could be some combination of some.
Right.
Video stuff and maybe some.
that's right. That's right.
Live meetings.
Some
and
resources.
Whatever, yeah, resources.
Some live meetings, yes.
Quarterly report attendee stats at big events, I think that was just pulling data that you've got and kind of think the discussion was around, who attends some of the things that the city sponsors.
Well, I think that's kind of ongoing, isn't it?
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
That's just an ongoing.
yeah,
kind of-
that's,
Yeah,
There's no deadline.
There's no
Yeah.
deliverable or
Right.
anything for it. Okay, so that's not
Well, there
really.
is a
action.
deliverable, but there's no deadline.
Right, it's a
Okay.
constant.
After each.
Well, it's quarterly report. I guess that was to be included in the quarterly. Painted crosswalks. I guess that's an action item, or is that just a priority that has to get done?
We talked about, in the PCID area, perhaps the green crosswalks. Talked about doing that more of a citywide thing. It's almost a branding effort. It's a beautification effort in a way. There's different things. Is that something y'all want us to look further into?
Look into and then bring it back to us.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah, okay, but yeah, maybe come up with a schedule by, we'll come up with a schedule by, 7/1. And then see what the council wants to do for funding, because then we're going to enter into the budget cycle.
Okay,
That's something we're going to enter,
okay, so we just say need funding.
yeah,
Okay,
along with budget cycle.
okay. This is more of just a, it's not so much an action item, it's just name the stormwater projects. I think we talked about, what types they are, if they're like
Having,
sidewalk stormwater, roadway stormwater.
it's in the name of the project, you have the word stormwater inside.
So it's
You know, the
ongoing,
signs that say your tax
Yeah,
dollars that
right.
were. That they put up, ours should have always say stormwater.
yeah, so that's just an
That's
ongoing
Okay.
change,
Ongoing.
that's a change. yes,
Okay,
in how we market our
okay.
projects.
We took this down as an action item, but it's, just be strategic with the SWOT. I mean, kind of take all of those things that were in the SWOT analysis and come up with a strategy based on some of the strengths or weaknesses, or how do you approach the weaknesses? Or how do you use the strengths to overcome the weaknesses? So I'm not really sure what the specific action item was there.
I would ask the council, is that something to take off of action items? It's more like a discussion.
Yeah, it's for today.
Okay, all right, we're gonna cross that one off as well. The post-retirement benefits, that was pretty clear. You're gonna do a study, but
We'll come back to
when?
something.
Present option.
Bringing back a
We'll bring something back, pre-budget.
Okay, pre-budget, so when?
I mean, enough time for y'all to look at it and then have a
Is that
package.
the end of second quarter?
Yeah, in the second. Because by then we'll have had our meetings, our subcommittee had the experts come in again, consider various options.
Okay, pre-budget and Q2. Okay, that was very specific. Streetlights, citywide plan, just kind of looking at all the, dozens of your streetlight district, how do you make it one district or whatever you want to do?
With Q3 on
I
that.
think that, yeah, that needs a, well, it's got Q3, okay, so we're end of Q3. Sometime in Q3, present something.
Mhm.
What was the Mount Vernon phase 4? That was more of a street project, wasn't it? That was just.
There's a gap. Projects we already have, I don't know, another part, there's some shit they done with one little segment.
One second.
There's nothing there that
Right.
connect those two,
So what was the action item?
just to identify it as a future phase.
Future.
Eric plan.
Okay,
Again,
What's the timeline, Michael?
well, I mean, as far as identifying it, and as it's for a project, basically.
End of second quarter, and you can check it off.
Let's do that.
Yeah, only the project plan, is identifying it.
Fair enough.
Something that's gonna be included to connect those with the evidence.
Right,
okay,
perfect.
all right, end of Q2. Future RFPs, come up with some sort of a, what's your standard, your preferred prototype, what's a backup design? So I guess you're not doing that now, so using more leeway if you want to do a project and you can't do, let's say, a full 12-foot pathway. Somebody gonna come up with a kind of either a narrative or a design.
Don't go.
Yeah, that's projects.
Just that
This
philosophy.
project, okay,
Mhm.
so it's not really an action item, we'll cross that off as well. Code amendments, need more review and potential revision, clarify, deviation from the Georgia National Code, so that was pertaining to NEC and NSC.
That's coming up in second quarter, right, Richard?
Your code amendments, that Q2, is that right? Second quarter?
Was that specifically about fire?
Yeah,
believe it was.
That was
Yeah,
about
that's
the
right.
apartments and how
It is.
you modify the national codes to allow.
So that's Q2.
That's Q2,
Yeah.
okay. Update your comprehensive transportation plan, solicit citizen input, identify your quick wins, your small, low hanging fruit projects, you can get done quickly.
That's Q.
We had Q3,
Mhm,
let's
that's
look
fair.
at that. Village post office.
That's an immediate, we'll
Who's
do
gonna
that.
reach out? Okay,
Yeah.
that's
Yeah,
now,
yes, I was,
Okay.
but yeah,
we'll put
but we
that.
want to go ahead and strike on that.
Sidewalks at Chestnut Elementary School, is that something that can be done right away, or does that need to go through a budget process?
Michael,
What is?
what quarter?
Well, I think. Let's say Q3, we should have
A plan.
decision on that grant.
Sure. Okay,
Okay. Q3,
The mayor mentioned. Trimming the project down to a specific block, just to start with.
Is that just like to fix
From
that?
Brook- From Brookhurst to the light.
Right. Not a-
So basically in front of Chestnut, right? You can start there as the action and. Just an idea.
Or even if there's a pilot, whatever you call it, like a pilot project or something we could try, I don't know. But it's ridiculous, I mean, it's a.
well, if it's a safety issue for kids and, it's a priority, maybe you should just at least start it now and.
Well, it's more complicated,
Okay.
so have to be realistic with our.
It's pretty
Yes,
large, so.
but it's a large. Right,
Okay, Q3 then? Okay, and is that the same with the Dunwoody Elementary crosswalk?
that's not,
Okay, so that was in the Q2. All right, Peachtree Corners,
that's the community calendar stuff, that's not.
okay, so that comes off of here, okay.
Here, still.
PCID shuttle transport, that seemed to be more of a aspirational thing,
right.
not an immediate action item.
Yeah, we'll still report back. Also. By the end of December, so we're getting them.
You want to do Q3 or Q?
We're getting.
Okay, so in the Q3, then.
Okay,
And they put Mayor, she's the one to work on that one.
okay,
That way we just know when we digest everything.
okay.
She's got an inside route from that one.
Got it. Intersection of Chamblee, Dunwoody and 285, I don't know, that's something you gotta work out with DOT, is that an actual action item, or is that a?
That is something we can do. We can put now on that one. We
Okay,
can go ahead and initiate those conversations.
okay. At least get the woman out of the tree, right?
Right.
Okay.
Well, now, I mean, because for a while it was chaotic because there was a lot of construction. That's over
Yeah,
now, so it's time to
Yeah.
get. it.
Okay. And finally, the carbon neutral, I think that's a long-term aspirational goal, or
It
is
is.
that something you want to have a
Well, we want,
study right
we
away?
wanted to go to the sustainability committee
Yeah, I
and
think.
have them.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay,
And the question is, what will it entail and what are the finalized, that things are.
So- Rob, when you, like, in the next few months, so
Yeah, introduced by,
we don't go this thing of the,
Yeah.
their next meeting.
Robin, are you gonna do that?
Yeah, I
Okay.
was.
So
Okay.
put on there
Alright.
Q2, and
Okay.
put Rob.
Definitely got voluntold
Oh, yeah.
yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's a good action.
I have things that way.
So that's a good spot for that one.
okay,
Good. And we'll do whatever, you let me know whatever resources.
okay,
And
so you
Richard.
got liaison with the sustainability committee is kind of your, at least get
Mhm.
started with that, that's your,
Yep. That's the
that's
goal.
your action,
Right.
okay.
That's a good item.
I'm not sure who you really volunteered, but
I volunteered in spirit.
he appeared to be the leading expert.
Don't have it. That's not
Right.
gonna- It's your passion.
Yeah.
Yeah, you gotta.
Gotta do it.
Okay,
All right, let's put that on the wall. We're finished with this sheet.
yeah, we're finished
So I'll-
today.
I'll put it-
Okay,
I can get-
okay,
You've got it.
okay, all right, okay. All right, we can probably also take out a little stream of thought as well, so. I can go out.
Yeah, but that's, that way everybody can see it.
Okay,
Easier.
all right, no other discussion about yesterday. And we'll move on to today's topics. This morning, we're gonna start out with investing Dunwoody. Public investments to improve commercial areas, Veterans Memorial, we're gonna talk about homecoming at Wildcat Park and Peachtree Middle School turf. Turn it over, Mike.
Yeah, this first one really is I think it's me, Richard, and Michael Starling. I have some information to show to kind of just get the conversation started. So we'll put together, the topic is public investment in commercial areas. Just to kind of kick off the conversation, we put together. What have we already invested or plan to invest in the different commercial areas of Dunwoody? And we're including public works, transportation type investments, parks, and then our elusive Dunwoody signs. It does not include paving. We consider that kind of a maintenance thing, and so it's more just new projects, new improvements.
Although does this include the CID contribution?
No, for this perimeter area, I did not. I just did city plus any grant funding we had.
Is ready to go.
Five seconds now. Well, actually, if it's not a laptop, yeah, press the arrow on the laptop and paste the next.
Yeah, I don't know if that's a. Push it down. Here's your slide. It'll start.
Yeah, I was just gonna, and I wasn't gonna spend a lot of time on each slide, but just, you can see we've got a map there of all the different improvements.
They've got them.
Yeah. And we put the dollar amount on there, yeah, for perimeter. So 27 million invested, and we're projecting through the end of the current 5-year CIP.
Is that your our investments plus C?
No, it does not include the CID. It's just ours and any grant money we had. And then I also put on here, just looking through our various adopted plans. If you pull projects, that's why I said yesterday, we don't lack for projects. If you pull out of all our plans, there's another 90 billion past 2029 that
So that total 90 or like 27.
27 million we've either spent in the last 15 years or plan to spend in the next 5 in our capital budget. And then beyond that, beyond things that aren't budgeted, 90 million. Yeah.
And just to be clear, budgeted is also could happen in 2030.
Yes, yeah. So, and it'll be the same for all the, as far as those numbers, and George.
Does this include anything related to the bus rapid transit planes or not?
No, it's just city projects and any grant funding we have got. Yeah. Yeah.
Let's see a legend on the scene.
The lines are different types of transportation projects, either like these are bike lanes, there's some trail. The little red, green, white symbols are traffic or intersection improvements, traffic improvements. The blue are the Dunwoody signs, and the yellow are crosswalk pedestrian improvements. Georgetown, same symbols here. We just completed the Gateway project, which is not really showing up there, but some trail projects, of course, the parks. Little, not quite as much planned investment here as perimeter, of course, perimeter is a bigger area too. But, Dunwoody Village, 22 million spent, 40 million. But, planned. The big project there, of course, Chandler, the big project that we're working on now. Winter's Chapel, most of this investment is the two trail projects that come into that commercial area, the one on Winter's Chapel and the one on Peeler. There have been some small pedestrian improvements there, and then there has been some investment in Wynwood Hollow Park, which is within half a mile of the commercial area. And then Jet Ferry, the big one there is the Mount Vernon project, the Tilling Mill Mount Vernon project, which goes into the Jet Ferry area.
What's that on Jeff Ferry, the yellow symbol?
That's the one is the at Dunwoody Club in Mount Vernon, way back in the early days of the city, we added a crosswalk there and signalized a crosswalk, and then the other one is the crossing at North Beach Street that we did. So then we try, because these are different size areas, different scale, we try to come up with some way to compare, like how are we spending in each area comparatively. So tried a few different ways to measure that. This first one is just per acre, taking the total size of the area and dividing the total investment by the size of the area. Of course, Winter's Chapel and Jet Ferry come out higher. They're small areas, and we have made some investment there. Just kind of note as you go through perimeter where it stands. Then we took some Placer AI data and said, based on trips into each of these areas, how much has the city spent, per annual trip into the area.
So it doesn't surprise me. So the more. Feels like Georgetown would have a lot of trips.
Yeah, that one surprised me too, that it wasn't high, the trips weren't higher and the investment lower per trip, but I think why that is that. Well, I take Georgetown and Jet Ferry, so Jet Ferry actually has 3 shopping centers, if you count the one in Sandy Springs, and the grocery stores and fast food and gas stations generate a lot of trips. And so Georgetown has the one shopping center which generates a lot of trips, but then a lot of the other commercial is kind of a lesser. None of these comparisons are really perfect. That's why we try to cut a few different ones. And then we tried it based on just the mileage of roadway in each area, because that's really mostly what we control. So the village comes out higher there. Perimeter's a little higher. And then Jay told me not to show this slide, but
Oh, yeah, we love this one. Yeah, y'all need to take a minute on this. It may bring somebody up.
Yeah, I have confidence everybody's had their coffee and we can figure this out. But trying to show them all together with the different comparisons. So the green dashed line is kind of the ideal if every area was invested in equally based on any of those different measures. So if the corners at each area are within or near that line, then that means it's kind of been invested in. Typically, if it's way outside the line, there's been more investment there. If it's way inside the line, there's been less investment there. So it's just trying to represent, when you compare all this together, kind of how the city has invested. And Michael Starling made a good point after we looked at this of, if you think about all the private investment in public infrastructure that's been made, we didn't include that, but if you include, I went back and included that, but it was too late to get in the presentation. But if you do that, perimeter really jumps up because there's been a lot of private investment in public infrastructure. I mean, we've got a couple of projects that there's been more investment working than anything we've done. So
It would also be interesting, could we look at over time? Because I just feel like we've done quite a bit. or. Yeah. Same with Georgetown.
What is the timeline?
Yeah, well, the dollars go 20 years, basically from city inception to 2029. So that's,
It's tough, because you figure the first years of the city, the money is going where which is desperately needed for.
Right.
There wasn't much money.
And there wasn't much, money. So it's an interesting analysis. I don't know that. Analysis too terrible much in terms of what I'm trying to compare.
one other thing that we looked at, it's going back to when we did the master plans for Dunwoody Village and Georgetown in 2011, I think the original master plans, there was a list of projects in there. And if you go and look at those list of projects, to your point about recent investment in Georgetown, we did completed or touched almost everything on the list in that master plan. There's like 2 or 3 projects that we haven't done anything with, whereas the village, not as many, but
It's getting more attention now.
yeah.
It's going, so I think it's almost. Our budgets are so small, and so you're so little, it's easy to fit.
Yeah. We weren't real sure where the council wanted to take this discussion, but this is kind of a reference point.
Yeah.
There you go. You do, I mean, yeah, like, so is this, are we trying to?
This is just for information.
Yes, yeah, that's all it
Just
is.
think of this as an aperitif, is I think the word that was being used yesterday.
That's right. Parents.
It was good. All right, thank you.
Veterans Memorial Fund.
But she finished, I say,
No, but yeah, I think, let's go and pull it up. Let's go and pull up, can you pull up veterans? By the time we get it up there, we'll be ready to go. Okay. You're up, Rachel.
So is this working?
Yeah, go ahead, hit the next slide, because there's nothing on that one.
Right.
Go ahead and get the next one. Yeah.
Oh, it's a little faster. isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good morning. All right, you've got me for the next 90 minutes. Yeah, yes. So just a quick touch base on the Veterans Memorial. We have awarded a project manager, that's CPS, Eric Johnson, his team, you're all familiar with. They have brought on board Keedley Construction as a construction manager. I've been going back and forth this morning. We're got some I's, crossing some T's. They're about to put this up to bid, so anticipated date for that to go out to bid to get true pricing will be hopefully end of this month or beginning of April. And just a refresher on what this is gonna look like. This estimated cost of $450. I did run that by both our project manager and construction manager before this, so they are comfortable with that number. And really I just wanted to kind of frame it up on what we're thinking for funding. I think we're all set on this concept. I haven't heard anything since the last council meeting, but we'll just kind of open it back up for discussion on thoughts and next steps.
And let me say this while we're doing that, that's a conservative, not conservative being that we put a lot of risk in that number. So hopefully it'll come in less than that, but that's what we wanted to be sure, because the other one was over 650, I think it was.
6.
And that was a different program. This one here has so much more enhancements, we feel, for the park. Because of the visual of it that goes with the Vietnam Memorial, it doesn't take anything away from that. And also the fact that it has additional features on the wall. You know, going up to it. This picture, as y'all know, it sits on the hill. This is just a primitive picture. It's not set in that section site. And then, of course, with the eternal flame, it's going to be in there. And then the additional monuments, we're adding to additional monuments with the current monuments around the circle. So, so from that standpoint, we feel that this is a great project. But we're ready to bid it, so we need to talk about funding.
So he talked about the $100,000 check that's been spent mostly on design last time and then this redesign. That's stuff, possible stuff.
So, to me, two questions. One is that I think we can decide to talk about putting it out. with Veterans. Did you go to the VFW or?
We did, we worked with, both the VFWs that we worked with for our ceremonies and then also the new, kind of. Approach to the office, because those two memorials will be tied together.
What was their reaction?
Loved it. Very appropriate for what we're doing, and again, the way that it's going to tie into the Vietnam Memorial backside, they love that it's really, it's not gonna be Vietnam and then veterans, it's the whole plaza. And the Dunwoody Women's Club has already come out and said, you know, once these are well done, we'd love to, you know, do adoptment programs and events that can really make that whole plaza a memorial plaza.
VFW is extremely impressed with it. I'm a member of that VFW, so I go to the meeting. They like to speak about that.
The second thing is that I do think we ought to consider some community fundraising effort for this. Whether it is substantial or not, I don't know. But you have bricks, are you moving the bricks that exist already, or are they staying where they are?
So they will be palletized, and that's what these little kind of spokes, if you will. Will be those plus then room for additional, and try to work with the VFW to get that program going again. Kind of a nod to the octagon shape and the memorial is the purpose of that.
How many bricks do you know?
So we have 75.
But percentage wise, it's way low.
Yeah,
It's like less.
we have a lot of room to add, yes.
Huh? I don't think it was ever like
It's,
marketed
yeah.
well and all
Yeah.
that. I think we should consider whether or not there's a way to do some grassroots. We would need someone to lead the effort. Us. We would need to identify a community member who might step up and bring energy around it.
I know that Sandy Springs Trigger has another foundation that passed through for theirs. That Rusty House is on the agreement.
But this could be art, right? You've got art here, the benches, the bricks, they can be priced out more than
Well-
1,000.
Our vision is the farm of the county in the city. So it's not a private. I think it's.
But in Mayor, I think on this one, we need to put a date on it, because under historical fundraising efforts, we had this would be done by 24.
Right, don't we?
So we gotta, I think we need to say it needs to be done by 24. We do. We have it in reserve and you can take it out of your fund balance.
That's
Right.
operating down.
Well, it does, but Richard can probably explain that in more detail. It's just a matter of, to me, it's a stale project. And I think we need to move it forward. As a city manager, that's my recommendation, but y'all gotta be comfortable.
We have an overall conversation about. Is that when you're talking about all of our climate capital needs?
I don't think we have it.
Now, this is kind of a side, because it's not, on the big capital, it's not a huge number,
No, it's still.
but it is a number. It's a significant number.
Well, I think today goal is to end up with I don't think we can have a discussion on that capital needs today. We'll have to flesh things out. The question becomes. So in Sandy Springs, they found there was a donor who donated more than right.
There were 2 donors that did their giant art
Mhm.
sculpture. 2 donors.
For the sculpture itself.
For over $500,000.
Okay.
We knew that there was somebody. I know, I was thinking,
Right.
go to the Sandy.
You're right.
Like,
Well, I'm still surprised this is considered in a DeKalb County
Well, that's what I was asking.
Veterans Memorial and why the county is not stepping up a little more.
That's a possibility.
We gone back and asked again. We
Let-
asked the next
let me-
person.
Or the CEO.
It's Rob. Could ask them again.
So what am I hearing? Am I hearing an action item here? It
Yes.
sounds like you want additional funding to supplement the 450 or no?
need to give ourselves a deadline. You can send an email. You can ask, or like, they just, the amount of money they're spending right now, just trying to get things on track, like sewer, water, police and fire, EMS. Not sure this is gonna be her priority, but it doesn't mean that Commissioner Patrick might not step up again. It's a new year.
Okay. So the action item is to go back to DeKalb County, see if they have some money, or was it to do the additional private,
It was both.
I think it's both. I think we all,
okay,
Rachel needs to continue on,
okay.
keep the momentum going.
But do y'all want us to go ahead and bid it, because then we get a solid price?
Because we still have to bid it even if it's donation.
Well, if that's it, we can go ahead and bid it once the documents are ready. And then we'll know, because I'm thinking it's gonna be just based on what I know of something like this. I'm hoping it's a little bit less. It may have a 3 in front of it, but we'll see. And we won't know till we bid it.
For the bid, that's one part, two part is, what's a nonprofit we want to partner with to help raise money? They have a new foundation. Setting space.
Plug is expressed. What?
When it's fun. Yes.
They're not selling benches and bricks.
But we could, that could be augmenting, so the same springs model was the public dollars, you're building the area, right, and the private dollars were building the separate. Centuries. So
Yes,
that would augment.
right.
A
So
future, it wouldn't
that's
stop
the,
us from this plan, but then in future, if there's a place that somebody says, okay, I've got $1 million, it's something, right?
right, or. it's just-
What do y'all want to set a 3-month timeline after the bid comes in? Or is plan of action, because the bid will have an expiration date.
What is that? What is normally good for 90 days?
Yeah, usually 90 days.
So once it's done,
We'll be on the street for 30 and then restitution goes.
It's a big lift, but if we sold. We sold 300 bricks, that's $100,000. We sold. Tonight. Anyway, we have to find some, we have to find capacity building, infrastructure, somebody to. Love this, and it might be women's club actually. I mean, each of them would buy a brick for their veterans and their lives. So,
we get
Rotary, there's some other possibilities. So. Okay, so just get the bid.
Okay.
And I'll work with Robert Patrick.
That's it for that.
Good, okay.
Okay.
Where's you got the action item of partner and fundraising?
Well,
Who's doing that?
I'll look at that.
Okay, so put,
What's the deadline on that one?
Okay.
so the mayor will work on the funding. I'm gonna work with Robert Patrick on also some other funding.
Right, that's actually a good point. Which is that the benches here could be considered premier benches. They could charge more than they do like in the rest of the parks. So,
But it's $1,000, I don't know what the bench costs. You know what it costs? You still want it.
They typically charge you, I want to say 500 to 1,000 when they, because it's part of their.
Right.
Oh, they
They charge 1,000.
Yeah, they're,
And then we turn on and buy
Right.
the benches and then Denny goes out and he puts the blocks
How much is it
couple $100
for us?
All right,
Sounds good.
jump into homecoming.
Yes.
Ready? Okay. Just very, very high level overview. We've, acquired the parcels in June of 2021. We do have our adopted master plan. So really what I wanted to do was just kind of jump back in. This is the adopted master plan. The estimated cost, which is again about probably 2 years old at this point, estimate is $5.6 million. The only thing I kind of wanted to touch on, and Tom knows about this because he's been involved in emails. I don't know if y'all remember, but there is a group, last August, I think the high school started, I know the high school is very involved in, petition for San Valley Farm. So far, Gabrielle has said she had 350 positive responses, people who would be interested in this. Pickleball is already offered at Kenosha, Wynwood, Waterford. It is shown in the Wildcat Park master plan. Sand volleyball is shown in the Brook Run master plan. It's kind of phase 2 over there by Treetop. And outside of this, the closest sand volleyball courts are Dunwoody Memorial Park in Roswell. So again, just a community led effort. It is something that we don't currently offer. For Parks and Rec, whereas pickleball we do.
Well, and let me say this too, on the sand volleyball, part of the staff's thought was, it's a sport, but we don't offer it. It's a different demographic, age wise, for us who would play it, and it makes the park active. It's a low cost, but those are the real costs.
And then ponds put together, again, just a high level of if we switched. Say pickleball goes out, say volleyball goes in, it saves, maybe $90,000 to $100,000, so not, a little bit.
How much is the sand volleyball?
We could have Tri-State just put 2 in for like $100,000. Sand volleyballs and maintenance is
It's
very, very low.
right.
Right.
I for thumbs up.
It's
You-
really
you-
the
you
same
gotta-
as what you're.
Right, but you gotta get the sand
Mhm.
and then you have to lay it out, but that's and the cost of it is what it is, but we figure that's the budget. We can do it cheaper, it's cheaper.
What's the schedule in work run?
Yes, so over by Town, it's gonna be sand volleyball with the pavilion, the pavilion is. It's called, that would come out. And then it would be kind of tucked back towards that Peeler Road.
Can we take it into
Right. There's a really old wooden one.
It
Kind
needs
of
to come
like
out
field
anyway.
as you come into Peeler, it'd be a proper pavilion, if you will.
This-
But just, yeah, like I said, Tom's been on emails, wasn't sure who else, kind of knew that sand volleyball is still very much on the community's radar. I hear about it once a week. Just kind of get your thoughts on if you'd be interested in that change, if we want to, how we want to approach this park.
What it costs to take that work run?
Probably, I mean, it's pretty, yeah, you bet that your sand really, like Joseph, is the biggest part.
Well, and then one thing we're trying to look at though, between the parks, parking and overusage, there's so much goes on a book run, that we wanna, the volleyball will have a big following.
There's a big group that plays about every week on the grass right there by the Great Lawn Stake, and
Yeah, they were there.
they're there
Sunday.
a lot, so it definitely would be used.
That's 2 courts, right, 2.
This is for 2, yeah.
This is how many pickleball,
What's that?
how many pickleball would be?
Coming out.
I think it's 3. Or just, yeah,
And I think just like in thinking of the big picture of this part too, is that keep in mind that our idea for the playground there is a sensory playground.
yes.
And the sound of pickleball might not necessarily be compatible with that use.
It's awesome.
But it's not.
But it's not the constant pong, 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 pong.
So, a long time ago, when my oldest children were little, everyone took out their sandboxes from parks, the cats.
I thought about it.
And rabbits, maybe too, I don't know, with cats. So how does that work? I mean, is there a reason there's no beach volleyball courts in Metro Atlantic except those couple? Is that the reason?
I'm not actually sure. I'd have to ask around. I know Gwinnette's got a big complex, Alpharetta. So there's definitely still a draw. Yeah, Alpharetta, I think, is where, there's a big, it's like Georgia Sand Volleyball Corporation runs the tournaments out there.
Actually. I mean, not to put the cats out, but to keep the children. I mean, I think there was a reason. I think there was a reason that we got rid of sandboxes at schools, and public parks.
ChatGPT, how to keep cats out of sand.
Oh, there's some good stuff.
You can figure it out.
It's just that it's dangerous. It has something to do with the. There was a reason, and public health reason, they took them out of the park, so.
I think part of it, remember, a lot of the sandboxes, they weren't maintained, they held water too after they got. Oh, it did have to do with people out, okay,
Cleaning that up. Had to do with
Okay.
cats using
like it's a litter box,
their box.
wow,
The children eat.
oh.
Sorry, that was.
Well, I kind of cleaned up that up there.
I lost the room, they're talking about
Okay.
their dogs. Yeah.
Citrus feels,
Okay.
what citrus feels in the sand.
Well, these key rings.
Well, that's why it's appealing to Parks and Rec. It's low maintenance. We put breaks out there, Tri-State snows and breaks. So typically the groups that do sand volleyball, they take care of it themselves. It's kind of a.
And we maintain it, too, so.
We maintain it, right.
Which one is Rob?
So,
Which one is Rob?
so
one humorous and one serious point. I just Googled maintenance, they saw something called a sand bone. Has a lot of stuff. Other comment is this the kind of project that could be put in as like the first thing in this park and it wouldn't mess up our ability to tear everything else up, to put new things in?
Yes.
And that's kind of my thought of, a cord is probably gonna get damaged, so that would go first. Or probably gonna last.
Yeah.
But this could maybe, as we do, it's doing stuff, be done soon. And if trucks have to drive through it, all right, maybe we have to do some relining. Later on, so just that's kind of my more shared thought is that one appealing aspect is that this might be something that would be expensive. They get something that's not very aggressive.
Right. Right, yeah, it's good, it's a good way to activate, like, I said, even if we didn't wanna have a pond or, construction, we do it. This is something that even Tri-States could do, and they're equipped to do that. So what I'm kind of keeping on my radar is, once the Brook Run maintenance shop is done, the White House that's currently housed by my operations team, they go there. So really this part sits, we have stargazing, we're trying to program it in other ways, but this would be a nice way to activate it and still keep eyes on it once my team goes out.
And just to refresh, the group is, the White House is gonna stay, the Brick House will be coming in.
Correct, yeah,
No,
Yeah,
they're gone.
they were, yeah, so yeah, the brick house comes out for the playground and the restroom buildings go. That White House turns into a community space.
Because historical value.
So move on.
It's okay where it is on the site. Do we need to move the house?
The white one, no, the white one.
It's perfect.
Good.
There's a
Master plan calls for floor panels on the roof, right? Yeah.
It's good to go.
I think it's nice to think of an amenity that would activate this park,
Mhm.
right? And I think a lot of people would start using, right? So as long as they want professional volleyball players, they're gonna all
Concerned about parking. There's plenty of parking.
It's all, right.
I mean, and the restrooms we've installed. It's like today.
I mean, if you're playing on the beach, that's all you got anyway.
Right.
That's right.
Makes it more realistic.
Is that something y'all want us to go ahead and activate?
I mean, I'm definitely for making the change in the master plan. I mean,
That was my next question, is it would,
away from. Away from the multi-time.
are you interested in be following through with the pond and getting pricing for a complete build out, or we think just maybe volleyball to start?
We need by the end of today to either, I don't think we're gonna end up with a list of projects prioritized. I think we need to have a plan of how we're going to do that by the end of the day, because we didn't bring the list to reprioritize, did we? I mean, we can find
We
it,
got it.
but we're hear ye, what do you think? What's realistic for today?
Well, I think we need to discuss is we have about $5.2 million in unallocated. By shuffling some of the funding around and what's currently sitting there unallocated, dedicated to capital, that we could put into a project if we prioritize and say, this is the project that we want to build.
That's not from the reserve.
So this
Capital.
is unallocated, so right, and I left my folder in my room, so I'm going by memory, the numbers might be a little off, don't hold me to it dollar for dollar, but. Currently, it is roughly 1.7 million, and this is the money from the shelter person. With this 1.7 million that's unallocated right now, that is sitting there, that's available to go to a project. We allocated 3 million to maintenance. I wouldn't suggest we take all of that, however, we're 2 years into a 5-year of 600,000 every year. First 2 years, in year one, we spent a little over 500,000 of the 600,000. Year two, we spent a little over 100,000. That means there's roughly 2 years have gone by, there's $500,000 that was budgeted and not spent. So right there is $500,000. If we, based on what we've used looking forward, I think it's reasonable to suggest that we can debate the number rather than leaving $600,000 budgeted, cut that in half to 300,000, because we also have, remember, the new SWAS has money that can go to maintenance, so that can kind of replace that. We pull out 300,000 for the next 3 years, that's $900,000 there. And then also there's the new splash has 1.7% that goes to parks, and that's about 1.5 million, so that 1 point something, it's like almost a million. So
Almost like,
almost a million, 107 or something like that. So add that all together, that's about $4.2 million. And so that's money that is available today, not taken from operations, not taken from reserves. That's money that's dedicated to capital is available for us to put to a project if we so.
That's plus available now. Is that?
Well-
We can make the money, it's technically over 6 years, but we can do due to terms.
One question, do we have pending capital projects where we think our budget might be too low? I'm thinking, for example, with the new park building.
There's 1.5, I believe.
Construction project coming in higher, and we need to mentally keep a chunk of that to the side to scale those up.
To help out, some of this is going to be restricted. The 1.7 from the shelter sale will not be restricted. Pulling from the repair part will not be restricted. The 1 million for parks is restricted only to parks.
That was the, basically reducing the remaining 3 years from 600,000 to 300,000.
Okay, so that's only 1 million if it's 4 2, you just said. Restricted.
What I haven't mentioned that's currently allocated in the plan is there's 1.5 to the maintenance facility, and there's 1 to turfing Peachtree Middle School.
how much did the maintenance facility come in? We haven't-
Michael's got that.
We'll have a final number next month.
Well, what's it about, though, you think?
Well, the working budget right now is pretty, but we have some other funding. Post capital.
Right.
You say it's going to be higher.
It's gonna be higher than what that gross is, yeah.
That sounds like twice.
Yeah, you mentioned that to us, Michael, when we got.
This slide,
What I think what we ought to do is keep a list. Talk about it at the end of the day, and then have a strategy of how we're gonna get through all this.
Jared, you keeping that list? Thank you.
I would.
Like how we're gonna allocate that money?
Or what our next step is,
How we're gonna.
right, our next step has to be is you have, you know, this much money and your list is this big. If we're gonna spend money that isn't allocated or reallocate money that is allocated, how are we doing that? Like, what's our criteria? How is it presented to us?
We could do some sort of work session.
Yes, exactly. We have nothing on the agenda, it could be our whole meeting. So, I mean, the same thing, so, yeah.
So what is the timeline?
Sometime in the next.
Keep going.
Yeah.
Well,
So Wildcat, same thing, just a little kind of overview of where we've been. We currently have programming through Gaga Ball, that's that octagon shaped ball game over by the playground. PD has recently been using it for a training course. And about twice a week for February and March, Peachtree Middle School flag football uses it for practices. We talked a little bit yesterday about the temporary art sculpture as a future way to activate this park. So really for this one, it's just, again, just a review of our master plan. Estimated cost about $10.5 million. Again, this is the summer, about probably 1 to 2 years old. Just get your thoughts on steps or anything else you'd like.
And we have to install bathrooms there, right?
Yes. You dropped
And other
Yes.
groups asked, like, I know we still have that, like, kids fitness class that's coming sometimes. You know, there was like
The
a-
youth conditioning,
Yeah.
we haven't, she moved to Brook Run, Stargazing's the newest for homecoming, I did that.
But are there other opportunities like kids fitness class that might want to use Wildcat Park?
Yeah, but we have it and periodically, like I said, Peachtree Middle School Flag Football uses
Right.
it. It's, yeah, just have a lot of drop-in groups, if you will.
Right.
not upper level.
So the question of Wildcat for me is, kind of picking up what Mayor's comments yesterday about. Instead of looking at these projects in their totality, can we scale them down? Is this a project that we can phase to maybe activate portions of our master plan? Not have, because we don't have, what was it, around $10 million or so?
For this one, 10.5 to build it.
Yeah, so we obviously don't have that sitting anywhere. Are there ways to activate the space by phasing in either maybe doing the turf field or doing a portion of this or whatever the council prioritizes as the most important element of this park?
This one is a little trickier only because all of the site work at the front of the park, that has to go in. I can look and see what. If we do a phased approach, what that might look like, but, this one is a little bit more complicated than company just because of all the piece that shows.
If we were to say, move forward, just get a swag estimate of it, we do the multi-use field, and then what other things would we have to build? What would make sense along with that? Is that something we could just get a
Do a phased approach.
basic approach on? Just to get a ballpark range?
So we would be asking for. I mean, I think if we're gonna do the volleyball courts. Too, it's probably. Would be interesting, I mean, it probably needs to be presented to us with this opinion. I mean, I think if we're changing the master plan that we approved, we probably need to vote on it. So I think we would need to present. These things to council. And I mean, probably, I know you're presenting it here, but.
Well, and then if we do a phased approach, just so y'all know, I mean, the phased approach, you want a master grade. You would want to, you gotta go and put your parking lot in, whatever your number one thing is, and your restroom facility. So, if if it's 10.5 million, you're gonna cut that down by a third. You still have the bulk of your expenses already done. Because of the grading, I mean, but you still, it does save money, and if you haven't made a full decision on what the other amenities are, there's nothing wrong with that approach. Just basic, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can,
Okay.
yeah,
Or, we would just say, okay, you wanna build these X, Y, and Z
Right.
I
First.
mean, that's how obviously much different situation, but that's how we did Brook Run.
Mhm.
They didn't,
Oh,
they
100%,
didn't,
yes.
they didn't do it all
Right.
at once.
that's right.
And if we wait to do it all at once, we'll probably never do it, quite honestly. Unless there's a large influx of capital funding.
Right.
So I think we need to adjust our approach to these projects so that we can deliver some new amenities to the citizens.
I'm going backwards a little bit, but it's CDBG project time. I think
Yes.
that's all. Can you apply for the playground? The special needs playground?
The answer is yes, having kind of run that program in the past with the county, the chance would be slim that you try.
We'll have to go through the county for that, because they are.
Neighborhoods you can.
Well, I was thinking of population.
It's very hard to do that. We basically almost are ineligible to use it.
So could we?
Winners,
Just
such a
to ask before I forget. That segment aside. Can we work with Doraville, work with Doraville to ask them to prioritize that and see if I need the county. I think they have a different position. We have, like recently, just because it's now, it's that time. Okay, so this year, this round, okay,
And to be,
it's that segment, right? That's still.
to be.
Right.
Yeah, to be very upfront, when they send out the application, those decisions have been made.
Right, so
It should be
Put
talking
something on our calendar to start then in
to talk to the CEO to make.
January first.
But wait a second, isn't that on you got, what? Where is you keep it?
I didn't even know. That's news to me.
Well, it's, it's industrial.
But we put the sidewalk in, didn't we, Michael Smith, on the chapel? Or was it already there?
We got some money from the state, put in a segment of it, and then part of it's put in part of it. That money we got from the state, they don't have that. program.
But is it GDOT's property or?
It's their right of way.
Okay, but someone will send me a reminder, I'll have that.
Mhm.
still use it, right? Even though it's their property, somebody else could pay for it.
Yes, I'm saying this.
They should be.
Any other comments about Wildcat
Yeah,
Park
yeah.
before we move on?
But Dorville has other sidewalks. Near new development that is their private. So eventually, yeah, will you check with them, please?
Also, no residents.
Like, is the street, the rest of that street down?
One house.
Last one, spring with me. Fisher Mill School Turf. A lot of this you've already seen.
Is that
Um,
track new? The track,
That's the next one.
that's been there for forever and years, yeah. Okay, just a high level, we also saw this, Monday night of post-closing agreements, what we've done, how the current ITA reads. And then I did drop in, because it was mentioned at the last council meeting, the field lights that we put in. There's about $160,000, and we did that, to just help increase, programming, make it more available in bigger hours.
You pay the light bill?
So that third bullet there, that's under the closing agreements is something that we highlighted what we've been working on. The pay for maintain.
It's next.
I'm so glad you asked.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, this is a lot of text. So yeah, just kind of what we've done the last few years. Again, on just what I would call more aggressive or increased maintenance than your mowing, things like that. We did turf planning April of 2023. And it just has a little highlight of, it's more aggressive than resodding. It helps, helps with drainage. Cost us about $32,000 to complete. We could resod, with a cost of probably $10,000. The biggest concern with that is keeping people off while we let it sit.
And let me say something there on that too. And I spoke to Eric Hofstadter yesterday when he called me, thinking we were going to the retreat, and this was going to be a hot topic. Eric is a COO school system, and he was saying, his phone's been ringing a lot about the field. And so what he said is, and I told him our plan of what Rachel just mentioned, which is spending the 10 grand at the end of the school season, right? So May, June, closing the field for a month, that reestablishes, that's a maintenance item. He was also saying he could help participate in some of the maintenance of that field. He says the field is overused, because that's your sole problem is overusage of that field. He's willing to help with that. He said also, though, that even though he had told me a while back, and he's not eating the word, he was just saying it's a different schedule, that there's no way they're gonna turf that field in the next 6 years.
I did say it'd be. With that. Because. Their capital needs to explode and cost. Whatever they want to themselves, whatever.
So that would be the earliest, if
Right.
ever.
Right.
And so, but he was 100%, he goes, no, he goes, if y'all grass it, they will help for enclosures and help also put stuff else. They have the field is closed after it's rained. I think that's what Rachel's looking for to a little bit more. But what I'm saying, and it's not, this doesn't have to be an ask for the council. It's a maintenance item. We would like, the plan is to reside it. Unless y'all say you want to go different routes, is to reside it in, I'm gonna call it May, June. It has to be done in the summertime. It'll be closed for a month after that. Whatever time it takes to sod it, closed for a month, then reopened in time for the next planting cycle.
Then why are we not?
So. I wanna ask some questions about, so first I wanna make a few clarifications, because. So when we first started talking about this. When was your committee meeting?
2022.
Your superintendent? There was no one. And we were getting no responses. As a reminder, if you know, there's a note, so you can gratuities clause, you have to get another government entity, something without something. Get a new superintendent, he is very, very pro youth sports. He sends his top. to meet with the DeKalb mayors, and they are so excited to share facilities with us. Everyone is talking about it and having a big discussion, and then they say, we'll never do long-term intergovernmental agreements again.
Long term is 45.
That they would never do, what they were saying is the deal they gave Dunwoody, they would never do again. Which the mayors said, in fairness, is like, then it doesn't work. This doesn't work. After that, we've kind of been all over the place. One person would tell our then board member something, and same person or different person from the administration would tell them something. I think I just stopped talking about it for a while. We have, and I also believe that some of the answers we were getting was because they believed that they were going to do middle school athletics next. This was their priority, and they would have not been entangled. So, in the last, conversation about it. It's become, I guess in the last 6 months, it's become clear that your capital needs were much greater than what they were, or their costs are gonna be, I don't even know now. And so now they're not doing middle school fields anymore as part of this kind of spots. And therefore they may be a better, more willing partner. I have questions about, I have a question. Eric, do you think he's saying that they would close the field? So my experience with that field is not Monday through Friday. It's not every day. I run a lot on Saturdays. I'm there anytime we have an event at night, and that field feels like to me, it's used from 8 in the morning at least till it's dark. 10 o'clock at night. By pickup groups, they're not paying the fee, they're not paying the school system a fee. If the fence was locked, dump the fence. So is what he's saying is that they would come up with a way to keep. I have a feeling that a turf field is used 1,000 kids a day for recess. Then after school. And then 12 to 14 hours a day, Saturday and Sunday. It's a lot of use. I'm not an expert. But I think that's more use than our soccer fields are getting because they're not used so much during the school day. Is that correct?
And that's what he was saying, and Mayor, you're right, I mean, you summed it up very well. The agreement, they always do things, they're all over the place, they've gone back into, who knows which way the pendulum swinging at that particular moment in time. The difference for us is, it's a the grass, the sod is a maintenance item.
Right, and we're obligated,
Right.
it's clear to Joe's point, when he asked you to read number 3 on there, that we are obligated to maintain this field. And one of the observations I made in a conversation with your parent the other day is that we didn't have these conversations last spring. So it does, like, I have no emails in my email box from parents of kids playing soccer or whatever, saying the field's unacceptable. It feels like something happened that has raised this issue more. I don't know if it's, do you have any thoughts on how that got to this point where the field is in seemingly much more shape than it was last spring? Is it seemingly in much more shape than it was last spring?
I'm definitely hearing about it more, to your point. And I don't know if that's because we've been publicly talking about it for a while, but it is, it's.
Well, there's a
used
team
a lot.
that I think practiced on it last year, that the coach is not allowing them to practice on it this year. The condition, but they made arrangements.
Is there a water leak of some sort?
So the irrigation we've been toying with since last Thursday. Maintenance is still trying to figure out how that's leading on to the field, but we are gathering because the middle of the field is so dry and so rutted out, because it's where everyone's playing. We're seeing some water along the edges. We looked at it, it's not a stormwater issue, and again, this residing will help with that, as long as we have healthy grass, it helps with drainage, it helps with water.
And this is the back first.
Well, so there's DeKalb's backflow preventer, they've been messing up, I don't know the details, that's their maintenance, correct. It's speculation is because our irrigation valve and that are very close together, that there could have been some inconvenience. Maybe ours turned on because ours has still been winterized, it's been warm enough for our irrigation to be back on. But because we've been talking about recently with the rain, another barrier I face is, yes, whenever it's wet, is again keeping people off because it only just makes things worse. So we do, whenever operations needs to close the field, they work with Coach Savage, who is the PE teacher, says, hey, you know, and they work together to keep kids off of it. And then anything at night, when we have ownership of the field, Kate calls all our rentals and says, you can't be on it, you need to come at a later date. So, and again, just the greatest barrier we have is, we can do those two things, but to your point, Mayor, is all these other groups that are coming at night, when, you know, we don't have oversight. We can't, you know, like the other day, we have, there's fencing around it, but we can't gate it because, again, joint ownership. Some areas had to put out caution tape and nets. Not much. But yeah, I mean, maintenance, and would love to resod. There just needs to be an understanding of that, what that means. It's, you know, it's closed for a month. We need it to
More
take,
control is on.
right.
But I don't think the condition in that picture is caused by use and rain. There is obviously an issue doing that.
Right.
Because when I went over to the field last week, we hadn't had rain in well over a week. And there were standing puddles of
That was
water.
the-
That is not rain.
That was the
That there was a leaking pipe
Right.
somewhere. And all of the spots in the field that looked like that were puddled water. So there's an underlying maintenance issue there that would solve that part of it, because the remainder of the field needs some attention, needs some love, but it was not, the only places where that condition existed was where the water was leaking, not necessarily rain. Now, again, people use the field in the rain, it's gonna tear it up a lot quicker, but not to that level.
But that's
Sounds like the fields are used 24/7, and that's a good thing. Unfortunately, the overuse is also an issue. To me, sodding the fields makes the best use of the dollar per playable hour. And you get a lot more use out of it, and then for weekends, and for the places, the times that are being used by outside groups, and could be actually programming for city events. To me, sodding still makes sense. Just 2 minutes ago, we were talking about sodding Wildcat. But yeah,
Just to clarify, you're talking sod or turf?
turf.
artificial, right?
You're talking, the sod is grass.
Well, okay, I want turf.
Okay.
I want turf. As we planned for the last 2 budget years. I'm trying to understand what's changed. I don't understand the changes in change of philosophy. As far as the hours, right now, we have under contract, like with Kevin. We are paying for all of these use times, all of them 11 o'clock every night. But yet are not printing it out, because it sounds like a lot of the groups don't want to play there anymore because of the condition of the field. Because you fix the condition of the field, put up the lights. To me, I don't understand the philosophy of changing the production.
Yeah, I think we made about $18,000 last year on what we were program at night for rentals. Again, there's still gonna be pickup play and things like that.
And then we had our school board members saying that we're willing to negotiate some few years to make sure that it's not a gift school. So again, I don't know all the ins and outs. I just think that we've had this program, communities have been asking for it. I think it makes sense for the playable dollar per playable hour.
Just, I'd like to use a legal term, prima facie. Obviously, if we took the city of Dunwoody's IGA away, and we didn't have city public folks using this, that field would probably be in better condition. I mean, it would be less used. No,
that's.
Yeah, they
Well,
won't
it
make
would be
it.
less used. It was just the school and only the kids at the school.
That's pretty much.
I thought there's pickup games and adults.
Well, but they would still be doing.
There's somebody doing
They wouldn't be stopping. It's public.
They would
most
trespass.
places. The cat doesn't have signs up, so you could go and walk your dog on Kingsley property. There's all the playgrounds, they play on the track, they walk the track at the high school, they play tennis.
So I didn't like this stuff. I've never done that because I know it's school property.
Right, but it's not,
So the DeKalb County Schools does not enforce trespassing
No, they don't have signs.
Absolutely.
And then if I can just say one thing, Mayor, so back when we got this property, the lease. Back before we moved the baseball fields over there, this field was in horrible condition. School system did not maintain it at all. That was part of the deal. There were holes in it that was unsafe because there was a massive drainage pipe under there that we had to rehabilitate. So you could even use it, so somebody wouldn't fall through it. So we fixed all that, put irrigation in, added lights on our dam, so, and one part of the agreement.
The lights came to boats on those times, right?
I think they did.
Yeah.
That's, yeah.
Oh.
And so that was the history, but the school, my point is, that they neglected. And then that,
Right.
that was my.
Yeah, and then the contract with the IGA, there are conditions of either party terminating, right? So is the termination clause, I'm just throwing something out.
Well, it's a complicated.
What if we're wanting to terminate the IGA, and then we'll just build our turf on the Wildcat?
Well, there were some complications because when we moved the field, remember, you gotta go back to the whole picture, the thumbnail real quick, which was the Austin school, we're to rebuild a new school, so they put it where our old baseball fields were. We moved our baseball fields over off Barkley at Brook Run. Moved, that was school properties, we bought that from the school, part of the trade. We did a lease on this other field over here, but it was all prepaid as part of the original agreement. It was prepayment. It worked all the numbers out. So we paid, it was all part of the 25-year wraparound. And Ken's researched it to the nth degree. You may have something else you want to add.
Well, so I think to answer your question, he's kind of summed it up. It's so wrapped in the ball that it won't be easy to unwrap it. But I think the issue, and I think what Rob and I were talking about earlier, I read the contract. It's convoluted as all get out. I don't like the contract myself, but you know, that's just me. But here's the issue, I think, the underlying issue, turf versus sod. Your obligation in that agreement is to maintain the fields. Under Georgia law, I'm reading this because I looked it up. Under Georgia law, maintenance involves routine upkeep to keep assets in good working condition, while capital outlay encompasses expenditures that result in acquisition of fixed assets or significant improvements that increase the value, extend the life of an asset. I don't think turf is a maintenance issue. I think turf is a capital outlay that's being justified as a maintenance issue, but it doesn't match the definition of Georgia law, in my opinion. That doesn't mean y'all couldn't figure something out. Now, I'm not weighing whether it's turf or grass or what, but the underlying issue, and it deals with this consideration issue that the mayor talked about in the gratuities clause, is you would be improving somebody else's property significantly by the investment in turf, when your legal obligation, because of all the other movements of real estate and everything else that happened in this transaction, was simply to maintain that. So, I mean, that's y'all's call ultimately. So,
The lights were also capitalized.
yeah, well, I didn't weigh in on that.
So
Agree.
I guess one thought or question. Independent of what we decide here. If we fix the field, fix the ruts, put it out, put new turf on. It sounds like that lasts about 2 years.
Sod.
Yeah, sod. I'm using turf as your grass. Thank you for correcting. Turf grass, not artificial grass. If we do that, it sounds like that lasts about 2 years. Before it has to get done again.
But we have this water damage.
I'm just trying to, if we decide to put artificial turf on that. So my guess is that would take us at least a year for that to happen. Does that sound right? I'm just trying to think, is this something we need to do now, regardless of what we decide to do long term? Because if we're gonna have to redo intergovernmental payments, it sounds like to get 1 point whatever million.
Is that what you? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I'm saying if we decide to go with grass, well, fix it no matter what. If we decide to go with artificial turf, it's not going to be a quickly resolved issue because we have to fix it in a government agreement.
Is that that's the first time I'm hearing that.
Well, if we're given $1 million to the school, they have to give us
What'd you do
something.
for the lights?
I don't know, they don't have
I'm
the
just-
lights.
I'm just sharing my
Doesn't mean that you did it right. So
So,
we may have added hours to the lights.
Okay, so this is a new
I'm just trying to figure out,
Artificial turf, then we require a new IGA.
For the lights, I gotta interrupt. No, not a new idea, but for the lights, what I believe we did was, is we took the twilight between when the hours we were able to use the field without the lights versus the hours we could use the field with the light, the field with the lights. And that was the, nexus or whatever the word is, that was. It's been a long time, it's been forever, but I think that's what we did, I think that's how we made it. We justified it was the increased use, and we had a value, we had all this math, that we didn't steal originally, where everything was worth an hour.
That's right.
Price and everything,
You couldn't do it making $18,000 a year to get to the million.
Oh, no.
no, that's like that's not even. What it is that if you're Sandy Springs and I'm Dunwoody and we share a crosswalk. That's not a good example. We tried to put a crosswalk over by John's, then somebody more remember the doorbell's property, and we wanted. We had to trade something, they had to give us something in return for us to access it. Poland, so we did, wanted to use their front door. But that's the thing, that's what.
That's right.
well, the point I was trying to make is to resolve, if we decide that you really want to do like artificial turf here, we're gonna have to come up with some way to balance the board. That's gonna be negotiated. We're going to have to come up with a plan and put it out to bid. And I think by the time all that would happen, we would almost have gone through the whole turf grass cycle or mating cycle. So no matter what we decide to do about what the ultimate surface will be, it sounds like we need to do this right now.
I'm still stuck at, if we do artificial turf, that we have to have a new legal negotiation.
Yes.
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 Right, so that's
For the value.
light bulb to me, and
About that in city movies, with reduced costs.
so, but when you're saying that school district's not interested in that.
The new whatever and. Sure.
Before we even go down that road, because there are some challenges that we would have to figure out, and I believe there's a solution there if both parties are motivated to get there. I think the bigger conversation we need to have is, we know we have very limited resources that we can invest in the capital projects. We talked about Homecoming and Wildcat. There's other projects on that list as well. I talked earlier that we've got about, if you include the 1 million that's already allocated to Kitchener Mill, there's about $5.2 million sitting in capital funds that we can use to build something. What we need to decide is what's most important to us. In a perfect world, I would say, yeah, let's start this field, that would be great. But it's not a perfect world, we don't have unlimited resources. Is this the most important project for the city to do? And there are the complications of the fact that we don't own this property. Is it better are we better stewards of the Dunwoody taxpayers' money to invest that at Wildcat instead into a property that we own and have 24/7 use of versus a field that we have 30% usage of? And I'm not saying one is wrong or one is, what I'd like to do is, let's have the discussion, is this the most important thing? One thing I think is important, we're here, this is a strategic planning session. It's important to note out. Peachtree turfing, putting turf on the Peachtree Middle School field does not exist in any comprehensive plan, any parks plan for the city of Dunwoody, it never has. When the Citizens Capital Committee initially met, that was not one of the projects on the list. It was added because of a public comment that somebody advocated for. And that's why it was added for consideration. And as I pointed out in the last council meeting, the allocation of funding was part of a larger, big picture, $75 million capital investment plan that presumed a successful bond record. All of our priorities and where we were funding projects out of was based on that being successful. When it wasn't, we had to look at all those projects and say, okay, I think we need to decide what's most important for the city right now. Where are we going to allocate the money? Maybe it is turfing the field. I don't know. That's the discussion we have to have. So I know, John, you've been advocating for this. Do you believe Homecoming, Wildcat, any other capital projects we have, this would be the most important? And I'm wide open to that discussion.
based on the longstanding discussions, longstanding contracts, the capital committee, where I believe they voted and said that was the #1 project. To me, that's what I remember hearing.
The capital committee didn't rank projects, just to be clear.
That was highly thought of. The investment in this park, I think, in turfing of Peachtree Middle School for long-term investment, which is really beneficial to our citizens. We know that park is being played 24/7. If you want maximum usage, I think that turfing that field makes the most sense. There's a history there. It's being used. It's being used every day by not only school kids, but then after school kids, our community members, and then other outside groups that are using it off hours, which we converted that to actual technical use, which would be the best use for me.
Can I interject as your facilitator here? Because I'm seeing that this is a very important topic, how you allocate capital among many, many projects, right? So this is probably a larger discussion. It's either we go down the rabbit hole now on individual projects and try to make decisions. Or we put it on a parking lot, and if we have time this afternoon, come back to it. We have 20.
I know
Okay.
it's a lot.
One other
that's fine.
part of this that, John, I don't know if you were finished, I want to go ahead and cut you off. One other consideration for us to have, and Rachel, I don't know if you can give us a definitive answer. Our goal is to make that field as usable as possible. Perk isn't the only solution. How much would the city have to invest in sodding and maintaining that? Like, for example, it's gonna cost us $1.2 million or whatever it is. Turf that field with an expected lifespan of 10 years. Over the next 10 years, if we invested $100,000 into maintenance, would we get the same playability out of that field? Or is it much like, for example, are we getting the same end result for 10% of the cost or 20% of the cost? And maybe that's the more effective route to take. I won't argue, I want as many athletic fields in the city as possible for the kids, but we don't have unlimited resources. What's the best use of our limited money? Could we get the same usage out of it, sodding the field and maintaining it, and at a fraction of the cost?
And for some of the unencumbered funds, I know there's capital, but then there's operating, right? So like you said, staff is an issue. How can we monitor that field effectively in its use 7 days a week?
I need a lot of part-time regulators.
So
To be,
I have a question.
Mhm.
And we do, I don't exactly, I mean, eventually we just have to put this on a ballot, on the agenda. But one of the things that concerns me is. If I'm kind of all over the place, with my philosophy was a part of me thinks, which is we could put the turf down. And in the negotiated IGA, that's it for us. We're out of the maintenance business. And it becomes the school system's responsibility, but we still get to use it. I don't exactly know how that works. It's just an idea in my head. I worry about A, it's not our property, and that's a big investment, but also B, it's not our property, and we put turf down, and I don't understand. Thought they also get to use the baseball fields during the school day. Are
They do.
using-
That's what
are
they use.
using the baseball fields?
yes,
Because what we're seeing on the internet is there are 1,000 kids outside a day using this field. Is that not
they
accurate?
use the baseball fields a lot.
And so
No, they use the track, CV
track
day,
is
CV.
Right.
well, because running is a big part of it.
And the baseball fields are, to we mentioned earlier, signage, there is signage around, we went to constantly kick people off, but the school has rights to the baseball fields. Right.
That was the goal. Anytime we're using grass, they're supposed to use the turf, the artificial turf on the baseball field. The track is the track. But that may be part of the thing with
So
the school,
during
people
this day,
keep them off.
this field, is it being used?
It's not supposed, it wasn't, that's not.
So I think we need to verify that
We can verify
because
that.
the internet tells us on Facebook that 1,500 kids a day are on that field. And the emails we're getting,
Mhm.
that 1,300 kids a day are using that field.
We can validate
That's the student population.
Right, so in Peachtree, almost all the kids have to eat every day. every day. So 1/4's a help, so make 25%, whatever. So
We'll drill that.
I think we need to understand these. I think speaking for myself, if there's a deal to be, one of my reluctances with the turf is that we are obligating ourselves to maintain the turf, but also the future council will have to replace it. Not much to save revenue because whatever, it's not much money coming in. And then the third thing is access. But if we could turf it and lock the gate, potentially that might be the best. I'm just saying, I don't know for sure. But those are the kinds of questions.
So it's the kind of thing we need to talk to the school system and see what kind of. They also made.
We need to do this, we need to quickly regather after the retreat and do capital privatization. I think that's part of it, and simultaneously Rachel searching and Eric talk to Eric together.
Yep.
About what that would look like. I don't disagree. I think realistically, if we said today, we're gonna spend the money on, we're gonna turf it, I don't think it happens overnight, because I presume we have to renegotiate some kind of use agreement, right? Right. No, the grass, no.
If we turn.
No, make-
No,
no, I think
If
we
we do
all-
a capital,
Big side,
if we
right.
do a capital.
Right.
Yeah,
And to Rob's point, it goes out to bid.
I think the sod is maintenance, I think.
Well, no, sorry. Part of the big picture question we need to understand is what changed between a year ago and now? Is it this water leak? When did the water leak start? Because the complaint started a lot sooner than said, 2 days from Thursday or whatever. So regardless of what surface it is, it has to be maintained. We have to, again, answer that, because we're not there every day, and maybe that's part of the break. So that I think is the best strategy, is to quickly pick a date. Hash a lot of stuff out here.
And I just,
We can't vote here.
I understand we can't vote here, but I mean, we can't just vote yea or nay on I mean, it has to be holistically. I mean, when I talk to citizens who, they said, well, you need to turf the field, I said, well, right, but we also are paying a mortgage on a park property that doesn't have bathrooms. And we own that property, and they're like, oh, right, so I think.
That's what
For my,
I'm
for my point, yes.
I'm not
For my
saying
point
yes
of view,
or
I'm
no
not-
on one
okay,
thing.
right.
Yes, sorry.
Thank you. From what Tom said, like, you could turf. I would like, when we have that conversation, I would like Rachel to come to us, like, yes, we can cherry pick and build out partial and wildcat, we could do this, we could do this. And so we have a whole big picture versus just, are we doing turf? Because the turf, to answer John's question, what changed? The park fund failed, that's what changed. So we need to now look at what can we do with the limited funds we have available? And we have to have more information about, can we actually turf the field at Wildcat before we do anything else? But we also have to put bathrooms in, we have to take homecoming park off septic if we're going to do that. So it's not just one item, it's 10 items. And I think before we do that, and before we listen, and we might not be able to do it right away because Rachel's gonna have to come to us with more information.
And I'll just say that I think we need to. Be careful of not making an emotional decision on this. We go through planning processes for a reason. We invest a lot into our planning, not only financially, but in staff time and community time, think of the master plans, and they took over a year with a ton of community feedback as far as coming up with that final master plan. And we adopted that plan, and that is now an official plan of the city. And because something else pops up, maybe it is the most important thing, but maybe it isn't. We need to stop and understand that all of the plans we've developed as a city were done with a ton of community input. And that's why they exist on our books. And we can't just ignore those for the lack of a better term, the flavor of the month. It's an emotional decision, I get it. And when little girls are sitting there talking about their soccer, Yeah, it tugs at the heartstrings, absolutely. You want to do everything you can for those kids. But we've got to keep the big picture in and not make an emotional decision. And like I said, I'm not saying this may end up being priority number one, but we need to look at it in totality with everything else that we've already gone through in the planning process to make that decision. In my opinion.
What I would appreciate, you know, look, we didn't do it a year ago, we could have, but we didn't. We have a unmet capital needs conversation over the last 12 months. I'd like to look at all unmet capital needs. Now, we'll simply talk about parks, but yet we do have other things. So I think the conversation we do have, we have to look at, is it a public works? Is it a building? Is it whatever it is? We have a 5-year CIP. So let's re-inventory, let's look at everything and then, yeah, program these things out. So put it in the CIP, let's formalize these things rather than trying to do it one way.
Right, just a couple questions. What is our time frame for the progress? And the second is to do this maintenance that we have to do is within the budget that you can do internally, or does it have to come to council to approve it?
No, so it would be for.
Because we need to have this discussion, but we also just need to fix it.
And correct. I think we need to fix the field, because this thing can't
We
happen.
can do that.
Yeah, but I also think we need immediate conversation, not us, Eric,
Yes,
with Eric, we gotta find a
Yes.
way to limit use of that.
we can come up with a plan. That's good direction right there. And then we can work on that for now. Because if we spend 10 grand on the grass, that's a main, what, 10 grand, $10,000 for that?
It was, you did.
Or some planning.
No, that's what we already did. No, we did.
that
for planning.
2023.
Yeah, but no, we did that.
did the
No, it's
planning.
just 10 grand.
What I'm talking about is the over.
Yeah, put new
The
stuff.
Is that gonna be enough?
Are you not going to level that field out again?
But we'll
It would need to be tilled and.
do what needs to be done.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll do what needs to be done.
Yeah, I-
Plus the irrigation.
Yes.
I keep circling back to that, because that at least gets the field in better shape and we can involve and figure out.
We can do that. It has to be certain ground temperatures to be able to do it, you know, for the
Yeah, I just
Bermuda
know
side.
if you're saying you gotta put it in
I'll
early
coordinate
summer,
there.
in our timeframes.
Yes.
I
No,
want to make sure we get that going, so we can at least
we can certainly
have
do that.
something workable while we figure out.
Yeah. We'll get that. We'll go ahead and start setting the calendar for that. I'll get their cost out on that. Closure, we'll also find out more about their usage during the day of that field.
Yeah, that's.
Because that's gonna be controlled. He's willing to work with us on that. And of course, the track they need to use. But, right, but the field itself,
I'm more confused lately with the email saying,
right,
you know, there's 1,100
right.
plants on it every
We'll get
day,
to the bottom of it.
but I was confused with the other field.
We'll get to the, right. My understanding was in the original agreement was they were gonna use those turf fields. As part of their complaint was kids would come back inside dirt from the mud and stuff. Whereas the grass, the artificial turf, they don't have that issue. So it's my understanding they were using those fields. That's how it was designed. But the design's been a while. You know, people come and go, so I don't know, something changed with the PE program up there during the day. But we'll get to the bottom. I think y'all made a great decision to get an immediate solution and we can keep figuring it out. But I'm clear on what to do.
Rachel,
Thank you.
Good, thank you.
Eric, maybe by Tuesday, because this is a big lift, you should get back to us with your. Have this conversation.
Sure, and I've already reached out again while we're here to Eric.
Right, but I meant. like,
Oh, the bigger,
picture,
yes, sir,
right?
sure.
Not talking yet.
No,
I'd
fair,
like it to be as soon as possible.
sure, fair, yes.
It's like, where are all the buckets of money sitting? You mentioned looking
Yes.
for a host. Put all that out.
Richard, be sure we get that on your list too, about the buckets.
I know. Can we, Chief, can you give us 15 more minutes, please? To finish this one, go ahead.
Sure, so we have until 10:30 to finish topic 5. So we've gone through A through D, but there were other submitted topics, and I don't know how many of these you want to get. And it looks like I don't know if you wanted to talk more about Winter's Chapel.
Well, did we talk a lot about women? Well, what was?
Remember that this was under investing Dunwoody, and the ones that became presentations were like we just saw, focused on parks and a little bit on the other one. The rest is a laundry list of other things in the area. And he's right, Winter's Chapel is a place. Somebody put down PCID doing incentives. Under investing Dunwoody, somebody put down special tax districts for parks and police. Two people put down,
You should start with Winter Chapel and talk about it.
I'll go through them quick and then we can, two people put down a CIP prioritization or review. One person put down PCI trails, Wildcat and Homecoming was put down by one person. PCID non-car options was something under investing Dunwoody, missing middle housing, raised under this. Office conversion, mandated striping for automatic lane keeping, and city investment in expanding entertainment. And that's just kind of the summary of all the ones that got submitted.
So for Winter's Chapel, I really like the idea of asking you a lot of them. Who was looking to do the study? I think when the city started, Georgia Tech students came and did a study of the village, right, John?
Yes.
I think it wouldn't be a terrible idea. I mean, you know, you're talking about it in the comprehensive plan, but we're not funding a small area study over Chapel, right? Maybe it's, tech reaches out sometimes, maybe. I don't exactly know what we'd be looking for. But and maybe you and John, because you're just have better ideas, but it feels like if we were just, I feel pretty rudderless about the area, like what should we, I know Joe has an idea for a park, but like what should we be doing there?
Economic development, it's hard because it's two cities. I mean, one is the Walmart is pretty, if it's stable and that's shopping center, it's half of the state, we have no control in the state for a long time. What's around it, what's coming up to it, what's down up and down with the Chapel, a little bit on the side, it's not. I'm not sure what we can do with what we brought in. For investing. That way. Because again, that's all the business is, but what investing is.
I mean, Joe has an idea for a park.
I'd like to get the county to move the fence in a couple hundred
Right.
feet in front of the waterworks. And all of a sudden, boom, we got public space, we can do something. Yeah.
But I kind of
I like the
wonder,
conversation. And like, I can't, you know. The,
I'll put it on the list of problems. Kind of wonder about, it just feels like quality of life issue, like there's not necessarily capital investment, maybe it is capital investment and not economic development. What is it that we can do to help that? Enhance it?
Well, I think part of it starts with creating a vision of what we would like this plan to be, and we can do that as quickly as we go to planning. Because, yeah.
Do we need
People that
outside?
own, there's different parcels of different property owners over there, and what are their vision for it? They just holding on to this and that, it's not doing anything now, there's sites there that are horrible, and that kind of, you know.
Hookah Lodge, where's Hookah Lodge there?
But what I will say is, as far as the city investment, we are investing in there, and within 5 years from now, we will have. A really good trail network that'll come from the city border with Sandy Springs, Future Corners up there at Dunwoody Club. All the way down Winter's Chapel and turn on Peeler down to Lakeside, connecting to a city park. Be a catalyst for connecting to Fountain Blue and Lockridge Forest and Four Oaks and a number of other residential neighborhoods. That can kind of be the catalyst for getting some things going there, but I don't think we should.
That's one part of it. There's a whole
Right,
other part of
absolutely.
it, but I'm not sure we can.
I think we have to talk with Future Corners too, right? We have to build this together, vision,
But
and
it's,
see what they can bring to the
And
table.
one thing, I believe Peachtree Corners is building a park. Kind of over near they're actually closing a public road and turning it into a park right behind where the Walmart is. So, again, working with our what kind of parks is in the Peachtree Corners.
sounds like Richard thinks y'all can do this without extra help through the comprehensive plan process. So,
I know, so we need to do.
so
What do you recommend, Richard? What do you think we should do?
All our part of it.
These performers, like, work on it together, we see what each other stuff want to do. Then we define or, yeah, it's like the thing.
And then we can plan together, so then we,
Yes, I don't think the ULI. They just don't do that.
So maybe by the end of third quarter, we'll have some guidance on, or a strategy, not on what the plan's gonna be, but how, because do you remember we did a winter cap, I don't know who was here. We started a winter capital plan, and the planners we hired, I walked into that meeting, and they were taking all those apartments down and replacing it with 12 townhomes. And I was like, I don't know who was here, John was here, were you here?
Yes, they also did single family, I think, as well.
Right, and I went to whoever was the staff person, and I said, because we asked them to look at economics. And the consultants responded, they had not been told to consider that. So then we hired, then the study on the underlying economic values. That land is extremely valuable, and that was sort of the last thing we did. That was like, oh, well, so I think we need to step back into it in some way. Even if it's just duplication, so we'll figure it out.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is, and as for an action item, maybe Richard could take a kind of the lead in formulating some sort of vision, working with your counterparts, and each recorders and reporting back. Here's kind of what we can do, not in specifics, but here's kind of a process, a plan. How we can approach this. Okay, so there, as Jay mentioned, there were a bunch of other things that were brought up. Now, we've got 3 minutes.
I want to take.
So I'm wondering, and we probably need to take a 5-minute break at some point before we launch into topic six. And we need to check out too.
Was the special plastic benefits for park and police or public safety to ensure funding, so I don't know, like. So my question is really to staff, is that possible, and does that become a conversation when we talk about funding and when we talk about our capital project list? Does that come, is that part of, can that be part of the conversation, or is that just not a thing?
It can be part of the conversation, and it should. It is a tool in the toolbox. It's used, depends upon how it's.
So when we have this overarching conversation about capital projects, then that needs to be a tool that we have, and what does that look like, and how does it work?
To give just like an example that's not been talked about with it, you could create a special tax district for capital needs. That'd be a tax to fund capital instead of it's a different way of doing it. It's not common, but it could be done. And so we don't ever talk about it, so just toss it out. So there are tools.
we're here ones to.
Yeah, it's some ways.
Donna just did Donna just did a public safety.
So it's just kind of, since we're heading into the public safety portion, I kind of wanted to just throw that out there. So it's part of the conversation.
We spent, if we can read the list.
Okay, so we had beyond those two topics was the CIT prioritize.
Talked about that.
the-
CIP.
And we CDI PCID trails. So Wildcat Homecoming, did we cover that there sufficiently? Okay, PCID non-car options.
Certainly, we talked.
Okay.
Boards and trails,
Okay.
and last
We talked about missing middle housing. Need to park that, okay. Office conversion. Okay, mandate striping for automatic land keeping.
I guess that was mine. Basically, I like the on a rainy night, I want to be able to see the middle of the road. And so I go down Peeler, I can't see the middle of the road. Say that was issue. But
But your headlights are, my headlights are on.
the point is that there's technology there in both the striping, the reflectors. Cars now have lane keeping sensors on them, looking into the future for the next, for all road construction maintenance, what is the new technology that's being built into the vehicles, and are we thinking ahead to put the technology that is needed, whether it's the right color striping, whatever the issue is, into the roads. It's a long-term fix, but are we thinking, I don't even know enough to know what we're talking about. All I know is that my car tells me I'm running off the road. But so it's a conversation. I don't have the answers. All I'm thinking is that it's a technology to help drivers. Where are we going with that?
Can I piggyback on that? Because I think that can be a broader category, things like illuminated street signs in your area, and make it easier at night to figure out where to move. And so just making a broader, small fixes to our things.
Well, and on top of that, I would agree with you, but then there's the stop signs. Some are reflective, some are not. So some are very.
We can put that on the parking lot, maybe.
You
We want an action
Well,
item.
we have our roadway safety action plan, we have a safe streets program manager. This sounds like it's roadway safety.
Right.
Transportation safety,
So
so.
But it's right, it's an action item, so by the end of,
Yes.
we'll figure out when.
Well, Mayor, I think part of the,
Right, all that is just. It's all as far as the video and color technology, as far as I know, everything is camera based right now, so. You have to be able to see the lines, just like the driver does, so that's all. Reflective, from plastic paint.
or glass beads.
Signs, I mean, all the signs we put in meet the highest reflectivity, but over time, all that stuff wears down, so it's just a matter of refreshing when things are old and need to be replaced. So it's really a maintenance item to keep the lines on the road at all times.
I saw approved recently, Michael, the traffic light, out at Jeff Ferry and, Mount Vernon. What, they're doing like on the traffic lights, more, it's like yellow around it, the lights.
Oh, yeah, the back plates on the signals, we've been doing those as we have availability money to do it. It's the main purpose of those is that the signal goes out at night, if it's dark. Let's see something up there. To know that there's a traffic signal there.
Right.
Okay, and last item was the city investment in expanding entertainment. And we have, I don't know if it's a long, you want to talk about it a lot, so it's 10:30, probably schedule a 5 or 10 minute break, but people also have to check out. So what's your pleasure? Do you want to talk about that now or take a quick break?
I think that we need to develop, I think this was me. And I think we need a philosophy on providing programming in private spaces. I think we don't.
I think it depends on where it is. Remember those,
Public is right.
they're gonna do that themselves. I think some of them will. Or create Dunwoody.
I'm hearing it from the facility. There's a request, there's been a request the last couple of years. I think personally, that we take some of the resources we're putting into entertainment in other parts of the city, and we put it at the building. So, for example, the concerts. And should we have one at the building?
Oh, you're talking about.
But Lynn, you're saying now, is that a gratuitous cost thing? Because now we're gonna
Well, maybe.
public dollars to pay for a
But I'm
private.
just saying,
Create Dunwoody was for to do that.
right,
And
but
they
this
had a
was-
very
this
long
conversation, right. This conversation predates, not predates, but just. The new leader, how about predates and new leadership and create Dunwoody, and so. I think we continue to funnel things across like that to create them.
And so I'm a board member of Great Dunwoody Broad, it's doing.
Right.
It is, just speaking for myself, villages. Place, Great Dunwoody should be happening.
But we might also want to event, Jeff Harry sometime, I think
Sure.
that we could do that too.
Yes, absolutely.
So, I think that's all.
It'd be great, then you have like just, I'll just, one more. it'd be great to have consistency, so I know David Davis is awesome, I wish he would take him. But, just, this is way micromanaging, but it's consistent, so it's like, oh, every third Wednesday, we have somebody playing, but then we don't know.
We don't get to set that if we're not paying for it.
So the expectations of the public, I think the aspiration is that we know that here's regular, there's options going on.
Well, it's a discussion we had the other day about just communicating in private.
Right.
But that's for.
It's like everyone's right. All right, because I need a much recess.
15-minute break and just reminding everyone to check out too.
Thank you.
If you get
They're still checking out. We just have lunch walk and work.
Well, everybody's check out, but. I'm not here.
Jennifer's blocking traffic on.
No. Lunch and share, I think we'll be able to eat lunch in 45 minutes. Man, like I said, we need to go to that. Well, I think the way to do it. Okay, so we.
It's just cold cut, that's probably.
Yeah, but I don't, I can't say for sure we'll need it.
Want me to wait?
Just give me the time. I don't remember what time we left. Okay. Does anybody know what time we stopped?
When?
Yeah.
Yes,
Ten-
10 till.
Yeah.
You're right. I think it's bad. And we try to do.
Check that out.
You can put it either way, so you can put your. You can hold it back here. So we can do a lot.
Oh, yeah. How much was it?
Yeah, so. Here, keep it coming.
Here, here.
You think you're gonna, I think you're gonna say on the boat when you go, this is the one, you better stay on the same level.
Yeah, give me a second.
Thing, but I'm calling this meeting back from recess. For order.
You're up, chief. Yep, you're up.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, chief.
Before I get started, I just wanna, yesterday marked my 11th month as your chief. Says time, time flies by and I just can't, express my. We were in transition, yeah, we were in transition, chief program, but the support I've got from mayor, council, city manager, the whole staff in the back has been phenomenal. Thank you so much for supporting our staff, for what we do every day, so. First thing I'm gonna talk about is DFR. That's our drone first responder. For those of you on the other side that hear the rocks crunching on the roof, we have spotters up on the roof. So when you hear them walking back and forth, that's because we're launching the drone, because we have to have what we call a line of sight. So right now we're going through the permitting process with the FAA. We've got our first permit done, and then we're waiting to get our radar installed on top of, right now it's at Ravinia. That may change. But once we get that radar up, then we no longer have to have line of sight spotters up on the top. We're not paying for them. Flock it's through the company called Aerodome. Only one radar, yes, ma'am. For the city, yep.
Do all 13 square miles?
Well, the problem is we would need another drone if we were gonna cover all 13 square miles. So over towards where I'm at, where I live, over down towards PIB, by the time the drone would get down, it's gotta come back and land and change out the battery. So right now, of course, our hotspot area is 30B, which is the PCID. So why drone first responder? We can get there, we can arrive first on the scene before we even send cars out that way. Clearing calls for service, heavily reduce our response times, and to locate subjects. So the other day, I'm hoping the internet's strong enough, but I got a video to show you. It's a 3-minute video. It's not that long. The other day, Roswell PD called us. We had a mental health subject that shot up his apartment, was armed, was going through a mental health episode. So they did what they call an exigent ping on his phone. Well, the phone was pinging over by Taco Mac. So we sent officers into the area. But before we even got the officers over there, we went ahead and launched the drone. The drone made its way over there. We did locate the Jeep that was identified through Flock, and we were able to locate the suspect before we even arrived on scene. So when we get on scene, let me see if I can try this.
Oh, you can't, maybe a PDF now.
What? But it's the orange. So, yeah, so,
You know, I think it's the picture.
change our hand. Didn't change.
Oh, you're on the web, pull it up.
No, he's on presentation.
There we go, there we go.
CJ, I knew you.
You have faith in me.
Good play, there we go. Shot at cheap. That's on. Here.
You just get a left. Bottom left corner.
Listen here.
We should done what he said.
Can you hear all that caption?
Ginger, where are you?
Yeah, I'm proud.
Stop.
Sure,
Let
pretty
me
sure.
make it big. Look, cool, big. What it is.
So on that day, we got information from Roswell Police Department about a subject that was armed and dangerous and had been shooting recklessly in their jurisdiction. And last known was he came to Dunwoody. So we wanted to get that person in custody. Not sure if he was a harm to himself or others. And what we did was we were able to use Flock LPR to kind of narrow down the area of where he was. I was with another drone pilot at the time, and we were able to get in the area and start searching for the vehicle. Units on the ground found the vehicle actually inside a parking deck. At that point, we had a driver's license photo of our subject that we wanted to look for. So the pilot began searching the area.
I located his vehicle inside a parking deck where the drone wasn't able to access to it. I confirmed that the vehicle was unoccupied.
I actually noticed our battery was getting a little bit low, so I flew back to the Aerodome real quick to the dock. I was about 350 feet in the air, about 1,200 feet away, and I knew I wanted to keep my distance because if he is suicidal and armed, I don't want him to know that we have an asset above and spook him. We finally got intel that he had a tattoo on his neck. And I saw a gentleman standing in front of one of our restaurants, and I zoomed in a little bit and I saw the dark mark on his neck.
We then responded on foot with the drone keeping eyes over us to ensure that if he changed, walked away, or anything like that, they could give us that information. They kept eyes on, and as we approached, we were able to get behind him and secure him prior to him fleeing or even noticing where we were.
We couldn't hear the drone from where we were. We had to look up and look for it. So no, I would say it was totally undetected.
But what it was another use case and a huge success that allowed us to de-escalate a situation that ultimately had potential mental health concerns and violent tendencies. So having a call come in from a neighboring agency that an individual has used a firearm, shot up their home, and then fled from that location that is now in our city, we're taking all our tools, not just DFR, but we're using all our tools and our assets, from detectives and officers on the ground to cameras and LPRs, to identify that this suspect is currently in our city. We don't know the state they're in. Even small markers like a tattoo on his neck, from nearly 1,000 feet away, we can zoom in from overhead, identify this tattoo. We have our officers on the ground. We can bring them in a safe manner, make sure that the public is not present or anybody else is in danger, and get this person into custody in a manner that it kept the offender or the person that was in crisis completely safe, the officers safe, and the community surrounded. And that was a huge win.
So having that drone program to tell us where he was, to let us know whether or not they could see a firearm or anything on him, really helped us out in how we were able to approach the situation to safely apprehend him.
Having something that is sitting on standby, ready to go, with multiple batteries, that asset can be deployed by any supervisor within our agency. They can go on their Flock OS page, look at that call, deploy drone, and get that asset in the air. Our drone relatively can touch most points of our city within 30 seconds. And that is not a possibility with our officers perusing the roads in a highly congested area that we serve.
So Flock went ahead and put that video together for us because there's no other way that I can convey the importance of this asset that we now have. Right now, we're doing the T&E, the testing and evaluation of the aerodomes from January until July, but we need to come up with the funding for the rest of the year. So that's just one success story. There are many others. We've had calls out on 285. Overturned vehicles that we're able to get over there. So while we can coach our officers in best way to approach the scene, we had a tire that was in the middle of the road, wasn't in our jurisdiction. We flew all the way up through 285, ended up being Sandy Springs. That causes 2 units to go out of service. We were able to cancel them so they can go back in service. We had another mental health subject that was in the backyard. We got the call. It was a similar street. It ended up being in Atlanta, but we were able to get to the street because there was a gentleman that was in a crisis. He was throwing stuff out the back of his house. We were able to go over there. And yeah, it was a call that came in to Dunwoody, but it was actually an address in Atlanta. It was just a mistake through 911. No. So the call was meant to go to Atlanta, but it came to us. So we were able to get out there before and be like, no, that's not our jurisdiction. So we were able to say, that's not us.
Went to our address.
Correct. We went to our address in our city.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. Correct. And not only that, we had, and obviously we blurred out the video because, this is a public forum. But when I saw the video, he had a bird tattooed on his neck. And as far as that drone was away, we could zoom in and we looked at the bird on his neck. We had his photo. We knew that was him. He never saw us coming.
That's great.
And another success story before I move on, was a shoplifter. A lot of the shoplifters, they'll head from the mall. It was a gentleman in overalls. He stuck all the clothes into the belly or the bib of the overalls. And we watched him on the platform before we could approach him. And we sitting there, we could see the tags hanging off of the clothes. Yeah, just multiple success stories. So now, once we get this radar in place and we get this second approval from FAA, the officers and supervisors that have the 108 certifications, if they go to the scene, all they got to do is hit on their computer launch drone, and it'll launch and go straight to the area and hover over the scene until we can get up there and we can control it. It can also be done through the real-time crime center, so they can monitor it and, also, coach the officers in safely. And the drone changes the battery itself. So if it feels the battery's going low, it goes back, it lands in the pod, it'll exchange the battery, it'll launch again and go right back to the scene. So average time right now is 35-40 minutes of flight time, depending on wind, and stuff like that. It's not cheap. It's not cheap. Flock is working with us, January through July. I've been speaking with Richard Plateau about funding it for the rest of the year. And then the recurring cost would be $200,000 a year.
So. The last one.
Yes, ma'am.
So what, that. Educating us.
Educating, and
But you're right, it's part of the,
Will be a budget adjustment.
there would be,
But if they have funds for until staff.
That's right.
positions, they have to come to us.
there has been a budget adjustment, there's one from personnel into operating, but still, it can be done, within the budget. AI personnel.
it's another set of eyes. Another set of eyes.
And this is a subscription in essence, so it's not a capital investment, correct? So.
We don't own them.
We're leasing it.
That's not operating.
We're leasing it.
Yes.
It covers all the maintenance, covers some battery life. It covers all of that, and it's
The landing station.
it's on the roof. Yes, ma'am.
So that 100K is already accounted for in our budget. Testing for July through December.
No, we're working on it.
It's free now.
Yeah.
It's 6 months free in July through December. We want to keep it the rest of the year.
All right, so this is an action item. This is it's gonna go on the whiteboard then, for next steps.
Right. So the next steps would be to bring a budget amendment. Did anybody have questions about the use of drones?
I can talk hours. So if you got questions, throw them at me. So they have a different drone program. They're not using Aerodome right now. They are spending 1.2 or 1.3 million on their drone program, but it's one person that launches the drone and sends it out. It's nothing like this technology, and this is a heck of a lot cheaper than what they're doing. Now, Aerodome did go over there to Brookhaven, and that's what they're looking at their next step, because they can cut all of that money out of their $1 million pretty much out of their budget going to this Aerodome.
But I'm gonna say this.
Subscription based for subscription based.
But I'm gonna say this, we've always been, some other cities are bleeding edge on technology. I won't name them because they're on the record. We've always been a lot more conservative and waited. And we've ended up with better technology. We wait, we observe, we watch, we do a lot of research on it. This we did research on. Flock loves us as a partner. The same on the Flock cameras. 2 other jurisdictions went with different cameras, different types. They didn't have anywhere near the technology of these systems. Of course, technology will continue to advance, but like I said, they were bleeding edge and it wasn't ready. Now, this is definitely ready, but it will improve over time. Hopefully the cost will come down.
Circling,
Go ahead.
circling to Lynn's comment about use of drone. I'm assuming it's only for official business. You don't need to have some sort of internal policy about, you can't just go see what your neighbor's doing in their backyard.
Absolutely, we do have a drone policy.
Chief, what's your coverage on 285 and where do you see it being used? 285.
It covers all 285. Yeah, by the time it gets down towards the end, it's got to come back. But when our last overturned vehicle that we had that was coming off ADR ramp flipped over, we were able to hover over that before our officers even got there. So we were able to start. I think it was a triple alert. I think that we had to start, which is getting, because it was going to shut down 285, or it did partially shut down 285. But we were able to get over there. We could see that it was on fire, and hover over it and tell our officers which way to go. 285, it is so difficult. Is it before ADR? Is it west of CDR? Do I need to get over here? And the drone, as soon as we have an incident, if it's not already launched, we launch it and go out there.
So in reality, what's your need for second?
To cover the whole city. So yeah, so if we had a second drone, we could cover.
Probably get the annex.
Yes, sir. Yeah, that'd probably be the best spot for it.
And what's the budget for that?
Double that. Yes, sir. Be 400,000 a year. I can ask. Buy one, get one. You never know.
They already got a discount for the first 6 months.
We did.
Let me ask you a question.
Yes, sir.
With the second one, what is the coverage? What is the blind spots? What are the blind spots in the city? The second, I'm guessing north, west, northeast corner.
Yeah, we just have to strategically place them. So right now, on top of our city hall, is perfect. So if we could get one over there towards the annex somewhere or even further, we would not have any blind spots. No,
You need another radar.
let me check on that. I think the one radar will cover both drones. I'll check on that.
There's an opportunity for a partnership with a neighboring jurisdiction, but maybe not, maybe.
It becomes a conflict at that point because of the usage of the drone.
And it has to be through a Flock OS system.
Right. You need to be certified too.
Would the single freshwater source for the entire county population in the city of Dunwoody, maybe they would like to have partnered.
They can pay there. Part of ours, yes.
There,
They can
maybe
pay
they
for
could
it.
help chip in.
That's right.
If we had it
That's a different cost.
on a waterworks property.
Yes, sir.
My thing, just curious on this whole response time thing, so like if from 0 to VMOS on station, so like say you had a crash on 285 over by ADR. What was the time from like requesting to have it on site on a station?
I mean, it'd be within 2 minutes, I would say. Yeah, two minutes. We've had excellent response times with that, because it's just, I mean, because we're just sitting there waiting, and right now it has to be line of sight, so we can't go farther than what they can see from the rooftop until we get the radar. But yeah, we just say launch drone, it goes up, it's around 35-40 miles an hour, just zips over there because it's straight, no obstacles, and can hover over there. So
operationally though, until we get the radar, you gotta have somebody. Was it somebody just getting up on that roof on that?
there's a tent up there, and they just sit there and wait. Yeah. So we've been launching the drone all day.
That would go away. That would go away.
It'll go away.
Right now. Yes. Yes. 24/7.
Yeah.
If you get the FAA certification, you need.
Right.
Correct.
And that's in the works.
It's kind of cold at night.
Yeah.
We did add a restroom up there because when the.
Let's keep going. All right, we got EMS. We have EMS.
Given instruction.
EMS.
All right, so EMS. Last month, I put out an RFI, request for information from them. My question to them was, can we track if a responding fire engine or rapid response vehicle is BLS or ALS? And if so, is there a way to track that presence in the city in 2024? And then our second question was, what is the average time response for an ALS qualified individual, either fire or EMS, for the year of 2024? That was the guidance I was given. We have not received that information yet.
You'll forward me that.
There, okay, I will. I can forward you the responses. He says the other requests are more complex from a data standpoint. So
Right.
they're not saying no.
So one of the concerns I have had is that, as you all may be familiar, part of the assurances we got when ambulance response comes up terrible was that it didn't matter, literally, it did not matter because fire was always going to respond first. Right. In reports I got in the last year or so, when I had complaints, it was apparent that fire was not responding.
That's
So
accurate.
when we made the first complaint, they said, okay, we'll change it. Tell me if I'm wrong here, but
No, I'm
I
listening.
think they said, we'll change it if it's a senior who fell, that we will dispatch fire first, like we will make sure it's dispatched. Because they're triage, I can appreciate, but given that 95% of calls that are answered by fire departments are not fires. I'm not convinced, not 100% convinced that when you call 911 for a health emergency, that the armed vehicles the fire. And that's what I want to know. That's what she was trying to get.
Right.
Trying to get an understanding.
Well, and there, one thing, caveat on it too, with the rapid response vehicle was supposed to be an automatic response. In other words,
Yes.
keep the fire truck in the station, but then not a
Right,
rapid
there's supposed to
response.
be a response
Right.
vehicle.
Which is a good
They
system,
had an
but
experience with one. They don't know.
No, we have
No,
one in
no.
one of the 3 stations has rapid response.
So what's happened since is, you know, we had paid for this extra ambulance for 12 hours. This is the report. We've seen a really nice improvement. If you haven't seen this data already. Every month, you've seen a really nice improvement over where we were a year ago, or before we had the ambulance. And where we are in the system and the process, so taking us back to when we first started talking about this in like 2017. The missing piece of discussions back then is that the solution that was being asked for wasn't possible. Ambulances are regulated by the public health department. The changes, there's a legislative change that would need to happen for cities to be able to have their own. It's extremely complicated. It was clear, even GMA, the pre-pandemic, it was just done. Go to a DeKalb County mayor's meeting, and I would be representing us, and I would say who's having trouble with ambulances, and the mayors would all shake their heads. Some of the city managers would say before, but nobody was interested in making it a deal. Post-pandemic, it's not just DeKalb, it's a lot of issues statewide. So it became a legislative priority for the Georgia Municipal Association to make a change. Turns out it's really harder than simply saying cities can have their own zones, because in Georgia, there are cities that take up so much of a percentage of a county. If the city had its own zone, nobody would serve the rest of the county. So GMA's kind of backed away from that. But they're working on solutions, but the governor made it very clear last year that was not his priority. So that leaves us with the zone one. And they formed a committee, which met in January and is gonna meet again in July. And I went to the full committee meeting a few weeks ago and spoke about, so DeKalb is taking some steps. They're putting some county money into the system. They are allegedly, they plan to add more vehicles. What they're not doing, which is what I think is really critically important, is self-dividing themselves into zones. So in Metro Atlanta, the largest county, Fulton is rezoned. And Platinum.
Right.
Cobb is 2. Gwinnett is doing best practices, which is still sorting through their fire department, that was the best practice. And then DeKalb is only 1 zone, so of the major, right, and so I made the point at the meeting I was at, that there's no scenario where somebody in Dunwoody should have to wait for an ambulance from Stone Mountain, or vice versa, or Stone Crest, or Whitby Mountain, whatever it means. I have spoken to several people on the committee. They disagree with me. We'll see what happens there, but I keep driving home this geography to the decision makers. And the AMR representative believes that when they get everything done, that we won't need to pay for our ambulance. We'll have enough vehicle stations. That's what we call. But we have this year funded this year to figure it out. And it's not just us anymore. It's still not as much awareness as I wish there was in DeKalb County, because as bad as we are, or as bad as we were. But Brookhaven is taking a huge public stance on this. So we're working with our other cities and trying to work through the process of time by state law.
Chief Fulham has been very responsive to us. I mean, he understands.
I actually got a complaint yesterday. Checking to see if she sent me the information, but it doesn't sound great. But it's hard at this point to know if it was one issue or an
Yeah, we, Eric and I met, the former mayor for Johns Creek, and he's actually. He's saying that if we send him those complaints, that he will do the full research background with that. I haven't used him yet, we haven't received many complaints, but.
I do think things are bad. And this complaint was for
Before.
Well, the biggest thing is, you know, consider what are we gonna do when the money runs out?
I still don't think we have enough information to make an informed decision. This report doesn't tell me much of anything, quite honestly. The numbers look great, but what is it comparing to? This is only one unit, NA60, the one we're paying for. It is not the other units that the city is supposed to be at. If this is only 1/3 of our handling 1/3 or of the responses.
Yeah, because
so 2/3
12 hours a day.
2/3 of the information we need is not in this report. What is the improved response time measuring against, because this unit didn't exist prior, was that the city's average response times?
Yes.
Versus what this one unit is responding to, is that correct, or is this the new city average, because it says NA60?
What it doesn't include is from when the 911 call comes in. So there's that, when the 911 call comes in, it doesn't measure it. So what's not included there is that time from the 911 call to when it's dispatched. So who knows how long it stays in that queue.
Right, but what I'm saying is, what I don't understand, this is just this one unit's response time. What are the other responses?
And that's what my request for information is out. We'll cover that with all the ALS, BLS responses from all the units that come into our city. And he said that's gonna take some time.
I'm
I said
afraid,
to him last month.
which I don't understand, because we used to get that report all the time, used to get it.
You're not, so, yeah, I guess not getting that. So you should get a monthly report.
And because
I don't get the monthly, I
Yeah.
get the weekly
Well,
NA60.
since we've gotten that ambulance, they've shifted how they do the reporting, they're kind of focused on that one. The problem with that one, though, the problem with that one too, remember, this one only responds to the major issues.
Right.
Part of what we said was, that's not to respond to minor issues.
They've expanded it, so now there was, because at first, remember, they were sitting on.
Yes,
So now it looks like they're answering.
sure, more,
Or
when available.
7 to 9 is probably dropped.
And also, I mean, it's not. When you look at the map of where it responds, it's mostly in a perimeter, which is fine, that's where a lot of the calls are, but this isn't helping someone that lives in Fontainebleau or Dunwoody North or anything like that. It's not improving their response times. What is the rest of our service that we're getting? What is the overall impact on our and my concern when we're evaluating this, and I've said it before, is are the units that we are supposed to be getting without our additional, are they now going elsewhere? Are we paying to get the same service? We're paying more to not get enhanced service, is my concern. And again, we used to get those numbers. I don't understand why it's so difficult for them to provide it now, which the skeptic in me says maybe the story isn't what they want it to be. I hope that this is successful. I genuinely do. I hope this is making a difference. I don't know if we have the information to say that with any sort of clarity.
I will say that our complaints are way down, and so I think that's part of the narrative though too, it's whatever, it's not science-based. Why don't we ask Mike Bachler, why don't you send your data request to Mike Bachler?
Yeah, that's the mayor,
That's
the former mayor of Johns Creek.
Send him the, say, we need this information. Because
Yeah.
AMR, what's his involvement?
He works for AMR. He works. Yeah. But yeah, but I mean, this is a major concern that I have along with Jay, along with Richard Plato. We cannot afford this, and we relay that to the county. This is because we have special funding. Once that funding's over, unless y'all do something different, we cannot afford to have it changed. So I wanted to make sure that was, I mean, that's where we are, unless y'all give us different direction. But I don't want to.
That's up for us to figure out.
It is.
We're gonna get money for all of these one-time funds that we use.
Right.
And then
Okay.
I want to
Right.
make,
It is, yeah.
and I want to make a point though that if they're not getting fire trucks out there first, so we have a bigger problem than just ambulance response time, because that's everyone's model, I think, though in Georgia.
Sure.
You know, fire service. And so I think that, you know, to be fair, we have, I've been advocating. So one of the members of the bigger committee came up to me after the meeting that I went to from Clay County, and they never privatized. So they're spending a few $1 million a year on ambulance service, but he thinks that's the right thing to do. And I think that's the right thing to do. You know, when the cab went to private ambulance service, they did it because of the recession. Recession is long over. And, you know, as taxpayers, we're paying for it one way or another in a lot of ways. And so so they are putting skin in the game, so to speak, finally, because they had a $0 contract. I've never understood. And so you know, they're claiming with all this money, they're gonna be able to do X, Y, Z. And have these rapid rescue vehicles but I did just see that Sandy Springs, these are some of the opportunities we don't have because we don't have our own everything. Sandy Springs is starting, it has a different name, but I think it's rapid response on their own through their fire department. I'll find it as well. And I kind of wonder, again, I don't know how we pay for it, but we need to have these like we need them to have these rapid response vehicles on the road, like up and down, so that if you have a broken arm, they, you know, the best example I have of most recent complaint, which ended up being a 911 issue or not a ambulance issue, was that she that someone like her mother had fallen. She's 80, her mother's 101. And she couldn't take it. She didn't need an ambulance. No. She didn't think she needed an ambulance. She thought she could drive her mother herself, but she could not get her up. And there was a disconnect, but that's like a perfect thing for a person in a truck. I'm going to say that, but that's all that she would have needed. It would have been a 10-minute visit, or maybe they would have wanted to put her in the ambulance. But regardless, that's the kind of thing. We have a lot that aging society.
My son's a fireman. I can tell you that firemen will fight the fires for free because they get paid to pick the old men up off the floor on the mountain. It's numerous calls that helping people.
Article months ago about that, like what you're saying.
Do we know, has the CAD model gone back to fire dispatches regardless? Or are they still waiting for a fire?
No, we get engines that come out to the scene.
Okay.
They're usually the first ones to show up there. The trucks. Right, yeah. Yeah,
But
so they're
we'll
coming
have
out.
that changed.
Right. They didn't totally change.
So we're
Yeah, we're getting, the engines are coming out when we request them. Yeah, they're 90% of the time first on the scene.
So that's good. That's a big deal.
It is. All right, any other comments? BMS. Okay, the next few things I'm gonna talk about are staffing and technology. I just kind of, before I flip the slide, I kind of want to show you where we're at right now, personnel wise. So right now we have 8 openings. We have sworn, yes, ma'am. All of our civilian staff, we're full now with our public safety ambassadors. They're finishing up their training. You'll see more of them on the road as well, which have been a huge asset to the officers that have been out there. Currently, right now, we have 8 openings. I've got 6 sworn in backgrounds. I've got 3 more sworn coming into PT this month, and I've got 1 non-sworn in the background as well. All pretty solid candidates. City manager signed a conditional offer Friday. I've got an interview. Last Friday. I've got an interview this Friday, and I've got another interview next Thursday. All very solid sworn candidates. So we're starting to see, we're seeing an influx of applications right now, good quality, solid applicants. I'm very optimistic of getting closer towards our being fully staffed. Last year, detectives worked almost 1,300 cases, and patrol responded to about 5,400 incidents. That is a lot. So with our Part 1 crime per officer, right now we sit at 26.5 Part 1 crimes per officer with our staffing. Part 1 crime, that's going to be your larcenies, your thefts, your more serious crimes, aggravated assault, murder, something like that. Yeah, larceny, that falls under it, yes, ma'am. That is the highest right now in Metro Atlanta. The average is about 15. So if we were to add 100 I'm sorry, to get us up to 100 officers, that would bump us down to about 18 Part 1 crimes per officer. So I just kind of want to tee that up of kind of where we're at with the amount of work that comes in, what our officers are handling every day. So this is what I'm asking for now. So for staffing, with the increase with our crime, excuse me, our special investigations unit, that was another additional 4 positions that moved over to our investigations. I would like to add an additional major to our staff. And the reason being is because our span of control, meaning the amount of people we supervise per, the span of control, the amount of people that you supervise is getting greater. What I've never wanted was too many chiefs, not enough Indians. But right now we're getting at that point. I just swapped my 2 majors. One went to admin, the other one went over to patrol, and the admin major is taking more responsibility off the plates, especially of our admin staff upstairs. So we've increased the admin staff over there as well. It's also going to be part of my succession planning. I'm always going to have succession planning. No, I don't plan on going anywhere anytime soon, but being able to develop a 3rd major that could potentially become a deputy chief eventually, that'll give me a bigger pool. A lot of promotional opportunities. That'll open up a lot more promotional opportunities, which will increase retention and morale. Real-time crime center. Right now, if we want to see the success of the real-time crime center, I would like to get at least 2 civilian personnel to work it. Right now, we're using LD as light duty. We have some light duty officers that are in there, and our public safety ambassadors. Those were the 2 that were we were waiting to uniform for back order for whatever reason. We're waiting. Now they're trained. Now they're not going to be in there. So we do have our crime analysts. We do have our property and evidence technicians going in there, especially if we have a critical incident. We can just go in there and operate it. But I want somebody in there pretty much full time. And then I would also like to add 2 additional patrol officers just strictly for patrol. Right now with, this is the most staffing that we've had. The relief is there, but I want to add a little bit more relief. Now, I'm not talking, the Barry Dunn study is requesting more than this. But I'm going to look at that for the 26 budget from what their recommendations were. But for right now, my focus is on the real-time crime center because I want to get that staff so we can, that's an extra set of eyes and ears for our officers that are out there responding to the calls. Any questions from a staffing standpoint?
Questions.
Yes, ma'am.
So of the Part 1 crimes, what percentage of those are shot? Like the 1 job?
I'd have to look that up. I don't have that.
And
Staff.
are there different models? Like, are there, we can't be the only, it sounds like we're the only city in Georgia, did you say Georgia, Sanders, or Metro Atlanta?
Metro Atlanta. I'm just the North Metro Atlanta.
That has a mall. I just can't figure out.
They don't respond to shopping. Yeah. They don't even respond to
One of our neighboring cities stops.
So there's a budget request that's going to be presented to council in the next few weeks. So where are we with this mid-year budget adjustment and our funds been identified for this?
I will work with Richard Plato on that. But yes, this is a request that I would like to put.
Are we creating the real-time crime center? I assume that's not a sworn officer.
Correct, civilian.
You would not.
Are we creating a new position on the org chart?
Yes.
For this, and salary?
Yes, sir.
Has been determined?
Yeah, what's-
No, it has not been determined. I just wanted to put this in front of you to kind of get some
Will they
feedback.
be 7 or you don't?
No, we'll have designated hours. We'll have them at our peak time hours.
If this comes to us, we make sure you can give us the work chart, give us where you are now versus what you're going, so we can see the span, so we can see where the new officers are, the new staff members. What your ideal staffing goal is.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'll give you 2. I'll give you 1 for now, and then I'll make 1 for 26.
Yeah, this is near term.
Yes, sir. I've got the org chart for this one, but
As far as the eight vacancies, that doesn't change the staff and the public charge at all. When those 8 officers come on, they're just gonna be part of the team and supervise.
correct, yes, ma'am.
So it doesn't change.
Correct,
All the funding for the. Right?
absolutely, yes, ma'am, yeah.
So I'm. Yeah. So you find the funds, I'm fine with this. But you're adding 2, because you're confident you're gonna get 8. Like I don't, you know how.
Optimistic, yes, ma'am.
Add positions if they can. Not necessarily.
And I will make sure that I'm closer to being fully staffed before I even present this, so I will.
No, but I want you to ask the other thing.
Yes,
Like you
okay,
should go ahead and you could ask for the 2, because it's not 10.
Right.
But, you know, I remain concerned. Just telling council that we are woefully understaffed compared to our neighbors. We see the data before and look at the truth. While, and I think we need to figure out what tools we're going to use, whether it's drones or more ambassadors, once we get that up and running, evaluate it. What is it that we're going to do?
you know, the technology piece has been such a huge, a force multiplier. However, visibility, boots on the ground is what we say, is the biggest deterrent of crime. And that's getting our officers out there, stopping cars. We have a very proactive agency, and they get out there and use the technology to their benefit, to our benefit. And the word gets out. But when you see visibility, when the riots were going on in Atlanta, when we showed, put a show of force around the mall, they kept going on 400 and over around 285.
I forgot to ask about the drone. What's the length time?
Excellent. It's got FLIR technology. Yeah. So, perfect for, we have that elderly person wander off, send it up, go over, it's got heat signature. It's fantastic.
We did think if the second drone would actually be saving resources, would it be an additional, what's the cost? I want to get the first one successful, if that second drone were to eat into your part, sense of, I'm just thinking. The far east, southeast side of Dunwoody, might have to need for some drone coverage from time to time.
Yes, sir.
I just want to make sure that right now, you know, get them back to fall back, so in reality, have them.
Correct.
I'm just trying to think of what's cost effective, wanting to be successful, you do one first, but after that.
Okay. Sir. Any other questions from Mayor Council?
When you rent those drones, they update them as needed. If they get better
Yeah,
technology, they swap them out.
Yeah, and batteries, of course, they're gonna have a certain life. I think there's 8 batteries that are stored in there, and then they rotate. So when it comes down, changes it out, sends it to charges, the next one comes up. It's the technology. Okay, and I can zip through this real quick. This is just the technology piece of it. A couple of things that we're looking at. So through Flock, Nova right now is an investigative real-time crime database, pulls technology in from our records management system and the computer automated dispatch. Force Metrics also runs through Flock OS, gathers data for officers when encountering suspects, vehicles, people, other law enforcement encounters, mental health, and violent offenders. So essentially, what these do when they encounter these individuals, when they run them, it pulls information from all the surrounding agencies into one, and it'll say, hey, Chamblee just stopped this guy 2 days ago. They got into a fight with him. He was armed, and the information is spontaneous. So one of them is more for investigative, and one of them is more for real time when you're actually out there encountering those suspects. Same with with vehicles. Hey, this vehicle was stopped. Hey, this vehicle fled from so-and-so when you run the tag. And it just allows us to gather more resources once we run this person, run this tag, so we know, and it'll automatically pull all that information in. And I'm only touching the surface on that. It's going to be phenomenal. Nova is through Flock right now. They're putting the data in. I'm working with IT on this. It's at no cost because we're kind of the T&E folks, because we have such a great relationship with Flock. Our 911 system has been excellent. We've actually launched the drone while listening to the live 911 call that comes in. We're launching the drone before we can get the dispatch. So having that person in the real-time crime center at 24/7, they're listening to 911 as it comes in. They're dispatching our officers before it even gets to chat com. Lastly is Taser. The Axon, they are now out with the Taser 10. I'm not comfortable with that Taser yet. It is the latest and greatest. I'm hearing just kind of rumblings around amongst other departments. I think Brookhaven and Sandy Springs both went to it. I want a little bit more data for their effectiveness before I want to look at that. But by the time they have Taser 10, they're probably gonna have Taser 13 by the time, as soon as we got the Taser 7, they went out with the Taser 10. So body cam right now, our body cams are fantastic. If we were to upgrade our body cams, right now, we are able to see live out of our Axon in-car cameras. So at the real-time crime center, some of y'all may have seen that during our weather-related events. We can actually pull up what the officers are looking at. We probably saved an officer's life because he was trying to pull a tree off a live power line. We're yelling him out on the radio, stop. The new body cams also will translate. If I speak to somebody that has a foreign language, I can hold down a button, they can speak into the Axon and it'll translate it for the officer on scene. And it'll also record the data so it can be sent out later. And it comes with use of force reporting and an internal investigation software. Big increase in cost. So for all that right there, it'd go from $220K to about $400K a year. And it's usually under a 5-year term. So we're still doing some research on that technology. And then once we get it in place, like the Nova, once we get that in place, I'll have some real data of what it actually can do and what it has done for the officers in investigating these cases. So,
Sorry, Chief.
yes,
So-
yes, ma'am.
Is it 180? Or somewhere between 220?
It's 180. It's $180,000. So the new cost will be $400K a year to go to that new technology. So we're under a 5-year contract with them. When they come out with a new one, they automatically update you on that. So some of the body cams, like this new one, will also, if the officer falls, and we don't hear anything, so you'll know if the officer falls down or something like that, it'll alert all the other units in the surrounding area. And it'll also give the capability, of our real-time crime center to look at what they're looking at. Right now, we can't look at the body cameras. The new body cameras, we can pull up the real-time crime center and see what the officers are doing. So another huge safety issue for them when they're out in the scene. Helps us during critical incidents. So if we have those real-time crime center employees in there, they can be given real time if this person's in a fight, if they're doing anything, they can be, hey, they're down, hey, they're over here, they can see what the officer's seeing. So I mean, Axon has cornered this technology, it's not getting any cheaper. But the latest and greatest stuff that's coming out is just a huge safety enhancement for the officers that are out there.
The prior slide, of course, it's happening. Goes to facial recognition.
So facial recognition, we have it's a software that we use for that. I don't know if Force Metrics or Nova has that yet. I can double check on that.
I'm just saying, but if I committed a crime, you had a good photo of me, you ran through the system, what do you find? What thing would you have, priors, you have to look in?
Now, all it is an investigative tool. So we'll do it. Can't use it as probable cause. It's just yeah. But yes, as soon as we identify that, that's when we'll start running your priors and histories and find out if it's actually you. If I don't have any other questions, I don't know. Michael Smith and I, we were going to talk about speed limits. So we can tee up that slide real quick. Did you need?
No, speed limits.
And I know, like,
Maybe it was like
Michael, I've seen MD no way, who's speed limit sign.
Yeah, we did, there is a sign up there, yeah. Yeah, so Councilman Seconder requested kind of an overview of speed limits, I guess. I think most of y'all are familiar that we, for the police to run radar, enforce the speed limit and radar, we have to get a permit, say we have to show them all the roads and what the speed limits that we're proposing are. That's actually done through the governor's office and highway safety, I think, but they approved the permit. But they defer to Georgia DOT for evaluating what appropriate speed limits are for different roads, and I think this goes back to not wanting, back when there was the idea of speed traps in rural areas, that people weren't just making up speed limits that weren't appropriate, what people actually drive and the conditions of the road. So our permit, and when the permit's done, it's signed by the mayor, so it comes to city council for approval before we submit it to the state. And the permit that we currently have is expires for next year, 2026. So what we've been working on recently is evaluating speed limits on certain roads, and to request the state to change it, need some backup information, kind of a report that says, here's the conditions and here's why we recommend changing the speed limit, and then they'll look at that and evaluate it. We've made requests in the past, they haven't always been accepted, but the DOT has gotten more flexible in the last couple of years on that. They're being more flexible on approving those speed limits. So right now, the map here shows we've done a couple of these studies, one on Chamblee Dunwoody in the village and on Ashford Dunwoody, that back up, give us enough backup to say we think the speed limit on these sections of roadway can be reduced 5 miles an hour from what it is now. And we're doing evaluations over the next few months on the other roads, shown in purple. The red is a couple of locations that were on Womack near Dunwoody Elementary. We're recommending extending the school zone because of where it starts. It's kind of over a hill, and the visibility could be better to move that, extend that school zone. And then on Roberts, we're looking at shifting the school zone because it hasn't been updated since the school moved. And so we're actually looking at maybe starting the school zone right before the Chamblee Dunwoody Roberts intersection, because walkers that walk from Chamblee Dunwoody walk through that intersection to go to school. So just wanted to give an update and show what we're working on, and I guess if anybody has any concerns about any of the roads that we're looking at as far as not wanting to change the speed or what.
So Winter's Chapel is what, 40?
It's 40, yes.
And there's no way to reach 40 miles an hour.
Back and forth. Double.
Yeah, the challenge there, we actually would like to reduce it to 35, but there's this little section, you know, the north end is Sandy Springs, and they have it posted at 35. I don't know if it's in their permit or if they just did it, I'm not sure, but or if it's always been that way, but then it goes through a narrow section, which is Peachtree Corners, but Gwinnett handles that for Peachtree Corners, and we've reached out and said, hey, we'd like to go to 35 on the whole corridor, and the feedback we got from Gwinnett was we're not really interested in the change.
So
again.
you'll send me that, I'll reach out to their commission chair.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay, because I mean, we could still try to do.
Into Peeler, so that. Because what we want is we want Peeler to be safer. People to slow down. I think part of the reason people are going so fast is they're turning off when traffic on 40 miles an hour. And even if we reduce the speed limit on Peeler, the behavior is less likely to change. I mean, we would have to be able to ticket it, but it's not the same people. I mean, they may slow down. It's a good first step. I mean, it's a good step, but I'd like to ask.
Yeah.
And I'll work with the mayor.
Okay, yeah, that may get something.
Maybe they're not interested.
They just. Well.
Yes, there's section.
Well, I think what would happen is, I'm not sure that the state would approve our request because they're not gonna like going from one speed limit to another and then back to another in a short distance. But it really needs to be, I think it's more likely the state will approve it if we all say the whole road is this. And you mentioned Peeler, we're planning to submit Peeler. I'll say that the study's already been done, or they've already done a preliminary evaluation of that, and they're not. The engineers that are looking at this are not optimistic that we have good documentation to say this should be changed, but we're gonna submit it anyway and see what happens, I guess.
What is that at now? What are we trying to go to?
It's 35 now, and we're looking at 30. I mean, I think eventually when the path is in and we kind of change the character of the road, because that's one of the things they look at is you have a lot of bicycle and pedestrian activity. I think when all that's done, it will be a lot easier to get it changed, but we can try to submit it.
But it's, I mean, that trail along the waterworks functions as a path. There's always activity there. Are we doing this evaluation in the winter? Did we do it just recently? Like, should we wait another month and start over when people are outside because it's spring?
Yeah, that doesn't really factor in so much. As far as when we look at it, but
What is all of this?
they look at the character of the road, the land use, the pedestrian, bicycle activity, school, if there's school or something nearby, the geometry of the road. One of the things on Womack that we may be able to help our case is you've got the hills and the sight distance. So if you can show that sight distance doesn't really work for that speed limit, then that's kind of a slam dunk. But Peeler is long, straight away, no curves really, and so I mean, one of the ways you look at it is, well, even if you sign it at 25 or 30 or whatever, the way that road is, people are gonna get on it to see I can drive 40.
Is there any, I mean, we run radar to see what the average speed is on, in a speed study, or can we just look at? Like the
We can put our speed trailer up there.
I-
And I'm sure we've had.
Can you talk about the 85th, can you talk about 85th percentile?
Yeah, that's another part of the speed study is what are people actually driving out there?
So that is part of it.
Yeah.
And so can you say what that means? The
Yeah, so
85th
we'll
percentile?
do like a 24-hour count and measure all the speeds, and then what historically what has really been used is the guiding line is the 85th percentile speed, which means if it's 30 miles an hour, that means if the 85th percentile speed is 30 miles an hour, that means 85% of the drivers are going 30 or less. So the way it used to be looked at mostly is, well, if everybody's driving, if 85% of people are driving 35 out there now, then you really don't need to make it 30. Because that's not really what people drive. That's gotten a little, as I said, GDOT's gotten more flexible. The whole industry's gotten a little more flexible. That's not as hard and fast a rule that they used to be.
And how long are these permits? You said ours expire in 2026. What's the time frame? How long does it?
I think it's 5 years. Yeah.
I, off the top of my head, I don't recall it. How long, when we, the permits expire?
I've never signed this, I don't think.
I don't remember since I've been in office seeing the time.
The last road that got changed, says for Center Parkway.
Yeah.
That got changed on the back in front of us.
Yeah, that didn't come in front of
I
us.
think Chief Brogan presented this maybe in 2019 or 2020.
Well,
I think we looked it up and found it on the agenda.
Dealer doesn't get approved for rolling, you still have the ability to do some traffic calming on dealer.
Yes, as part of that project, we're looking at traffic calming, like an island at near Four Oaks and then also at Happy Hollow.
Lakeside as well, right? It's getting, it's part of the crossing.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, so three locations. Actually,
those kind of improvements actually help.
right, that's why I say when that project's done, I think hopefully speed will be lower and it'll be easier if we don't get it this time. Get it then.
Can you apply before the permit expires? So once that project is done, they were out of the. Theoretically, it'll be.
Well, I think our current permit will be up before that project stuff.
Why not? So then can we apply?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Like mid-permit.
Yeah, you can make modifications between permits, or you can submit
So you can,
modifications.
that's my
Yeah.
question.
Right, on to the other subjects.
Yeah, so we're all done with these guys. Thank you. There are a number of other things that were brought up. Let me read them real quick, just so you can get a sense of what it is. It's mental health, it's fund public safety, ensure code that reflects vision, police staffing, which we talked about, ambassador citizens on patrol, public safety tax district, and increased police visibility. So I know we got a little leeway on time, but what's your pleasure?
So start, if you read it slowly, if you read the first one, if we've already talked, if you read the title and you've already talked about it, we can. Trouble.
So mental health, I don't think we talked about that.
So what's the deal with our co-responder? Sorry. I'm sorry, we'll take it back up. Co-responder.
Yes. So the name changed to Claritel. We share it with Dorville right now. 80% of the time he's in our city. His name's Julius Horn. He has an office in our city. And basically, one day a week he may go over to Dorville. A lot of times if he just made it respond. He has proven to be a valuable resource. And when anybody that we're dealing with in a mental health crisis, he will come out to the scene so he can make the appropriate contacts to have a 1013 done on that individual. So it is working phenomenal. And the biggest part is our frequent flyers, if you will, the ones that we deal with on a regular basis. He does follow up with them. We'll actually send an officer out with him to go and visit to make sure everything is okay. Ones that repeatedly call 911, repeatedly call our offices, and it has made a tremendous impact in reducing it.
So what's the deal with this position in funding? We know, like you're using.
Our ARPA funding. Yeah.
We are paying for it.
One more year.
So you're talking about billing us
Yes.
for 80%.
This is the final.
This is for the year, yes, it's just here.
There's no more final. This is the end.
So you're talking billing us,
Yes, ma'am.
that you don't think.
The whole the budget conversation
Right,
is
it's a
about
huge budget conversation.
the one time, what's the number, what's the total amount that we're using for operations and payroll ongoing? That we're not using that. Or that we're gonna.
Or
I would be interested in that, to break out what portion of that is.
I think, one question, Jay, is to figure out what tax plan lists. Curious, actually, my first question might be who's paying for it, that's getting it, and who, so can we start?
I already know.
with- Write that question down. Like if every city has, like, cities, everybody still have this position, I thought the state mandated this, but I know they didn't sign it. So, but also, this is something that the cab is, player television cab, right?
It's the Cat Rock and New Time. It's the
It's
old
Cat.
CSP.
The LCSB.
Right.
Any other discussion on mental health? General, give you that action item to kind of look into that, especially those paid for. The other thing was fund public safety.
That's the funding piece.
Ensure code reflects vision.
I shortened somebody that was ensured a rewrite of the code in effect, it reflects the vision.
Under public safety. So
But
honestly, like.
some people, I gotta say, put things under categories that didn't seem like they matched.
Again, that was mine, and my thought was, as we rewrite the code and it's really kind of a completely new form, then we just make sure that it affects our vision, then we will want it to look like.
Oh, you thought
It's
you're
not a
taking down.
public safety.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay,
Yeah.
that was, we called it.
Well,
That's fine, it's fine. It's just.
the goal is discussion.
Did you hear? But speak, keep going.
Okay. All right,
Police staff.
well, police staffing, I think we've already done, ambassador citizen on patrol.
That was
touched on it.
expansion and is it working kind of question, so.
So can we put an end of? Are you fully staffed and are they on the road sheet now?
The public safety veterans are fully staffed. I believe they just completed training last week.
So 6 months from now, so like at the beginning of the quarter, you think you'll have something to report to us about?
I have something now. That I can,
Pretty good.
what the two have been doing. What I'll just tell you what they did for the month of January. I haven't gone through my February stats yet. But just the two, excuse me, just the two of them handled 35 incidents and 13 accidents.
Are
So
they,
that's huge. That's huge taking that off. So even with the 4 now, that's just what they do. They're pretty busy. They've been responding to calls. So once we get 4 in there, I'll have better numbers.
and quickly, are they trained or going to be trained to direct traffic?
Yeah, we actually shut down an intersection last week and had them out there, got them sweating. So we have a full field training officer program for them. Yeah, part of that is we shut down an intersection, they gotta go.
Do the citizen police academy get to practice that too?
No.
Not yet.
Oh, Citizen Police Academy, they.
Gotta graduate. So.
I know, so that's the student I got. He's in. As I work.
All right. Next.
Okay. Public safety tax district. Okay, and finally, it's just a general increased police visibility.
I guess that was mine. I know you're running calls left and right, you're going from call to call to call. I know there's special operations from time to time, you know, going. They have done training, so thank you for that. I guess I'm just trying to think of. You know, a lot of complaints about Chestnut, we've talked about Chestnut, traffic flow and how to stop and improve anything there. I guess my thinking is really on the disability aspect of more. When officers are writing reports, 8 o'clock at night, not much going on. Where are they doing that? Are they doing it roadside? Just as you're driving around town, seeing that police officer on the side of the road, whether you're running radar or not. The visibility of the officers being in the community is helpful and deterrent at the same time. Absolutely. I don't know how much we have sitting roadside, seated intersections, city entrances, sitting in the Peachtree Industrial, North Chapel, side of the road sitting. Not putting miles on the car, you know, the officers are behind me, you know, sitting glass, they can't see through there or not. But I'm just trying to think of the visibility. Is there anything besides asking them to do more? Is there a way to increase it? Does that make any sense?
Yes, sir, it does. You know, and we've got a few technology pieces that kind of supplement that, you know, with our 2 flock trailers, we have them in the parking lots of our heavy hitters where we get a lot of the entering autos. Yeah, so, you know, we encourage them, you know, to be in a high visible area safely, you know, because it's when they're buried in the computer, we like to sometimes say, you know, hey, pull car to car so one can watch and one can type, you know, so we encourage them to get some parking lots. We have a bunch right now, you know, and like I said, the visibility is just more boots on the ground. That's what I need. And we've got 4 in our police training officer program right now. One just got released today. So we're going to have 4 additional officers here by the end of by mid-April, we'll have 4 more that are gonna be out there, plus all the ones that we're bringing in now. So if you're asking me like, hey, can we just set up a car over here? You know, just
I'm not sure
just
if
a
that
park,
makes any sense.
yeah.
I'm not sure if that makes any sense either.
Yeah.
Nobody in, that makes any sense, but again, I'm just looking for. I want to make sure the everyday residents as well as the visitors that are entering, going through our cities, so we need to be there and watch.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, with our call volume, I mean, it is, you know, our day shift officers, you know, they're call to call, and then when morning watch comes in, usually for about 18 to 2200, they're busy. They're busy, and then pretty much after that, it's being proactive, getting out there, stopping cars, because that's the huge, when they see that, the visibility, you know, people know that we're out there being very busy. Yes, sir.
I've got it also, but it may go to our 2026 budget. You're asking, talking about what the Mary done, but a couple years ago, we talked about parks and having presence as well, Rachel, and I know there was talking about staffing, but getting more eyes in out about the parks and stuff. What do we, this is a joint question though. So is it working? What are we doing in the parks for presence, eyes on? And is the unmet need of asking for more staff on the police side as well, for bicycle patrol, whatever it is, we see. And now those folks, you know, what are they doing in the parks today?
You're talking about just data, not specific events, right?
Right, just out and about, looking around and then we notice there's somebody there, yeah, in the middle of a run or wherever.
So for the day, it's anybody, it's like operations staff, to try space. And I have 2 department my full program leaders that are there. 26 hours. But, and primarily they're there for field sites. Field. But in any situation, my team is me something, obviously there's a situation, feel like we did protest something. We still call.
Right, it seems like a fine line, I'm just gonna jump in and we'll mind go around here of. Like, when you get into a dangerous type risky, you don't want to confront, that's not your job, it's like, I'm a sports programming person, I'm a recreation programming person versus a enforcement person. So, yeah, I don't want to have endanger any of those workers out there. And so what are your thoughts and what do you think we should do and how we can get there for that presence out and about in active parks and so on?
Well, it goes back to the part 1 crimes per officer. So adding additional staff, my eventual goal is to have a bicycle unit. With all the trails, with all the parks, I want high visibility in there. You know, yeah, we don't graffiti, you know, what they, you know, stuff that we're seeing, sometimes they're damaging the bathrooms and stuff like that. My eventual goal is to have a bike patrol, a full-time bike patrol, just not my priority right now, due to the fact that, you know, if I take 2 more off the road, that's just more calls, you know, calls for service that the patrol officers have to do. We had one in Marietta, very effective. I mean, it was high visibility. We rode a lot of our low-income areas. It gets them out of the cars, and I like that. When I know that they're stopping, they're getting out of the cars and engaging the citizens, I encourage that highly. And it was very effective. I was on the bike unit at Marietta at one time. We were in the low-income areas, building that trust, you know, especially down in our 40 beat area, down by PIB. We want to make sure we have that trust, and there's no better way than to do that, getting out of the cars.
I by some support for that. Do you think that it's an 26 F line request?
Because we have several that are bike trained. We just bought 2 e-bikes as well, so we have the equipment, we have the staffing. It's just they're just in cars. So
No problem, and I know we want to watch. Let's figure out, we need to have a discussion. So I was at a presentation about crime prevention. Of course, it focuses mostly on crime. But it feels like it's in our situation, something's got to get. And are there national strategies that we should be using, our businesses should be using, or is it just the nature of having 3 million square feet of retail space and there's no solution? I don't know, but we're in a challenging environment, but it feels like in a world full of information that if somebody may be doing something different, I have no idea. Like it's all about technology, right? But also, can we hold the apartment complexes accountable in some way for all the car break-ins? Maybe they could be preventing if they get their gate working. I know Sandy Springs just passed something last year about doors and garages. Something with apartment complexes, a requirement to make them more secure. But like through their code, they changed the code. Is there something we can be doing that makes everybody have to step up? So in a neighborhood, we have neighborhood watches. How do we get the business community to put forth some energy towards this? People should not break into homes or businesses. They shouldn't shoplift. But the behavior's there. How do we? That's not a question for you to answer at another time.
Okay.
That seems part of it.
But I can, I know we're touching time, but yes, I can.
And then the second thing is code enforcement. This question too, which is that I know that the broken window theory has been sort of dismissed, but it's not totally false. And this is an instruction for community development, for Ken who's not here, for right, and Eric, I just looked over, he's not there, but in Eric is that the last, oh, he's right there, sorry. Last year we talked about a light tax, y'all don't believe it's an effect. Other cities across Georgia are declaring properties blight. I am not pleased with how we have handled some of these properties. I think we maybe are giving, I don't want to, when there's a little old lady or man who can't mow their grass, that is not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about investor-owned properties or abandoned properties. What's our strategy? If the blight tax is a tool, what's the strategy? Because with the condition of the real estate market and the number of investors who purchase properties, it's not going to get better. And so what's our strategy? Because that's a public safety problem too. A kid goes in that. In my neighborhood, we had a house that had been abandoned with a swimming pool. That's like to be done. Like, I really think in 6 months, if we need to make policy changes related to life, they need to be presented. Okay.
Like that. If I can jump in, when you also mentioned, you started a little bit on shoplifting aspect. If we were to take shoplifting up to part one crime, how do we compare to other scenes? That would be an interesting conversation to have at some point. But that part one crime is still high in various aspects, but thinking about that in particular. I'm not sure we can wrap our head around shoplifting as much as we can wrap our. It's just, it's a conversation we have. I'm just wondering where we are. If you were to take out shoplifting, but how does that change the definition?
Okay. I can have my friend notes.
I don't know if Georgia law allows, but I recall reading from other states where they put like a nuisance business if you had all these habitual shoplifting, all these calls, there was some kind of a fee that was assessed to that business for use of the tools.
Well, I know there was a jurisdiction, I don't recall which one that said that about Walmart. They had an officer there that was 24/7. Yeah.
Stop answering calls. Then Walmart hired a so they're.
So some strategies on the takeaway.
Yeah, and I know we approached Bill Riley and the court staff about raising, I think we raised the fine to make it a little more stiffer penalty. We still to this day, we don't unless it's like a medical issue, we take everybody to jail at shops, and we want to make that message sent that don't come here and shoplift, but it's got to still occur.
I mean, there may be a shopper ring, but I suspect it's that every time you arrest people you haven't seen. Because if we convict them, they're told they can't be not that it always stops them. But the court told me it's pretty effective. They're told they can't come back for it. That's correct, right? So if they get convicted of shoplifting, it's 6 months. I'm sorry, 6 months. 6 months. They have to stay on. If you often see them in that 6 months again.
How many repeat offenders do you get, Rolanda? Okay.
These conversations on the demand side of how we can. Avoid crimes.
Yeah, you know, we work with GROF, which is the Georgia Retail Organized Crime Unit, and they come in and we conduct operations. It's very effective. But you'll normally only see the big stores, the big anchor stores at the mall, and the other targets, so we would like more participation, with their loss prevention associates to go.
When was the last time we did any publicity on the daily bulletin which shows all the arrests that are happening?
I could probably put out my monthly report.
I guess I'm just trying to.
Yeah.
Share.
It's very public. You can go out and see every arrest, every ticket all day long. I mean, you can see that last month there were 45 people arrested for shoplifting. Here's all their names. Sometimes I think high school kid I might know, but again, point is that it's there, it's public. Coming from a small town newspaper that I used to live at, every week you would look to see everybody who's, got a drunk driving arrest and all that. It was very public. It's the same, it's just now it's on.
Our client's not. Like on the prior.
They're not in. Most of the people aren't in Dunwoody.
Yeah, the majority are non-residents of Dunwoody. The majority of arrests that we've made are not residents.
You're saying something.
Can I just say real quick, I know with time since, one thing you can do outside of this body, besides the government force, and understand that, is the current tort legislation that is going through the legislature is detrimental to people being responsive for civil justice claims on property or other issues. And the biggest thing to get a corporation's attention is to get hit. But when they don't have the responsibility of getting hit anymore, I'm sorry to say, I'm not gonna say they don't care, but they don't notice. And so y'all need to really, you can dig in and look at that tort reform package to make your own decisions. But from a lawyer's perspective, the fear of getting hit is a deterrent. When that fear is removed, because protectionism and tort reform, that's one element of this fight that is gonna go away. So y'all might wanna look at that and talk to your legislature.
All right, I need a motion to recess for lunch.
So moved.
Second.
Good.
There you go. Yeah, but that's not what
It's always going to be. I remember last person the other.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody go run Zoom.
It's 1 o'clock. I resumed. This meeting is resumed. Is that right? Let me know. Meeting resumed.
Well, we're just getting that all ready, so we're gonna kick it off with the operating Dunwoody topic. Boards and commissions, municipal service, bidding. On the parking lot, so we come back to it. We have time, we can go over the parking lot and so. Yep.
Ready.
Ready.
All right, so we were asked to tee up boards and commissions. So we just started by putting every city board and commission on the PowerPoint, and I guess I want to talk a little bit about the time it takes to manage some of these boards. Not all of them are the same. I've got like the URA that hasn't been very active, but then I've got the Art Commission and the Development Authority that are very active. And those two have been very successful with board members who are active and who are passionate about what they do. And so we never have a problem with pulling, never have a problem pulling together. And I invest quite a bit of time in between meetings, creating relationships, making sure they're engaged and whatnot. I don't know. Richard, do you have anything else to?
No, I have the Construction Board of Adjustments and Appeals, the Planning Commission, Sustainability Committee, and the Zoning Board of Appeals. The Construction Board of Appeals has not met at least 8 years. Yeah.
Training or for an appeal?
No, not for an appeal.
Yeah.
Not for an appeal.
Yeah.
Right.
So I think that we've got a lot of boards.
Yeah.
In committees.
We required to have that construction.
I don't believe so. Yeah, I would like to do away with it.
Do you know, Ken, if we got if that's required of the construction board of appeals? I thought it was for, I thought there had to be a relief to the building code.
It's with metal buildings, and we don't allow metal buildings, so.
It doesn't have anything to do with metal buildings.
Oh,
It has to do-
that was a lie.
Yeah, it has to do with construction.
Relief to the construction code.
All these years when I drive through Georgia towns with metal buildings like cities, like, oh, they must have a construction. We should send one visit to do. Somewhere, someone should make a list that one, not, but that's what we need to understand why we have it. We don't need that.
What alcohol, same way.
Alcohol, they like every time.
They're getting that, right?
They've got-
Whatever we do.
So essentially, to answer John's question, I was looking at this real quick, John, and it kept the card and it says you have the right to this.
Well, we need to know if we're required to have it by the state,
Yeah, that and candidates.
right, when you find out. That's what we need.
Did they permit anything? Did they approve anything? Did they recommend anything for y'all's approval?
So that,
I don't know what they did.
no, I think they waive building codes, right, that, and somebody wants to waive the building code.
Yeah, and there's specific recommendations that you can sit on it, has
Right.
builders and whatnot. Planning Commission and ZBA are working okay. I've sent multiple trainings out to them. They do not respond. Mostly because they can't take that much time off of work. DBA, excuse me, for the ARC training of 4 days, so, but even 1 day for. ARC.
What about you?
Yeah, that's a 1 day training.
That's hardly say.
No, maybe it's for you all, but not for.
Planning commission is required to train.
Yeah, I thought, when I was,
Right.
there were like a big training.
Our ordinance does not require.
I think the state law is contrary. You know, we're contrary to state law.
We're gonna talk about that. Let's go through the presentation.
So last year, afternoon, some of you all, we met and you all.
Can I answer that one question real quick? Apparently Georgia law does not require construction board of appeals in the state. Local municipalities and counties can establish such boards and handle appeals related to building codes and interpretations, but if you didn't have one, the appeal would be directly to them. So it's really a due process issue. You go back to y'all.
So last year, from the meetings we've had, you all can try to implement the training. Again, it's hard for most of those people because they don't get paid, so we thought about paying them $100 to show up for the meeting or $150. That didn't go anywhere. Cut out the budget this year. So we're back in the same place.
Yeah, we just.
Yeah.
Can I add one more thing before I said Mayor?
Yes.
So apparently, if you don't have a local board, which is not mandated, the matter could be referred to the Department of Community Affairs, I guess, for review, but I think y'all would be the normal health.
I have a question. So if we have an existing board that has a board member that is not doing what you're supposed to, or it's causing strife. We have what is the process for swapping out?
We don't have a process.
So usually
We need to establish.
yeah, I'll bring the topic up with the mayor. And then council can.
Can.
Aside from the authorities are different. Development.
Oh, right.
Yeah,
development authority
is a
state.
Right, but our own. So have we ever removed anybody? During their term, are there?
So here's what your charter says right now, 2.84. Any member may be removed or caused by the mayor and the majority of council.
So that's the definition of
That just. It's probably broadly interpreted based on what y'all want it to be, and I don't know what the trend is. Board's in favor. And I say,
But he just signed the answer.
right. I think most of the
That's
time,
usually what
I
yeah.
think most of the time that kind of thing is handled. Hey,
Right.
this is what's gonna happen. Give them a chance to. do it on something.
I did it once. We did it once.
just so everyone can see.
On this subject, in the recent, I sent an email about regarding the onboarding. And the, you know. Putting that in, so are we implementing that from bringing on board members now?
So one of the boards, for instance, Richard does it with his boards, Michael does it with his boards. I do it, I have a couple of boards now that come from license people with an attorney, they have an attorney. They have me as their own attorney that I work with. So that's how that's done.
Do we, across the board, give them, so is there like a checklist that we make sure that that board chair or somebody is attesting to that they received it, or are they signing off that they received open records, open meeting, they sign off on an expectation of a board member, what we expect out of them? Are we doing that?
So. The way the process works now. The mayor picks from a list of people who have filled out an application. And then it goes to you all for approval. Doesn't specifically say that she has to talk to either of us, but. Be very helpful.
Yeah, I just really would like, I'd be up for paying them a small stipend for in exchange for them meeting expectations. And that's professional, it's minimum of understanding Georgia law and their role. It's a public official in that capacity, and then as well, professional development.
So I don't think a small stipend can compensate people for technical failure. unlimited vacation days, et cetera. What I do think we should be doing better, or could be doing better, is when I got on the, we were brand new. We may have had like a Saturday meeting, nobody came to the event, but you can take, not, like, we could take a regular meeting. And they could have open, you know, GMA scheduled 3 hours for open meeting, but we could consolidate it for the purpose of planning commission to an hour. And then some basic 101 zoning stuff. You know, whatever they need to know, and you could even do part 1, part 2, part 3, and you can dedicate an hour. There's no, you know, once they're there for their meeting, especially because it's evening meetings, it doesn't probably matter if it ends at 7:30 or not. Right, to food. So I think that there's a legitimate need to probably make sure we're doing open meetings and open record training. And then for the boards that need more than that, that don't have an attorney on their staff, like alcohol review, that's have an attorney. You know, the boards that don't, they would need maybe more training, but also subject matter. It's like, here are the criteria. I mean, it's fairly straightforward.
Yeah.
Here's the criteria you can use to do it.
Yeah, we've gone over that with them.
Right. That's what I thought.
Eric came and gave a presentation as
Right.
well, so they've had it.
The challenge we have is that we have sort of not constant, but steady changes. And how we onboard people, what that looks like. And to Joe's earlier point, this could be an opportunity not to do it for everybody, but if somebody moves in the middle of the cycle and you replace them, maybe it's video. You know, maybe there's the open meetings, open records video.
And Mayor, there is a provision in the charter about moving, except as otherwise provided, and each board of commission member must be a resident of the city. Should the board member move out of the city, he, and I probably presume that, and or she may remain active until the mayor and council appointed replacement. So
But generally speaking, in my experience, people that move, they're not moving for Canada. They're not locally anymore to serve. But I think that can be an action, like develop a unified onboarding strategy for our board commissions. Because it keeps us out of trouble too.
And something that they just sign off on. I'm subcontracting right now. I did a test of reading the employee handbook.
Yeah, we've already done that. We have them sign it. They've been through it. Yeah.
So it could be that they're getting enough, down to be quiet, but if you feel like there's a need for more zoning, you know, beyond. You know what I'm saying?
I like that idea, but I want to just have it inside of the tip. And it's
Video.
101 of what that you need.
And a lot of this is done just over time, as new board members come on. That's certainly the case at Development Authority. Our commission is a little harder because they were created at one time and there was no one on there, but you have 5 members who've been on there for 5 or 6, 7 years. They know the process and there is a learning. It just takes a while to learn.
Well, I think it's a lot to learn. I think that a challenge we face is when, like, yes, your development authority has been there together forever, some of them, most of them, but then somebody leaves, because that's happened. We replace it with one person in, you know, October of a random year, that person may never get the group, you know, the full training. I don't know, maybe they are. But
So they have to do training as
well,
well.
the development authority has a different
Their own
set of
training.
process. Not a good example.
Well, Mayor, one thing I'd like to see y'all do is when it's time to make a new appointment, I'd like for them to, for the person before they're appointed to meet with the sponsor. What I consider the sponsor, if it's planning commission, Richard needs to meet with them, zoning board of appeals, let them know what they're getting into. Let's do a background check on them too. You know, to make sure they don't have a criminal background. And then we go from there. Yeah, that would be my recommendation. Because otherwise it creates problems for us.
You really need to find somebody who's passionate about that. It may be easier to find that for art or development authority. what zoning might be more difficult, but you have to want to do this.
Like they'll check anything on an application, and so they don't even get to talk to you. Because when I describe it,
But they don't want it.
they don't want. it.
Yeah.
So, it's
I'm not surprised.
Nice being on ZBA.
It's I think it feels. Like usually what they'll say is, I'll say, here's an opportunity. Here's where you can find out more information. And they often get back quickly to me. I will tell you, attorneys are often the ZBA is appealing to them, it's in their nature, skill set. I think we're gonna talk about in the chart. The charter. Looking at what we need to update.
Right, like construction board.
And then also membership. Fixing some of that. But also, it sounds like what I'm hearing, which I'm not saying directly, is that some of these boards and commissions are creating too much work, or not too much work. Or creating too much work for staff. I can't think of
And what's the staff hours demand?
It's a lot. I'll be honest,
And
it is.
so-
If you manage a board the right way, you're spending a lot of time.
So.
Not just proactively, but reactively. I mean, the thing about them being passionate is they have a lot of ideas and they want to do a lot of things. And we spend, at least I do, spend a lot of time saying, well, we need resources to do that. Or that's not your job. So it's a lot.
So it sounds like I probably need to set some expectations. But also we may need to set some boundaries. Like, this is like, and I don't have in my head design yet. Boundaries, probably not the right word, but a design, like
A vision for what
design.
things.
Well, a system design of, we're gonna have a meeting. Our meetings are this day. I can't even do this a lot, but some process by which we communicate, I communicate expectations, not just what you're gonna be doing. But this is how you access, this is when you present an idea, something. Like, I feel like maybe the meetings would be a little longer if they were also in a few bodies, because most of these bodies are legislative or judicial. Only a couple, because CBB is not even in our, we don't have to use the point.
Yeah.
Each of them appoints a member, each district appoints a few members, but we don't run that one, but the rest of them. There's a few boards that are idea generators. And that's probably where the struggle comes.
So one of those is the sustainability committee, and Rob and I talked, and I shared with them my idea of. They're frustrated because they don't have work.
Right.
Staff does everything, so they just come around talking about sustainability.
Right. So that's why I assigned Rob. We didn't point it out. Well, actually, let me state it back. That's why I asked for a volunteer from council to try to wrap our arms around what John would tell you was the role and vision of sustainability, where we've ended up, and how to harness whatever. I trust them.
Yeah.
I'm gonna trust any of the other ones that you could volunteer. Try to wrap our arms around it so that everybody reaches a point of contentment. Should I assign a council person to art? That would help.
Yeah, I mean,
They need influence too, right?
yeah, they meet at 7:30. I mean, they're very active. That is certainly not their issue. I think the issue is resources and desires to do more, which is great. Right? It's.
And so. It's good.
But I think council people joining these meetings is fantastic. I think the boards enjoy that. They want to know that you think that what they do is important and you understanding what they go through. Joe came to a meeting, a couple of months ago.
My one concern, I have a concern with that with a handful.
Right.
Like planning, zoning, where. Sure. Our presence couldn't be seen.
It's putting a thumb on them.
I will walk in those, thank them for serving. I have to do the building still and leave. Stay.
Just about the staff hours and the demand of workload, not only is it on one extreme, it's like one side is try to focus on the scope of whatever that person's role in the board is. But on the other hand, it is where we want to be as a city, you know, in the next 5 to 10 years. Do we need more staff to do more things? What are our citizens' expectations, and inside are they? Do we need more staff to manage any of these activities at the end of the day? Also,
So like yesterday, Rob was mentioning that he wants to pursue going carbon neutral. Well, that's gonna, since we're the staff, that's gonna fall on us, and so we'll probably need an additional person.
Those are the kinds of things we think to adopt. There's also been talk about. But also the committee should function as, it should, you know, we need to figure all that out.
Look on the website for the Board of Ethics, it's like we have 5 members and 7.
Right, we're getting ready to. Thought I did.
These people have to go off through these limits and certain things of that nature.
Yeah, and sustainability actually has a high school and a college member, so they're constantly graduating and leaving, so plus they don't vote, so.
They do love big one. I mean, that, which maybe isn't the reason. Rob's gonna undo that.
We need that.
You're gonna do some evaluation and come back.
so I appreciate having the joint meeting.
Yes.
I think that's very valuable.
Yeah.
So just continue on that one, but it's gonna be, who's at the joint one, gonna be the planning, who's all invited to the joint?
Council, Development Authority, Planning, and ZBA,
And
which we've never had ZBA at that meeting.
yeah, that was my kind of a broader question with CBA. I know a lot of them are setbacks and people putting in decks, and maybe you're gonna clean up the code. I'm not in that word, but still, right? I look at the workload of the CBA. Sure. Maybe we can some of the stuff just happens all the time. They approve it, so.
Set administrative skills.
Okay.
So if you don't like your administrative. So some stuff goes just to staff.
So we have
already changed that.
We have offloaded somewhere from the
Yes.
from a code.
And then, but if you have, unless you want us to go straight to court, you have to have a body from this administrative says no.
I think it's good that you're all getting together, because I think you need to share what's passionate about and say, well, look, we don't want anybody to.
That's
around
what, so yeah, with the I'm not gonna say the specific, but with the ZBA, they allowed a very contrarian opinion that if it had gone to council would have been an opposite outcome. And we appoint them and they work without us. Now, legally, we don't have to have a ZBA to go to city council.
You don't have to have a planning commission or Z.
And so I think there's a they have the most, ZBA has the most, right? Actually, they're the most powerful. So it's like, anyway, that was when they did this thing that was contrary to our views and our vision. Right. Yeah.
Also, I speak for me, I don't really wanna hear any street buffer appeals, it's the council, you know, I just, or porch appeals, or. And I don't even wanna be, make them all administrative and be the judicial body making the decision. I like having this. Plus it gets. Okay.
Okay.
So. Are we hearing your concerns?
Yes.
You are in occasionally, well, you know, they have that one percent confidence.
And we're about to rebid that property, so.
You give up on it.
Sure, we're about to rebid the property.
The property.
So the Georgetown, it's the last piece of Project Renaissance. It's the 2.5 acre parcel that's next to Georgetown Park. It's been on the market for many years, and we've had a number of different proposals in front. The last one, the board decided to pull back from the letter of intent that we had with a potential developer. So some things have changed. We've gotten some interest from other property owners, so we're going to rebid the whole parcel again. And if this doesn't work, then we will decide to either mothball it or go another direction. Yeah. We are carving out more. We're gonna give Rachel a little bit more park space. So one of the concerns of the neighbors of the existing development was that this commercial development would be very close to their home. So we're expanding the park, I think by a quarter acre, maybe by a third of an acre. 0.33 acres. And so the park will be a little larger. And so we've got to go through that process, split up the lots, do that, and then we'll rebid the property.
Maybe so. So.
And that's just a question. I don't, we wouldn't have anything else. They wouldn't own anything else. We could find them something else to do if we wanted to, but there is a process in URAs. You have to have a redevelopment area, you have to redevelopment plan. It's very specific.
You have another.
We are the building.
Oh, yeah,
So
no.
we know,
Yes.
are miniatures.
So yeah, you'll be hearing about that property hopefully late spring.
Thank you, Michael, for all your work on that URA property.
Yeah, the audit committee does it. They do a great job.
Brings their.
When the internal auditor brings it, when he comes to he meets with the internal audit first and then brings it to the.
Maybe quarterly, right?
They do. Very good committee.
Maybe. I mean.
Okay. Mayor and council, we're gonna talk for the next little bit about municipal services rebidding. Believe it or not, it was 5 years ago at the retreat that we gave you an update on the every so often rebidding of municipal contracts.
Yeah, we did have.
Yes. We at least got very clear direction about that leaving the door. Here is the thing today. Today, the goal is feedback from y'all from the proposal that staff's going to do for this year. And we're going to give a little bit of history on it and a little bit of where it sits today. First off, like most of the new municipalities, Dunwoody started off with a very big, robust private sector, public sector relationship in starting up a city. It's a good way to start it up. It's a good way to ramp it up. It's a good way to divide it when you only need a quarter of a person. It works. However, as things change in a city, sometimes you need to look at it. So every 5 years, we rebid the bigger municipal contracts. Now, a point you're going to see later on in here, I'm also going to discuss some contracts we have not talked about with this so that you get a flair for there's still a heavy amount of privatization in some of this. Two factors drove staff's recommendations that you're going to see today. It's not just financial. Financial is part of the equation. Unfortunately, right now with today's economy and the way the bids went in 5 years ago, we're going to see a little bit about what could be in flux with that. But the second driving factor is operations. Does it make sense to bring the position in-house? Does it make sense to keep the position contracted? So we looked at that too. So multiple times staff, Eric, myself, HR got together and discussed the problems, pitfalls, benefits, and all that. And what you're seeing is the results of those discussions. The following slides are going to show something, and when you see the first department, I'm going to explain how to read it because it's a little bit complicated. But it's going to show you what we're recommending for contracted services. In some cases on these charts, we're showing additional contracted services which are not getting rebid, but we want council to be aware of how those are being provided. And again, as we said at the very beginning, the purpose of this is feedback. Okay, let's talk a little bit about the current setup with all of our vendors. Our primary vendors, which are with finance, with community development, with IT, with Parks and Public Works. All of them charge us based off a rate to provide the services, and they do have a secondary rate done as a percentage on top of that. So if they charged $1, that we actually are charged $1.60 if their rate is 60. If you take a look right now, all of our municipal contracts have an escalator guaranteed each year of about 3%. Okay, we got very lucky as a city with the bids coming out at the time of low inflation, right before when the pandemic started. These firms put together their bid. They put in a very low escalator right before inflation shot through the roof. Okay, it is the risk on those type of contracts is on them for it. We've kept them to those escalators. However, staff has, just knowing today's world, we expect escalators in the next round of bidding to be required to be tied to an index of some type or be higher to begin. We do expect that. Second number you need to know is what we call the burden fringe rate. That extra amount charged for a position is somewhere between 69 and 85% for our 5 vendors. We have one vendor that is on the low end at 69%, and the others are all in the 80s on top. Now, for our own employees, when you are charged $1 for salaries, there's also a healthcare benefit for us, which is around 25 to 30K a year, and then the retirement around 23% on that. So our total amount sometimes is lower, but in theirs, they've also got overhead within their own organization. With the city's current benefit and retirement level, that's just what I explained right there. Got to have a bullet. Staff expects the rebids to come in slightly higher. That we also expect it to be tied to something like CPI for increases. We also expect those fringe and burden rates to be high. That being said, the first department on here is Parks, and I'm putting this up here more to read the chart. I'll start with Parks. The proposal is to bid it out as is, to keep it as a privatized operation. Points that you should know is last time around, we only had one bidder on Parks. Very few companies are bidding that out now. I mean, it's just not something that's thought of with that way. Now I want to talk a little bit about reading the chart. What you got left is the current way it's set up. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, as I call it, main full-time contractors under the contract with the current vendor. All 7 of them will be proposed to be the same. So it's on. In the other ones where you see city positions being proposed, it'll be in the second part of the chart. So you'll see something in there. In the third part of the chart, I want to start showing things, particularly with IT and with Parks, that are not part of the municipal rebidding contract, but are a heavy part of it. We brought it up yesterday, is that the right-of-way maintenance is a huge department. It's a 26-person department. We also have 2 part-time rec leaders done under a separate contract with, it is with the same vendor, correct? It's with the same vendor. Okay, so it's not part of the municipal rebid, but we did it separately. So in this case, we want to still say Parks is privatized at an operations level, and you've also got another one that will not be rebid with this, but it's just as big and just as important. So any questions on the chart before I proceed to the ones where there are changes?
Question.
Mm-hmm.
Have you guys, I mean, I'm hearing you saying there's only one bidder. So it's kind of like we have to take what they offer. So is there any thought, like, could we actually do this less expensively if we brought it, at least the staff in-house?
Okay, we do not have to, if we only get one bid, we do not have to accept the bid. Part of what you're going to hear at the end of this is these are going to be put out with bids can come in. We can reject the bids if we need to and bring in-house. And that's the path we're going to look at.
Okay.
We need to see what the vendors propose.
Okay.
And there may be more than one bid. I wouldn't worry, but I mean, in the past, last time we had one. And we can still negotiate.
Correct.
There's still, if we don't, not happy, we can negotiate or we can bring it in-house.
Okay.
And to also tell you a slight modification, staff wants a little bit of feedback on this, is in the past, we kind of said you're bidding on community development, the department, Parks, the department, and it's a lump. You gotta take all of it or none of it. We have some departments that we're gonna recommend pulling in some positions, but not all. It may make those remaining positions slightly unattractive to bid on, but if the vendor is bidding on these 7, these 2 that are just out here, they could possibly put into the contract for efficiency.
Okay. I don't understand contract position versus other contract.
Okay, historically, there's been 5 major services of the city that have been rebid every 5 years. But in some cases, such as the right-of-way contract, is not part of that, whatever 5 years is. Quadrennial, whatever it is, we bid it every 5 years. Right-of-way is as big and as important as that. We want it to be shown so that council is aware of other privatized services that we have. In the case of IT, we're actually going to recommend on one that some that we're doing through this 5-year process be done through a different level of service provision. No, well, and it depends upon the situation. In the case of the right of way, I can't remember if we're 3 or 4.
Yeah, these are multi-year contracts. And this one here, because I think they're getting confused, Jerry, what you're saying. What we're looking at here at the bottom line, and I'd go to the parts, not go to the next slide. Let's, so some of them we're bringing them in. It used to be when we originally started as a contract, we were contracting a group of services. You deliver the service however you want. We move more to a staffing type contracts. Because that's how we operate. So what this wants to do is this matches up with our operations. What Jay said is spot on, which is there's gonna be a couple of them that are recommended to bring almost everybody in-house, maybe 1 or 2 people. So that may be bid on another contract. This is the one, and he's referring to. You want to run through this one?
I can run through this one. And this is one where we've kind of we're showing 2 options on it technically. In the finance department, currently we have a purchasing manager, risk manager, business license specialist. You can see the positions. In this one, we also have some fractional positions. So the receptionist is gone, so a 0.2, a 0.8, it gets too administratively burdensome. In our cases, once we reviewed it, we'd like to propose bringing 3 positions in-house. They're the purchasing manager, they're the risk manager, and they're the business license specialist. So those 3 would become city employees. In the case of up above, the position that is the currently the executive assistant and currently the front desk receptionist, do one of 2 ways. Put them on the proposal that would go out. Here are 2 extra positions. And those would be the ones that a vendor on parks might say, oh, I can add these 2. It would work for us administratively. And that would be fine. However, if that doesn't work out, we would probably take those positions and do them under a separately hourly contract from a firm like that.
And that's what we've done. It's almost like a temp, but it's a temp to firm type position at that rate. It'll save us money from that standpoint. The other one too is the risk manager. We want to bring that one
in-house
as well. So on this contract, what we're proposing is basically because of the overhead, the cost, we think we'll save money here. Parks, just based on the nature of who's here and everything else, we might keep that one out. So those are the first 2. That's what we've come up with the staff as the bigger whole of staff do that. So the next one, Jay, go ahead.
Wait, you said it says converted. Doesn't mean convert. It means convert. You want to convert?
Correct.
That's
Bring them in.
Bring them out.
Future. Well, that's what we're asking y'all for today. These bids are going out next week or 2.
Well,
is that
next month or 2? I gotta write the bids.
Fair enough.
Plan to.
You gotta write it.
Yeah, think of it this way. This is telling you that when these go out, those 3 positions will not be listed as services. And then in the 2026 budget, you will see a position instead of the contract.
So for purchasing manager, know that like succession planning. One of the nice things about having it in a contract, I suppose, is that if suddenly we were to need a new person, we would, you can't go without purchasing.
Right.
Offer us protection.
It's here's the scenario. If a vendor has, and let's just say it's a position that's hard to fill. In fact, the assistant finance director about 4 years ago, we were having trouble filling it and it became in-house. So just because it's a private vendor, it does not mean there's any ease with replacement.
And if you make, I don't know much about like the requirements, if you're purchasing manager, but if we were a typical, if we had an all public form of government, we didn't have this partnership. In other cities, is a purchasing manager, even if there's only one training someone or not really?
Your perfect course of action would be like Richard's trying to do now, even with it being as a contracted one, is have other staff members work with them. So for instance, the risk manager we have actually works with the purchasing manager on a lot of things so that there is a cross training.
In theory, Mayor, what you're saying is not incorrect, but in practice, it doesn't, we found our experience, it doesn't work that way. And what we're doing, we're already everywhere, and my staff knows this, that's why I have a lot of number two assistant directors, because I want to make sure we have that continuity. And in this one's no different. As Jay mentioned, the risk manager is being trained as a backup to the purchase manager.
So in this case, you see the three positions that would be brought in-house. One other thing, the current vendor that has the finance contract has always had this senior advisor position that would just be done away with. It was, when we had found it doesn't need to be needed. We will have to work on redoing the job descriptions for a little bit for the executive assistant and the front desk receptionist. What we have now is when the receptionist is gone, people from finance actually fill in the front desk, if you notice, and that takes an accountant away from finance and puts it there. These two would be somewhat interchangeable.
So that'll help a lot. And also, just so you all know, the current vendor has expressed they are not rebidding. So you get some of that too. I mean, they're getting out of that portion of the business.
You're only looking at two.
Who?
All this is, this is what it currently is.
Right.
Left.
That's right.
Proposed.
That's right. That's right.
Next department, community development. Okay, one thing to say on here beforehand is back to your left is current, right is proposed. One thing in here, you're going to see proposals to increase some positions. When it is put out, those positions that would go from half to full-time will also be noted that when the bids come in, we may negotiate back down to the partial position, because that is a budget increase in some ways. But what we want to do is see the availabilities from vendors. We want to see what they've got. So in this case, out of the current staff, and let me put a pin in for one thing. One thing that staff highly recommends is that we do not do revenue sharing in the building permit department anymore. Currently, the vendors receives that and it does not work out to our advantage. And it also goes up and down so often. We get a call, building permits are low. It does not need to happen. We need to do it as a staff contract. Richard.
Also, when it's high, we're writing a huge check.
Yes.
Right. And it may be a vendor we're not 100% happy with.
And just so you know, at the end of the year, when you see the end of the year budget amendment, that adjustment for community development is almost 100% truing up building permits to that. It just does not work as a method anymore. So in this case, this proposes to bring 4 officials in as full-time staff for city staff. That'd be the senior planner and the planner, the building official and the city engineer. So those 4 would come in. The ones that would remain contractor would be a site inspector, an arborist, building inspector, permit technician, code enforcement manager, and the 2 code enforcement officers. So those would still be contracted out through a firm. And then the other one, and this is at the bottom just for things. Remember, the road safety engineer is a contracted position, but is not done through the major part of this. And that funding, when it expires, that position will be no longer funded.
I would like to keep that in the budget for 2026 and keep that. The road safety engineer. That's
Jonathan's position.
It's our no. Safe streets.
I can,
So I would like to change that comment to be determined based on council's.
Just to alleviate, we will not be part of the rebid process either way. This is mainly to focus on the rebids that we do. Next one is public works. This gets a little simpler, is that it only proposes to currently bring 2 positions in. Public works is one of those that kind of lends itself to this public-private partnership. The 2 positions will be the capital projects manager, which is paid by capital funding, and the public works administrative assistant, which is split between parks and public works. The individual works with 2 different departments, so it would bring that position in-house. It also proposes to be almost all the same. There's one that's on here that we would like to list to see what prices we get back. And we'd have to go to council for approval for it, but a utility coordinator is something that tends to be where Michael can speak more to it than I can, is needed more frequently, and we might need to have about a half a position on that going forward. Again, bids will come in, they'll have to approve at the end, but we would like to see what costs they bring back to us.
I don't want to say each one of these, we met in numerous times with each department to look at it, and also met with HR numerous times to look at the scales. Some positions don't fit on our scale properly. In other words, they're better served being under a private market. because the scale doesn't fit the city scale or what the work is. In other words, like code enforcement, they're paid more than we put on the scale. But that's what it requires. So anyway, you got one more, Jay.
Where's Michelle Rose on this? What position she?
She's already in.
She's in a city position.
Oh, she's already in.
Just out of curiosity, what is, besides you coordinating utilities, what does the utility coordinator do?
Mr. Smith? Approve utility permits when they want to be part of the right way, coordinate utilities from construction, coordinate utilities sign process.
And outside of our own projects, excuse me, is there revenue associated with this position? Like if the cable companies come, do they have to do a permit or anything?
No, not yet. Then maybe you can speak. I don't know that it's charged. Because we get franchise fees, I think it is, on utilities, I don't know that we can charge.
Just asking.
From this. But then they also follow up on. Well, working right away. That's. Follow.
Kind of what I thought.
And other thing, remember, Public Works is one of those that we like to talk about funding in different ways because stormwater, general and capital funding are all three different sources for them. This is a department that is paid for out of different funds. Yeah. Technology. Okay, this is one where a lot of this has been moved in-house, but with the things that are remaining, council may not know that the GIS staff is part of the contract with the vendor that provides technology services. And there are currently 2 fractional positions which do security, risk support, and risk manager. In this case, those 3 GIS positions would be rebid separately as a GIS services contract, but we are proposing to put it under a GIS manager. So there would be 1 city staff person who does that, and then we would contract with firm X to do the nuts and bolts work. That way we have staff supervision over contracted workers for GIS. Was that a hand?
Yeah, this is a solid. Yes.
Well, it is now, but they have 2 full-time people that are dedicated to it.
Right, so
Okay. Oh, there we go. Okay.
that would be difficult.
Okay, there's currently a position that is 0.2.
Right.
That there are also 2 full-time positions that are contract.
We need.
No,
I'm gonna
well-
start by clarifying. 3 full-time people.
Slightly incorrect. Okay, what we're proposing is we'd like a GIS manager. And then we will do a separate contract for GIS services. It could be people off-site.
It's a specialty service.
It could be people in-house. Yeah, that's why we want to do this message.
You just have 1 and then a service.
Yeah.
1 person plus a service.
And the service would be the creator of the work.
Well, you're the manager drives it.
Manager first.
Right. That's right.
Can we, not at this stage, but can we get a little one-on-one? I know our plates are full with time, but what do these folks do? And what is the value benefit? I just want to level set on that. It's just a unique thing.
Which the GIS or the whole
GIS,
department?
yes.
Let me do this because I think both can do it in a Twitter version. McLeod first, Twitter level.
Essentially, they're taking their maps, create the maps, tied into databases, so anything that we want to show. And show that.
Mike.
The workflow is this, the workflow is.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but Jay, you're cutting it short though, because it's not just Smith, it's police use it a ton too. So I mean, it's used all across every department. Yeah. Yeah.
But our management system, like, we track work orders and stuff is based on. And ours.
And even Ginger.
So I would actually say that all of the departments use the GIS because it is kind of the backbone of all of the applications. Because it is what feeds into city works, it feeds into Central Square, it feeds all of them. iWork, everything that we're using. GIS, is kind of, it's the backbone, it kind of shows and links everything together. And then on top of that, 911 needs it for things, you need it for impervious surface studies and tree canopy studies and, all the things.
The street light district, all that stuff, it's all part of it. It's very integrated. That's a fair question, it's a great question, but it is it's something that evolved years ago from just mapping, where it was primarily used by, say, community development and public works, but now it's across every aspect.
And the last part you see down here at the bottom, in the end, with this proposal, the GIS services would be down as a separate contracted services, not as a position staffing contract, along with a risk management services contract. Do you already have that, or is that the one?
What we're using right now is actually the risk manager for finance is doubling and helping out on that. It's just.
And then there are 3 other big part contracts, SimSoc networking and emergency response services, which are done as separate contracts outside of this. But we bring this up just to show you that even though we're bringing some positions in-house, there's still a lot of privatized services being offered through IT.
Yeah, I'll do it. I can
multitask.
All right.
Let me
Maybe on heat, you might put it on cool.
Risk manager, do we have to have that for insurance?
Yes, you need it for, yes, you have to have that for the insurance under finance. It's a new piece under IT. But we're looking at IT is so exposed these days to everything that goes on. That's our biggest attack. Everything that we do is through the computer system. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah.
Computer system, that's real sophisticated. The AS400. Right. And it's all good with security, and that's our biggest, we're very vulnerable from that standpoint. So that's what we've got.
Okay, so. What next?
I just need feedback if this is, if there are any objections with this. If there aren't any, we'll start preparing the RFP based on this.
And I'll say this, JT, the only, I endorse this 100%. We've worked on this for many, many hours. Hopefully y'all are okay. When you have any questions, please let us know either today or before we put it out to bid. The only one that seems to be in flux a little bit was that one position that Joe mentioned. And I don't know if y'all want to talk about that now or you'll talk about it later, because there are 2 department heads that work with that position quite a bit. Michael Smith had an alternative offer for that, which was Michelle start doing all that work there that Jonathan's doing. So that's something to look at as well. If y'all want to approach that now, we need direction. You were waiting on a wait.
When you build a budget, you're over the budget, you have to make cuts. If you're under the budget, you have money, have maybe potentially resources to use elsewhere. It feels like that today, as we talk about this, we have no idea how these contracts are going to come back. Yeah.
True.
I want to remind council, you may not all be aware that about 6 years ago, Sandy Springs, which is the founder and the creator of this model of government, United States, quit doing it because they found when they got their contracts back that it was 20%. Why do you remember the number?
It was high.
It was millions of dollars they saved. And they didn't do it, and they could have afforded it. That's the thing that got lost in that discussion. Sandy Springs has a lot more money than them. So I went into this process in 2020, assuming, in January of that year, assuming the same thing would be true for us, but even more so, because we had less money, Sandy Springs, or whatever. And then the pandemic happened, and I think there's a lot of panic in the bids. So there is the possibility, I want to be transparent, that we get these bids back and there's you can't afford it, right? I want to be
And we're prepared for that. That's the case.
right, but I think it's important, we didn't talk about that, I didn't hear you say that explicitly. The council and the public understand that it's possible to form a government, which was key. It's instrumental to all the new cities, but it's virtually being used by, we may be one of the last cities using it as much as we are. I can't say for sure.
Well, we were ahead, we were more cutting edge when we brought the department heads in well before Sandy Springs. And then Sandy Springs brought them in, and then like the next time they brought everybody. It was an odd cycle. But I'll say this, Mayor, we are prepared if the bids come back outside of budget. We have a plan. I don't want to go through all that until we know what they're going to be, but we are prepared.
Philosophically, I want to get back to the Safe Streets Program Manager in a second, but philosophically, these are positions that we need to run the city. All of them.
Yes.
So it's up to the council
100%.
to find the revenue to make these happen, just like with our police and everything else, right? So it's up to us. So I
But
would
remember,
rather,
there's a cushion. Companies don't do this for free, there's a cushion. And so if, when all that comes back, that's.
or do we consider potentially bring more?
We might have to bring it all, in. That was the point of my
Right,
statement.
right,
We
right,
might
yeah.
absolutely-
That would be our first click, you know.
Like GIS, or somebody, else. That's not legal, I mean, that would make. But not, but you know, it may be that we have to bring all the people in. You know, more people in, depending on the price of them.
That's correct.
Because
That's a fair statement.
that's what I would have anticipated.
We haven't talked about any of the prices, except for this conversation. I'm guessing all of these proposed changes are for operational. Are there any changes here that are operational and?
Okay, the only ones that are adding, that would possibly add to it are the fractional position that, let's use enhanced services, let's use that term. There are some that we've put down as possibly either adding, such as utility coordinator, or increasing, I can't remember what it is, some of one or two in community development. And I think there may be another one in public works. Some of those increasing the fractionals either higher or to a full one. However, when we put out the bids, we're going to put it with, the city may also turn down and say, we don't want the full-time, but give us your options with it. But your council will have to approve all of those and they will be highlighted if it's recommended.
But John, to answer your question, it was not for operational efficiency. It is because we've done this long enough, this department, the position we offered to bring in-house. The good news is for the program, we like the person that's in it. So at this point, we're going to go for the person unless it's not filled right now. And then we understand the position also is needed. It's not, I don't think we're fat in any department. We're running very lean. That's it. So.
But his. I think they would have seen it, right? Well, I see you eliminated the senior advisor and finding.
I suspect I know the answer to it. So, for the folks that were bringing along, are they currently sitting at a desk at City Hall? So there's space.
Yeah, nothing that's proposed here is anything less than currently 40 hours in this.
Thinking with the maintenance, right away maintenance folks, the amount of infrastructure we have to buy, and then the buildings, vehicles.
Well, the equipment we don't have.
Yeah, and you're spot on.
So, but I assume that, and then assume that our budget becomes precarious. Let's say 3 years from now, 4 years from now, where if it was the city person, we could say, we're sorry, we're gonna have to let you go, we have budget issues. Or, do we have any out these contracts?
Yes, we do. We always put in some type of out.
Both of them.
Yeah.
A lot of flexibility.
So Eric, to go back on the, are we want to have this conversation about this position that may be potentially cut?
Well, that's up to you all. I just want to.
Mike, talk about it, because you said that, like, you guys talked about.
Michael has a plan.
Yes, I would have a plan.
Well, it's something.
Come on up here, Michael. Come on up.
Michelle's getting, what, she's not full-time 40, she's 30.
She's 30, that's correct.
30, you know.
She's full-time, but 30 hours.
It's something she has a background in and is interested in and has said that, you know, that's the kind of things that she likes to do. And I think she can do it. She has the skill set. And I think it, you know, at least the part dealing with, you know, everything in the roadway, it ends up coming back to Public Works to implement, to actually get it done. So I think it would work more smoothly to have it all in one place. And that's kind of what.
Would this get her up to full time, or we can still remain at the 30?
Right now, she's still would remain 30. I mean, I hope at some point she will become full-time, but it's just not something that she's ready right now. But certainly long-term, that's what we would like to see.
And within her 30, she can take over these duties as well.
Yeah, because I mean, right now, there's a lot of overlap anyway. I mean, there's a lot of involvement our department. So she's kind of already engaged, like I said, everything that comes up. That position. We have to implement, so. I don't think it's like a whole nother level of position, it's just combining some duties.
Remind me. I'll put MTE, the road safety for.
Well, it's more like an amount per year, I think it's 100,000. Yeah.
So, Eric, with all due respect, I would prefer to defer and we'll table whatever this one. I think it's really important because have a subcommittee, whatever, because I would like to look at the position description.
But we can I mean, it's up to you.
Let me just kind of finish my straight thought. I'd like to look at the position description. Be in the city we'd like to become. Because there's also programming in that job position description, there's programming, there's activation of other things going on too, more than just the engineering concept part. So I think it deserves a separate conversation. Not so people can do homework, come back and be prepared. Here's what we're gonna talk about. Go do some, this is brand new to me. I did not know about this. So
Well, let me correct on that. This is not part of the municipal bidding, we're putting it there as information. The funding was to run out this year. That is a separate conversation.
Like, but Eric, you said you see we voted to have a decision on it.
Well, that's fine, it's up to you, well, that's part of what you're saying is part of the decision process. If y'all's word is, hey, leave it on there for now, that's fine. I just need to know if y'all wanted to eliminate it, then just tell me. If you don't want to keep it on here, then we'll keep it on here for now.
I don't think we're ready.
Or you're not ready to make.
There was supposed to be a full-time job. Okay.
Well, I mean, I would agree that if the idea is to have somebody that's gonna be like a safe streets outreach coordinator and working with, I mean, this job could be as big as you wanted it to be. If you're talking to somebody that's engaging with different groups, and I think when you say programming at school, I think you're talking about kind of like public engagement and that kind of things. And I would say that the current position for combining the positions really doesn't have the capacity to do that. I mean, if you're talking about all that, I think if it's a full-time position, that we wouldn't have the capacity. We don't have the capacity now, we wouldn't have the capacity in the future. The other part, most of what that position is doing now with like the quick and following up on the safety issues or reports, and we go out and do crash reviews. All that stuff could be done by combining position. But if you're talking about something that's more what you would see in a bigger city, all these other types of things, then yeah, I think that's a lot more than that.
No, I just wanted to bring it up. No, that's fair.
So we
Y'all
can
gave
have
us
an
some
action
feedback.
item here to
Yes,
review
it
road
is.
safety position.
Yeah, just Jay starts working on it tomorrow.
Right, I mean, we all understand, right, that this is just part of the process.
That's right. Right.
We don't.
Well, and that's right, Mayor, and that's good, that's great feedback from y'all. We want to present what we've been working on. Overall, there's nothing that's been decided.
So what's the timeline when bids are gonna be worked on or?
Yes.
My goal is end of April, though I'm gonna probably end up sliding into that.
When do they do that?
Yeah, the bid's out.
Be out 30 or 40. You'll make the decision this summer, probably June, July. I think that's what last.
It is, it worked very well, and what we're trying to do, it used to be, we did it almost in the fall, but we really want to give people time. The staff starts getting nervous, the ones that are,
Right.
and we don't want them to leave. We have a great staff, we don't want people to leave because of this. So we do want to go and get it on the street, get it out, get it back in, and y'all have another chance, we'll tweak it again, it's almost like a pick list at some point. What services do you want? In or out? So.
All right, so we got one last formal bullet point here on city needs, and then there are a bunch of other submitted topics that we have kind of be getting to, so.
See, are you doing that one?
Yeah, no. And there's not a presentation for it. This is one that council may want to just put it in the wrap up information at the end. Put down city needs because as we knew we were going through the retreat, needs would be a thing that would be perpetually coming up. We don't come in here and say, we don't need anything, we don't improve it. Starting to keep a list of the capital things we've talked about. You've heard operating recently. Are there other things that have not been mentioned that you as mayor and council go, oh, I'd like for this to happen, or I'd like for this to happen, and we don't necessarily have the bandwidth or the funding for it. Things that we have not brought up.
We missed.
Yeah. Because topics got talked all about, and we just wanted to make sure there was an open forum, like, and I'll just make up one. We want the little yellow daisies should be planted in the along the curbs or something like that. Okay, we need to have, okay, do we have a motion and a second?
When was the last time we did evaluation of fire service?
Probably 217, maybe.
Yeah, it's
We
been.
always have options to buy fire
Right.
stations, some of which are past prices, things of that nature, and fire contract.
Right.
Are we getting the right service at the right price, just to keep the county honest broker and giving us good service?
Yeah.
Right.
And,
Time together.
may I take a little bit of liberty and expand on that?
Yeah.
One of the things, having worn a hat in the previous issue, is the service delivery strategy is probably the strongest tool the cities have to make the counties do what they want.
When is that to again?
I'd have to look it up.
You know, Richard, when,
But also, I totally agree with that in our case. We were a lost county. I mean, a lost city county situation where they have to negotiate lost taxes. But I feel like we have no recourse.
Part of it is there are no standards in the SDS. The SDS just lists out that fire will be provided by the county. However, an IGA between all the cities in the county saying these are the minimum standards is permissible.
Right, so I think we need to put on there as a task. Because we certainly are finding that a little bit of these acts. I'm also not sure about them. I'm not sure. But I think it's worth doing the analysis for fire and then encouraging our, looking at the service delivery contract and finding a way to, force it or whatever.
I just want to make sure it's evaluated from time.
no, we need to look at this. Richard, we'll need to make that mark then to do the fire analysis.
Wonderful, but it's not just that, it's health, and whatever.
Yeah, even down to sanitation.
Animal service.
Animal services. And I'll give the best example with sanitation is when we used to have the county pick up the garbage cans. And now we're picking up the garbage cans now because it was a handshake deal that did it beforehand. It wasn't codified. And that can be codified and it can be done even individual standards, difference between cities and counties.
Right. They're not really that much. I mean, they're talking about taking away recycling from the city because the residents don't do it properly. Use the second, it's the trash.
Sure.
They wouldn't take it away from all of us because of that. But we'll just say that.
Well, we've watched.
Right.
The garbage truck mix it all into one truck anyway, so.
Actually, it's separate, I think.
It's got a
That's
different component.
that's an unofficial act. This would be an official act.
I know. The level of service, we have.
We purchased the one fire station that we have 100% service coverage on. Station 18, I think it used to be 50% service coverage, so we can buy that station at half price if it ever makes sense to do so. Just letting you know.
Any other things from council that would fall under city needs?
We need an overarching, which is what I think happened. But we need. Then next, whatever. Discussing what kind of city, we need to explain to the community what kind of city we want to be. We are 52,000 people, we are hungry. the largest amount of commercial office space in the southeast. Most of it's from other stuff, but most of it's in Dunwoody. We, in a lot of ways, we feel like a small town. But we're a big city. I mean, 50,000 people is a big city. And, you know, I think we have to spend the next year understanding, figuring out our finances, understanding how we're going to pay for public safety. That is a big deal. Chief didn't even talk about the fact that one of our neighbors raised their housing allowance to $1,200 a month.
He mentioned.
I would be, but I don't think I was here, but I was here. But I mean, these are things, and we have to figure out how we have that discussion without also damaging our strong community connection with others. We have to figure it out. To me, it's a tight wire.
I wire.
I wire you.
Okay.
Yeah. But, you know, I think we have to have these conversations as a community, where we're going, not where, and where we've been, but how we get there. What does that look like? What kind of future, and how we fund it? And similarly, making clear that our big part of our economic engine is perimeter. And we have to do what we need to do to keep it relevant and enhance it to make it attractive. So last year in 2024, the hottest commercial real estate market was. We didn't have a market. And that some of that's because of.
I'm sure it's a lot of the battery.
And also construction of 285 and 400. Boy Scouts, that's it. Boy, the Braves changed their fortune, but what? So I mean, it's how we educate our community, and set priorities that make us continue to keep us very best city. I mean, I say that, but I'm not lying. Continue to make us the place to be. So I think it's a really important discussion as we move forward on how we figure out our finances. I think that's a big part of it.
So that our whiteboard has an action with some specific dates associated to it. So,
Well, we got the other stuff. Yeah.
just kind of.
So,
right.
yeah, we need to.
Is it a task force? Is it a just discussion among the council? Is it, what format is this?
I think. It's
the deliverable is like, what is our staffing? Do we want to say first of all, what are the services we deliver to our citizens?
It's a service, not that.
Okay, what do we do for our citizens?
But I think it's a services, I think it's a revenue. I think the services.
It's an operational model.
Operational model.
What's the future of the city government of Dunwoody look like?
I just really think it's like the elephant in the room. The fact that we know that our revenue, so we still have not spent any of our savings, right, Richard? We will have finished 24. Thank you, Victor, that's your check. But well, that's part of it, right? They make me pick up. You know how, so how we need to start working on this. We are not running out of money today. We're not running out of money next year. But how we put down the foundation so that the decisions we're making are sustainable and that we can continue to be the city that people expect. With public safety being our first priority, with uncertainty about EMS, with uncertainty about fire, with landscaping incidents. I think we have to be transparent about these expenses. And I talk to people and I explain that I became mayor, starting salary for a new police officer in Dunwoody was like $39,000, $40,000, something. And then 5 years later, it's yeah, something like that. People are always, I'm like, that's not free. We haven't changed anything else. I raised your military.
So getting back to the, it's sort of like the outcome looks deliverable, how do we get our head around this?
To me. Well, at least have a brainstorm list of options. Discuss.
How many? What are you watching?
How to address it.
Well, that's one end of it, it's the other one, what do we want to be as a city, what do we want to do?
Well, you're focused on, I'm focused on if we need. Yeah, constraints. How do we work within those and then, the needs become so great, how do we get flexibility?
Can we have two conversations? One is without constraints, what would our citizens like our government?
Smaller government than people like. Some people, I think that. But not in terms of public safety. And that's all we talk about, is if we can solve our public safety financing challenge, we solve a lot of our challenge. It's a special.
So something that ends with a list, yeah, it's a public safety.
Right. Take all of it. Well, we create a public safety. We don't have, right, exactly.
We're funding the government in a way we cannot fund it anymore. Not only do we pay the police more, but we want to have more police.
Maybe we need the mental health.
We don't know what we need.
But essentially, if we had public industry requirements. So we need
Okay, so it's.
So a year ago, we thought that there was the potential of a pre-sales tax that would have solved a lot of our. The smaller cities and not just smaller cities, the cap opted. And so that penny sales tax is at least temporarily off the table. It could come back. And the thing is if it comes back, we just apply it the same way and people get the relief then. There's no, and get it back. There is a state legislator who was introduced a bill with mostly applied to his own that requires that 95% of the population, cities representing 95% of the population, cities and a county. Opt in, they can have the sales tax. That doesn't 100% work for us still. It's specific that, yeah. So we'll see, because they're not real happy down in the county with the number of communities that school boards that have opted out. So there's still a year from now to be legislative relief for us. I think a municipal options sales tax, which does not exist in the way we need it in Georgia right now, would be great for us because a lot of our expenses come from people that are in Dunwoody that it provides some relief. Right.
So,
Exactly.
it's not feasible in Georgia, but in Ohio, city second.
What are we talking about citizens, right? So what our choices are, the choice that I'm most comfortable with.
What are the choices? Tell Richard, tell us, Flat Oak or Jay or Eric. Yeah, give a slide.
Mayor's got it.
Just slide. We can raise the millage rate cap.
Remove the millage.
Remove or raise.
Remove it from the charter.
Remove or raise the millage rate. I don't know what we would do. I'm just telling you, if you ask the question, what we're gonna do, we can remove or raise the millage rate cap. We can put to the vote, which charter says should be voted. we can put to the voters, we must put to the voters, removal of the 1 mil exemption. Which John can explain better, it's like Brookhaven doesn't have that 1 mil exemption.
You're getting it was a swap, it was like it's. To benefit.
The old host used to apply to the police department for DeKalb County. And since Dunwoody took it over, they lowered the millage rate to mimic that, since they would never get that money. And now the law has changed.
But we're still getting the exemption.
Got the exemption, and then also, the freeze. The freeze went up because it was voted in, would require a citizen's vote. The other challenge with the freeze is that. I take that.
We can't.
It would require a vote. The problem is that for many Dunwoody residents, it was frozen so long ago, you couldn't. How would you vote? I mean, you'd have to have a plan and things. Couldn't necessarily ask people to jump from 2010 to 2025 values in one fell swoop, but you could put whatever language you wanted in the referendum if you chose to put that.
You can grandfather.
So Brookhaven put a grandfathering in, it didn't work. They put it to the voters and it failed. So those are the options there. Then you can also introduce special taxes, which is a home revenue. McDonough, Georgia, I just have to Google, they just did it with other things. Other places, it's very common for counties to have public safety, in fact, the CAD funds fire. Through a special taxes.
Part of the reason for DeKalb doing that is because City of Atlanta is in DeKalb and they don't do part of it, and City of Decatur, so it is a special drawn tax district for it, and therefore the people in Atlanta and Decatur do not get levied 5 times.
So. Those are the tools. But, those are the tools that I believe, did I forget anything? The easiest path is special tax. I think it's the right tax.
And it
It's the right
explains
tax.
what is causing. It addresses what is the largest driver of.
Well, and
Could we do a pro and con of just removing the reference to millage rate at all in our charter? And allowing future councils to just adjust the village for an annual basis to meet the needs of the city?
yeah. Political, how. 2 days ago. Political. Accountability, this is state. Political accountability, yes, that.
All right, if the idea is the special tax district for public safety, explains to me all the sense of how you said it. Was it in place? It's the other military go down. Are you washing, are you creating excess funds over and above the town? Right now, let's say we're spending $10 million in public safety. Will that 10 million then be reduced back out? Is it a back end tax raise, or we just paying for public safety? I'm just trying to think of how we do it. Is it a wash or is it a tax on top?
To me, you would take whatever our current public safety expenses are. It would fall into this. We have it. You can't. So this would not happen. So it's public safety cost increase. Probably the ultimate amount of plant probably needs to. What is down, but it wouldn't be all brand new money. It's goal to be meeting. So my personal opinion. Take public safety costs that we have right now. And hope we have their own time system.
Well, I understand that. My question really comes down to lowering the village rate to manage that.
What I would think is we'd probably lower it some, but it would probably not be a complete lower because we have other expenses.
Why are we lowering?
Because you're replacing.
That gets set. That gets set. The millage rate gets set annually as part of the budget process, right?
So we may not need that full overage. Next year.
Big picture question, I don't think you can. Not that. but I don't think I articulated well to begin with this, is our residents want services. There are definitely some that do not. Have a neighbor, you know, Joe likes a bar, remember that, about not paving the road, remember that? A long time ago. Well, actually, we don't have bars, it's just at a restaurant. We don't, but I mean, it was at a restaurant, but it's acting like a bar. But it's, there are residents who want us to do the bare minimum. They keep their own fire, I mean, there are residents who think, need more police. On all sides of the spectrum. There are residents who aren't worried about EMS response time. And residents who don't think we should pave roads, although the shade is a little, taxes a lot. But I think that the big picture question that I didn't ask correctly was, the thing we have to figure out is how do we deliver the services to our residents? Or do we want to be a place that never delivers their services? We stay at minimum level of function, is that the direction, not the direction I think we need to go, or that it's a good choice, but how do we do that at a time when our largest cost factor is public safety, which is the most critical service we deliver? I think that's sort of the way to ask the question is how do we deliver the services? I talked to one of your original council people, and I said to him out of tremendous frustration with them. He said to me, well, we never meant to be Sandy Springs. And I said, oh, I totally get that. I said, but did you mean for us to be like the church mouse next door? I mean, I don't know. But the reality is that we're a lot of new people, but even some of the original people. And not only that, public safety was the #1 reason we became a city.
I'm all in when it comes to public
Right.
safety. It's the #1 reason. I get it, and I want to fund it. I guess my question is under this funding mechanism, where you're putting a special tax district for public safety. You put it in there, there's a dollar amount, let's set the dollar amount, let's do what we need to do. My question goes on to the back end, so you're adding revenue into the system. But then the money that we were paying for public safety last year is over and above what we had last year. And to me, that's a backdoor tax increase. You're not being fair to the residents and that aspect of that explain.
Why is it a tax increase? It's a tax, either way, it's a tax.
Then the question is, how big of a tax?
Right.
Be small or big?
So,
How much
okay.
we keep the entire overage? Or the entire extra savings, half of it, again, sort of just.
We back in the day said we're gonna go to the residents for anything above the tax rate that we currently have. So again, I'm just trying to play devil's advocate. I want to understand.
Yeah, and actually, this gets back to the math on here. Okay, math lesson, whatever. And I'm not good with math, so we're gonna just say we have a 3 mil general fund budget today. That's what we do. We also know it is currently short of the desired level of service, and we'll call it.
It's short of money. It's short of money.
But-
But just to be clear, because I think this is critical for people that are, writing and listening at home. But 2% growth that we had last year, I know that doesn't necessarily make sense from an accounting perspective, but that is 0% growth. That is. After inflation, that is 0% growth. And this, I don't expect it will be better this year. So go ahead.
So the 3 mil funds, all the departments of which, and I'm going to use very round figures, 10 million of that is the police department, and 30 million is other departments. I'm round figures so I can do the math.
How do you go 10, 30, and 3?
Oh, no, that's 3 mils.
That's fine.
I don't have this.
Illustrative, please. Go ahead, Jake.
Okay,
Come on.
if you created a special task district for police, this expense would go away in the next year and be over here. Yes, you would move the expense into the new fund.
Yes.
Okay, you would also then take some of your levy over here, an amount to be determined by council, and let's just say it was 4 mils. I'm gonna do 4 mils because that seems maybe 3 1/4, something like that. So we move something over here as the revenue source to fund this. The remaining revenue, business license, all the insurance taxes would still stay in the general fund to fund these services. Now, this millage plus any millage that remains over here would be your total tax levy, no matter what. So you would get 2 line items on your bill. One would say police, public safety tax, one would say general fund tax.
Right, so the millage, the special tax district is on the right, if that's the type of. And then on the left is our current existing millage, so like John was alluding to. That rate, if we're just doing net, I would expect that to drop.
Right, do they have to fund it all? That's what I was gonna say. That was gonna be one of my points is that there's nothing to say that out of the box. You have to fund it all. So like if your gap is $6 million, say. It could be $1.5 million, if that's what you need, and then the future. Whatever this is like, it doesn't have to, the number you get, it doesn't have to be forever. And so you could say our gap is 6 million, right? We're not gonna fund the whole 12 million forever. And well,
You wouldn't move the whole thing over?
you don't have to. I'm just saying that that's the way to do it.
All the money goes to police, whether it's all the money that police need
So-
or all that there is.
And then it's.
So with that example is. That instead of the 10 million bucket going, it's just the delta, then the gas, the unmet would be in the special district, so it might be only half of that. or something.
Or you wanna have ambulance, I mean, there's stuff.
Public safety.
Right, I mean, there's stuff you do there. Or you fund it, I think that, or you fund it to cover the full amount, and then you can lower the millage if you have excess funds.
That's what I thought.
It's possible that, so I want to be really clear that we could probably get along until I'm not married. We could probably spend savings and get really close, right?
Yeah, 100%, yep.
To our reserve funds, 4 months. I'm doing that, I could. And just sneak
Right.
away and just keep bonbons all day long for the next 2.5 years. I'm not gonna do that, because what keeps me up at night, one of the things that keeps me up at night is I have less and less. I believe that we will see a bounce the right direction in commercial values eventually, but I still am worried we're on the downward trend. And so that's why I make them and they'll present to show us a budget with no growth, show me a budget with no growth, because I don't think people think it's possible, but our first few years in the city, we actually had negative growth. Is that what you call it? During a recession, and we didn't have, too many expenses. So the idea of what other cities would do is that they would look at their expenses and they would raise their millage rate. We can't do that easily. Giving ourselves flexibility with a special tax digest. Special tax. Gives us flexibility. I mean, I could be wrong. It could come roaring back this year. And we're still gonna need revenue. Still gonna need some revenue because of expenses in public safety, but we might not need as much revenue. But. And some of our, anyway, it doesn't matter. I'm skeptical of our revenue.
Guess I'm looking at net zero. We have costs for public safety. We're gonna put a special fund for public safety, put as much as you want in that, and a special fund for that. From there, where are you taking that money down?
So to Jay's point, so the tax revenue is what, about 30% of our, we're
roughly 30.
around 30, so 70% of our revenue is not coming from property taxes. The fees and all that stuff, so to Jay's point, and to your point. Our millage is only paying for police, all of our other operations can be covered by other sources of revenue, not millage. In essence, right?
And I'm going off of, I don't have it in front of me, but roughly, if we moved all 3 mills to the special tax district, I know it still would not cover police in its entirety.
Right.
It would have to be a little bit higher, but then we're still budgeting a little bit of a use here and there each year. We're not having to do it by any means. But yeah, it would be pretty much you can move all the millage over there, and then your public safety tax would only pay public safety, and there would be no, I'd have to run the numbers. You could almost make a scenario with minimal general fund property tax.
Yes, they should be returning. So what if we did it the other way? What if we said we kept the mills
And then whatever we don't have, which will be EMS next year, and, whatever else, and then whatever the new thing was, and the raises, and all of it. And put that in the mill rate, and see what that is for a special tax district. See what we're looking at, if it's $500 or if it's $50 a year, right? If we're really killing ourselves over a couple dollars.
I mean, I think that. There's like multiple layers to this and a lot of it's stuff and anxieties, but because some of those other fees you're talking about, they're not doing so great, or they're so tied into the strength of the economy. But I think that, to me, like one of my big goals with public safety is to get you to where we are with our people. I know it's hard, but it's not so easy to hire those people. But I want us to get there so that visibility is just a no-brainer. I've read about this program, I can't find what city it was, because I can't read my notes. But where neighborhoods have like a police office. You ever heard of that? I know, it turns out we have a lot of neighborhoods, but it could be like blocks and neighborhoods, like officer so-and-so is your community neighborhood, and this was from a big city actually. So I want us to get to the point where, and we've been doing it, right? We never say no. Well, lately, since I've been here, we don't say no to request to expand the police department. And so, but we have to be able to pay for it, and I think that we are lying to our citizens. We aren't honest with them to say that you're $300 to $500 a year, whatever you're paying, and I realize that newer homeowners are paying more. Thankful of that. We're not covering your public safety costs, plus everything else, plus the parking, your kid places, soccer, and everything. Trail, you might walk on, might not, or just the fact that your road is paid, roads paying for the paving may come with spots, but we're paying for the same.
And we're maintaining.
We're maintaining it, we're fixing your sidewalk. A friend texted me, she had a great experience getting a business license today, I mean, we're doing all that too. And that's the thing, is for a real city. And I think sometimes.
Well, that starts at the big, we're ending at the beginning, which is good closure of, what are we doing about what we look at.
And I think John raises, and Catherine, I think we kind of have to continue the debate of what we put in that district, like what funding, does that make sense? And how much we approach it with public safety, it's number one responsibility, it's the number one reason people voted for some city. And it was a long time ago, and it's our number one responsibility. And we need to get those 20 more officers. We need to be in a position that if we can staff, we should staff.
You should also communicate why we didn't choose other opportunities to get the funds, the other people share.
Right.
You gotta explain why you're going this realm versus this realm or this realm or this realm, because they're all the options. And you're deciding to go one way versus another.
And you can compare that with, if we have to get this down into like a 30-second soundbite for that at-large person, but we gotta say, we put ourselves on the same level playing field as a Roswell or as a Shamrock. I mean, when you say put it that way.
I mean, John, you said, you have to explain it, like, if we go this way, it's not a you, it's a we.
No, as I said, it's not we, it's not us. I agree with you, but the point is that you're picking, we have picked one way in this conversation today. You mentioned, you mentioned 3 or 4 ways, and all the conversation has been under one way. We haven't discussed the pros and cons of the other way. So I'm just.
Well, that's a voter referendum.
Right.
Yeah.
I'd like,
Well,
so
but like with the freeze.
so Brookhaven tried, it was a 2-part?
No, it was a one question, but it did what you and John suggested. Grandfather.
They assess.
75%. Because the math has to work, right? So in Brookhaven, whatever they were trying to raise, the math needed to be that. So. And so to get to X, it was, you know, your grandfather and all existing homeowners unless you had made an improvement of, and I think it was under now. And all new homeowners. was fail. In our case, I don't think we have enough turnover in any given year to make the whatever millions of dollars we think we need to get rid of the freeze. Plus, it creates some strange dynamics. We already have it, we really already have it, but it creates some strange dynamics in communities. And then again, you know, putting it on we could put it on the ballot to ask people if they would remove the freeze for everybody. But in my opinion, it would have to have language that says, I'm thinking any math, y'all, but it was, you can't say, to me, it's not reasonable to tell people, ask people, we're not gonna do it anyway, but to suggest that someone's frozen value from 2010, they wake up one day and it's not down. So there would, I mean, you could certainly come up with a way to do it. It sounds really complicated, but I like it to be simple. I think that the millage rate is an interesting question because of HB 581, which had nothing to do with it, had to do with the assessed value. So HB 581, you don't have a freeze or a floating homestead already. You were saying that you will limit your assessed value to 8%. So that's still that wouldn't apply to us because we have a freeze. Yeah,
So if we put citizen referendum to remove the freeze, then we become susceptible to 581.
But we would include that language.
Now, we're going down the discussion on this. We have not opted out of 581. So right now, there's very few cities that have had a freeze that opted out. I haven't heard of one. Because all of them you think we don't want that. Yeah. So what's happening is if the voters remove the freeze, the way I read 581, and again, it's reading a law that has not yet gone through its cycle, seems to be the freeze would then apply that to it. It would still be.
And also there was a deadline too.
Yeah. Well, it would be, you would get an inflation.
It might change the year.
But a referendum removing the millage rate cap would not give us susceptible 581.
No, that's different. Now, somebody just brought up the other one that is, I'm gonna call it a lower, one of the, we asked tools at the beginning to do. We have what is called the hard freeze. There is no inflationary increase. However, the 581 bill that forced it on people allowed for inflation, which we don't get, which just inflation alone helps rise the boat a little bit. It would require voter approval to change what we have, but it could be a tool that could be out there.
What about the charter to raise or take off? Charter, but the cap in our charter, the cap. And we've had legal counsel confirm, and it's been vetted that the home rule, the ability to strike that from our charter beyond saying what it's going to feel like establishing like sharing. That is that
You can change every word of your charter, so long as you don't violate the restrictions under home rule, which would be like if you tried to create a school district, so you can't do that. But yes, the answer is simply you can change.
So we can change anything.
That's exactly.
Not.
But what you're changing it to now may matter, but you can change it. You can remove words, add words.
Yeah, but. So we could change the millage cap wording in our charter. Where's the freeze in the charter?
It says we
The one thing you can't,
Voted on that separately.
You voted on that.
you can't change the exemption. That would have to be what.
It's not that you voted on.
I mean, it's so long ago.
No, I know, but that's why. So
Both of those.
by vote, you can change the millage rate, not the millage rate, I'm sorry. The only way you can change the one mill exemption, which is in the law, is by vote. It's referendum. By referendum, and the same thing is true of the freeze. That's what actually.
So circling back to the special tax issue, that. The freeze applies to the homeowners share of the property.
Freeze is your assessed value.
So. Well, the cap. The millage cap would still apply to both the special district and the other.
We've made a recommendation on that. We recommend changes.
You don't necessarily.
What's the answer to his question?
My initial.
We already have special tax budget. There's special tax digest. The charter is not, it's.
But the reason I like that is because that has been one of the big drivers. But we call it our budgetary concerns, which meaning it clearly lets homeowners know, hey, here's what's the cost of these services. You're in essence adding detail to the property.
Adding a special tax for public safety.
So you say, hey, in my taxes I pay, X amount of money, this is for safety issues, this much cars are.
So what was the answer to Rob's question of with the special tax district, is it the mill and the freeze still apply?
Okay, the freeze would apply to both the way it's written. And when the discussion of a geo bond came up, I had to call the tax commissioner because we had that 1 mil exemption. And we came to the conclusion, the way it's written, that 1 mil applies only to one of the levies. So if you have a levy of 3 mils and then say the bond was a 1 mil, you only applied it to one of the two, not both. So the 1 mil does not come into play, the freeze does.
Your millage rate, the special tax district. Pros and bad.
Yeah.
So to me, that's the, you asked why that over the other. Talk about the fact that I think getting people to understand like the 1 mil exemption really doesn't make sense. One of the reasons Brookhaven is flusher with cash than us is that their millage rate is cap is higher. But also they don't have that one exemption.
They don't have it.
Right, but getting everyone to understand that is complicated. Do they have?
I'm saying it's complicated for me.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
I don't know what host means, and I don't know all this stuff, and it's super complicated for me to try to explain that stuff, and I simply can't. It's very.
So-
Try to talk about.
To me, a service district is the most straightforward. It explains what you're paying for, it explains what the revenue is going to be. That's my preference. So, but that's, as we look towards solutions, that's, to me, is what's driving. When I started as mayor, public safety, police was about 30% of the budget. Does that sound about right, Jay? Something like that, and 5 years later, it's about 40%. And, you know, I always tell people, because they don't always want to hear it, but we have to be competitive. When you're 24 years old, looking for a job, all this stuff, it's supposed to be want to be competitive. You know, when I talk about the changes we made in public safety pay, I'm like, it was long overdue, it's kind of shameful that it hadn't happened before. I didn't know. This is something that we should have done a long time ago, and we have to continue with that. And it also allows uncertainty. So if something, you know, if fire study shows something or EMS we can't figure out, it allows us to explain to go back to people and say, look, you know, we've done this, we've done what we said we were gonna do with the special tax district, but now we really feel like we need the public safety to take over additional services. say, you know, whatever, and it's gonna cost this much. And so I believe that if we were talking about adding a new service, I would want to put it on that. Because it would be really expensive, so. What?
From a county.
No, like if we were gonna take back, if we were gonna take fire, I don't think we could take it in front of our. Yes, but if we were gonna take fire. Or library, for example. Option, but you know what I'm saying, if service we're not providing right now. I would want to put it on the ballot because it comes with a lot of expenses and I would want the citizens to be engaged in that. But we're already doing public safety. I mean, police, and we have to, and we probably have to do something about the mask, but. Anyway, so that's mine.
So maybe just to. If there's no more discussion, just kind of wrap it up and kind of finish up the topics here. So I took down, actually, there's a lot of good discussion, obviously, but just, I don't know if you want to do a brainstorming session, like Rob said, a workshop, whatever, to discuss in more detail, special tax district, you know, fund public safety, or, you know, if you want to have it focused like that, and, you know, get a different forum, get the right people in it, but.
Ask one more question about this, just kind of a timing thing, like. No, that's not my question. My question is. If we go down this road of the special tax district, if we can be determined that's the best way to pay for future public safety. What is the timing on that? And like. When does it go into place to then begin creating that fund to then pay for like the budget? I don't understand how that, sorry,
I have one other question.
Give me the answer, Jay.
Keep it simple, year A and year B. In year A, the city council must create the special tax district so it exists in January 1st of year B. So you must create it in the year before. During that year, you levy or do not levy a tax for it. So if you wanted to be in year B, you must take action in year A.
So here's a.
There's overlay that. I know the mayor may disagree a little bit, but there's an overlay. If you make any changes to the charter, that time frame is different. And so if that overlay is used, it's not just simply adopting an ordinance for a special tax district. That you gotta look at the overlay of the charter revisions, which is usually 3 weeks of advertising, 2 reads. It's gotta be 2 successive meetings, not less than 7 days apart, no more than 6. So you overlay that on that if you approve the move.
To help add your.
Jones agreed on it.
Yeah, but yeah, we're all in. Stacy's question was very specific to the tax district increase. To remove the millage cap is a separate question. It's here.
By the timing of special tax. Yes.
I have a question about the boundaries of tax. And I'm throwing out random numbers here. If we find that 70% of our crimes are occurring over here, can we draw a line around that area and say, look, because you require this much more police services, this part.
You could, but keep in mind that also 70% of our income comes from. But also, the third thing is, no, but I'm gonna tell you because John's point thing should be explained. I don't, unless you people think I sleep, I don't. So the thing is that they're already paying into the CID. Now, the question becomes, well, there are some nuances that I think are worth asking about multi-family housing. And so in Brookhaven, what they did was non-homestead exempt housing as a special tax district, but there are rules, I don't know them all. But they already pay it to the state. So, but no, multi-family housing doesn't. So there are things we can talk about, we can find out. So it may seem like I played.
To give the handcuff that comes with the special tax district when you draw it around GX, the expenses must occur within that. So if it's done for him, you will have guys with, I'm a perimeter all time.
Yeah. Which.
Yeah, so you can have some sort of emergency response.
Yeah.
So funny anecdote, I was on the. Small town mayor started asking if anybody had done a a public safety tax district for their. City. They're gonna do that much. The opposite.
You stayed in the. Values, how kind of.
Okay. All right, so, yeah, no, we're not, so our guidance is to continue to work on this. Come up with some deadlines. Okay,
Options in there.
all right, so. Richard, you through.
Yeah, we just have some other, we have a few other things that people brought up. I can just read them slowly again. One, you tell me if we've already had it or not. I'm not even sure what this is, rebid.
That was the rebidding process. Got it.
Okay, done. Leadership development.
Come back to that.
Okay, future revenue. I already hit it. SPLOST / parks,
That we talked about.
financial plan.
No, I had a quick question about the SPOS and parks, because I know we can use a certain percentage of SPOS towards parks. Is that earmarked? Is that in our budget? When does that start?
Richard, correct me if I'm wrong, it's not designated to a project yet, is it? Did you designate? We did. No, but is it designated to a project, specific project, not parks?
It's still gonna get captured as a repairs and maintenance or one large park, and then we have not identified.
The answer to Stacy's question is that it has not been earmarked yet.
Okay, and it started, right? Because it started in March. It started with this.
There you go. Yeah, that's right.
Okay, keep going.
Wait, this March, no, last March.
That's it.
Okay. All right, financial plan, I think we talked about that. Code rebid. I'm not sure what.
Until I might have mistyped it, might have been code redo.
Oh,
We talked about
okay, we talked about
I
that.
just realized number.
Okay, charter changes.
She's outside. Yeah.
Yeah, you can't replace.
Oh, yeah. Catherine.
Okay.
Okay, what's after that?
Okay, well, we've already talked about carbon neutral, I think we talked about that. Okay, property tax restrictions.
That's just what we talked about.
Halloween streets.
Oh, John, go ahead, talk about
Okay, come back to it. Decap sewer.
So so I went to her meeting. Let me start, Michael. Richard, we don't get a lot of denials for cat watershed. We just don't always get rapid response, right? Sewer related. So up here, I shouldn't say, we're mostly okay, right? With capacity.
Yes, it just takes some.
Right. Okay. So. My sense is that the sewer problems, I mean, there's defined sewer problems in the cabin. I don't think it's us. And so. But I do have a question, I'm really sorry, you don't have to answer it, but isn't there a small part of Dunwoody that's served by Atlanta?
Yeah.
And is it true that they might discontinue that relationship?
Yeah, I heard something about that. I think they're, I don't know if they're gonna discontinue it, I think they're in the second negotiation.
And it's Sandy Springs swimming in a watershed. Forever, they've been swimming right forever. All right, we should just try to say a little. I don't.
After we have that.
Oh, I don't.
Yeah, something, I think actually all of them.
It does, for sewage.
Yeah.
Do we have that in this service delivery strategy?
Yeah, I mean, we're covered there. I wouldn't.
Not to worry about it.
I wouldn't, well, here's what I wouldn't worry about the water aspect, because the water could be handled. Years ago, that was put in for the CAP system, the lines go through there, remember, you had to deal with the lines. Or the Spalding, the city of Atlanta, which provides all Fulton County. We could backfill that with the CAPs. The sewer capacity, it is split, it's split in the county, of course, some of.
We add like a tap on that.
Yeah, well, we can get a map, let's get a map.
It's not like.
Yeah, let's get a map, start, so y'all can see.
Okay, service delivery.
Right.
I'm not sure we've ever done.
that, but I wondered.
Yeah, I don't think we have to, because our service delivery says the CAD provides the water. So it's.
Right.
Not to provide water.
Yeah, it's not.
Be in touch.
Yeah. Nobody's gonna turn the tap off there, but we can, let's get the map. Yeah, that's not gonna happen, but let me figure it out. Let's get a map first, see where that line is.
Go back to, Charlie. Charlie change it.
Yes, hello, there's nothing like being the last speaker on the second day.
Here, we can turn that on too. Do you need it?
I need, okay. As we talked, as Ken talked about, and we talked about, home rule means we can change the charter. I went through the municipal law class in January, and all I said is, home rule, you can change the charter. So what I did was look at some of the changes from 2020, the Charter Review Committee had made some changes. Lynn had things, I had things, Ken had things. So, next slide.
Who's doing it?
She's doing it, it's fine.
Say it louder, it's voice control.
The
There we go.
the first city council meeting at which the elected officials are sworn in. It says in there that it would be the first Monday of the month of January. It's not, and when we were sworn in, it was not the first Monday of the month because it was a holiday. So
This is first Monday, the first business day.
it's the first Monday. So what it will be is the first Monday excluding a holiday in January. So adding those words and making that clear. Next slide. Environmental protection. This was from the review committee also. They want to add 3 words, improve water quality. So under environmental protection, we will blah, 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 and improve water quality, adding those 3 words. Next slide. This one is budget adoption schedule. I talked to Richard Plato about this. This is moving it 1 month back.
But didn't that also?
Yes. Yes, and I talked to Richard about it as to whether this was a good idea or a bad idea, because I didn't know where they came up with it. And according to him, it is a good idea. So it would move council receiving the charter October 1st and council adopting the charter. I'm sorry, the budget. Receiving the budget proposed October 1st and enacting the budget, the A meeting in December. That gives us.
What is it now?
It's in November.
Moves it up.
Yeah, it moves it up. Okay, next slide. This would be mayor's emergency powers. And this is post-COVID where she had no emergency powers. So this would give her the ability to ask the governor for money or routes of evacuation or temporary housing. There's a list of 11 things that would be involved with that. Okay, the next one. We're iffy on this, but this is compensation change. So this is if we wanted to give ourselves a raise. She's saying no, but you had brought it. So it's
They brought it.
the compensation change. So this would say Lynn makes or mayor makes X and we make Y, whatever. We can change that number. And what I'll do with all of these is I'm going to send them to each of you, the rewrites that Ken has made. And it's got blanks for the number. So if
they had recommended us.
Okay, well.
Or just a conversation, but just remove it from the charter. At all. Just remove it from the charter, then set the budget.
Well, I'm gonna give you the option to give me a number. And we can put it in, he's gone. We can put it in the charter or we cannot, but you guys can, you can think about that. Okay. The next one is something that Joe and I had talked about when we met with Rolanda. This is about the judges. We had talked about the number of judges, how long they've been on, etc. So what this would say is, it would be clear in there, and there's a chief justice and other judges.
We are out of here. We'll leave the salon. Says chief judge and a second judge.
Right, like two, which is exactly what Brookhaven has, by the way, but what we have is seven. So we would make it so that it's a little loose in there. We don't think we need 7. And also we would like them to have 4-year terms, serve 2 years max. So that would go into effect in 2026 if we were to enact this. All right, and the last one will be the special tax district. This is something that doesn't read right in the charter. This is something Ken brought up. He said that, well, it's about, you can have a special tax district and also you needed a referendum for it. And it didn't say that it wouldn't conflict with the max of the tax rate, et cetera.
I don't understand the funding.
No.
To say what Ken's getting at, the special tax, this would amend the charter to make it so a special tax district does not apply towards this.
Right, and there would be no need for a referendum in the special tax district. So this is cleanup language, mostly for these charters.
Read our charter, I've done it a bunch of times. It contradicts itself.
Yes.
On this issue, because it says you can do this. You can do all these things, you have all these powers related to special tax districts, but it's not clear where that falls in terms of account. And so what Brookhaven did, is their charters the same as ours, because they used home rule, and they inserted language just to clarify. And I would recommend we make ours more specific than Brookhaven to the product.
Right, so I have Ken's rewrites that, according to him, would alleviate this problem. Not included on this list, because we just talked about it today, were the committee charters and deleting the construction committee, because that's in the charter, and anything else we want to change. It's the number of people on the committee, we may add that too. So what I want to do is have one session of rewrite when we go and vote on this. And we do the meetings and the announcements of the changes, but let's get it all together before we go to that level. So what that would mean is you're going to look at these 7, and then we'll talk about the committee changes. And then
the committee changes are in the set.
No.
Oh, the committee, I'm sorry, boards and commissions.
Right.
Not the recommended changes.
Right, right. So you can look at them, decide if you want to do them. We do not have to do them all. We don't have to do anything. But this is what I would like to do as far as changes to the charter. And we'll add the committee stuff.
Are you emailing out a red line?
Yes, yes, I have that.
So adding the language, improve water quality,
That is all it is.
how is that defined?
That is not defined.
Does that bind us to any sort of additional financial obligations? If it's not clearly defined, it could mean anything. And are we in any sort of legal jeopardy if someone says, your charter says that you will improve water quality, which means that,
We have stream monitors, and that way we're improving water quality. So I like it to be vague if we can.
I'm all for it. I just want to, I think it needs to be clearly defined what that means.
But once, we don't have to support all these, which are just suggestions. Owners don't have.
That's my point.
We thought that too, but it's that, it was,
Fine.
I'm sorry, it was a Scrivener's error.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that with the stormwater program, there's a lot of things in there where we are working to improve water quality. So in a sense, I think we're already doing that, but I would defer to Ken's whether that's something that needs to be started.
I mean, that's my point. I mean, doing it, yes, absolutely. Does it need to be in the charter?
Do you remember the context? So if I remember the context of the recommendation from the committee, it was listed as a Scrivener's error.
Right, like it should have been there, like it's air quality and all these other.
Can I, if we give the red line, we can see where it is in the
Yeah.
context.
It's ridiculous and we don't have to do it.
I wanted to understand what the context of it
Right,
was.
conversation.
Yeah.
And the water quality seems to be sewer leaks, which are not our It's not our.
Okay, but this one, I don't think that's what this was about. No, I know that's what I'm saying. No, I totally agree.
Don't understand what it's, that's why she's getting there in the first place.
Exactly. It's like. It's millions, what, yeah.
Right, that's what I think too, that it is, in general, we would like to improve water quality. Whatever that means to us at that time.
But the deliverable, you're gonna pass that out.
Yes,
Like, not right now, but later.
no, it'll
And
be,
then we're gonna have a time to get back.
yes,
What's that time?
2 weeks.
Has it been vetted by staff already?
It's been vetted by Ken. I
Yeah, no,
think
well,
there-
I know about some of it, but yeah, Ken has it. Ken's been working on, especially on the tax piece. That's the most complicated piece. The other stuff is what y'all want to do. And I think to answer Joe's question earlier, I believe every charter has the salary set aside, but you can have some more flexibility. That someone has to set your salary. If it's not set in the charter, it has to be set by the state legislature. Y'all can't set your own salary. At will every year. This is how it is. So it needs to be ironed in, and you can't adopt it tomorrow. It won't affect you. It won't affect your next term. Because the next term, of either you or whoever the next person.
If we pass it
you
before
pass it.
August.
Yes,
It will go into effect in 2026. After
Okay.
August, it is
Yeah.
twenty
because that's the
twenty-seven.
cycle. There's a cycle.
Yes,
this
it's a
year.
cycle. You
Right.
do it before the elections
That's right.
and it's the next year.
But that's good. We can look at that. So in 2 weeks, what's the format to get back together?
And talk about it.
Discussion item on.
Yeah, okay, so on that agenda, what have we got? The 24th is coming up, or we got the one in April, first one in April? End of April?
Okay,
You give them a long time, they're gonna use it. I wouldn't.
it'd be a discussion, but then it has to, it's subject to the
It'll be a discussion.
advertisement to actually
Right,
vote on it.
that's right.
Right.
Discussion,
You can have a discussion item.
Right.
which meeting do y'all want to, we just want to be sure we get it this year.
And so I would like it in place.
So the first April meeting,
First April.
The first April meeting.
that's
Okay.
fine.
That's okay.
Okay.
So we just want to have a deliverable,
Right,
because this is a very important topic.
yes. Thank you.
Okay, so that is just, yeah,
April 14th.
April 14th, Bridges.
When it becomes an action item, then it's still has to be. No, I know.
Um,
We have all that.
Okay, on the comp slide, did you also, the expenses is in there as well?
They, you mean, there is a number in there for,
$3,000.
right.
Did anybody talk about that or put that?
No, because I make data-driven decisions, and very few council people are using their expense accounts.
When we get into the 26 budget there, sidebar about. Going to Savannah, GMA expenses and stuff, how that's gonna. You are 2026.
Well, yeah, I think that's I know you're talking about, that's a budget item for the city council budget, is travel expenses and training expenses.
Yeah, but yeah, not this. month,
Right.
But it's.
Yeah, that could be under travel and training under the budget.
All right,
So weird.
we are, we've got about 16 minutes if we want to get out of here on time. All we've got left is basically just kind of a recap of the listing lot.
The parking lot, yes.
Full suite. Doesn't say anything about parking lot on here.
Okay.
Just kidding. That's not, hey, I'm the facilitator, don't say parking. Okay, all right. Parking.
So when John brought it up yesterday, I had to update my account for Smart 911. And super simple. So in a nutshell, I know Jennifer and I had talked about sending it out quarterly, just kind of as reminders. So what it does, Smart 911, once you set up your account, if I call 911, it's going to pop up my residence. It'll show who's inside my home, if I have dangerous animals, what illnesses I have, et cetera, et cetera. And due to the fact that a lot of people do not have landlines anymore, that's why. So if I were to call without Smart 911, it would just come up with my cell phone number. Okay. But if once you fill out that profile, they even know who your carrier is. Very easy to use. It took me less than 5 minutes to set up. And I think if Jennifer and I work together, meaning putting out on the police department's social media channels to go ahead and advertise that and then work with Jennifer, put it out on the city of Dunwoody, so it can be continuous.
Please explain why, since when you live near another municipality, another system that.
So when you, yeah, so I live, north end.
I know the why, I was saying to the community.
Yeah, I know,
You
I
give
know,
the-
yes,
I think that that's the way.
yeah, so so I live on the north end of the city, if I dial 911, I'm probably gonna bounce off of Glen Tower. Which means that's gonna cause a delay, because they're gonna find out, okay, so what's your address? If I have smart 911, it's gonna pop up Dunwoody, Georgia, they know it's gonna go to check. So if I set up that profile, there's just gonna be a quicker response for me to get to the 911 system that I need to.
Time of emergency, you might not be able to communicate that very effectively.
And if you can't communicate, so in other words, you can just dial 911, you're choking, you're something, whatever, it's gonna pull up your whole profile and they can at least start emergency services towards you.
Correct, versus just yourself.
Yes, sir.
What if I might have missed it earlier, though. If I'm out of town, so right now, if I call back, if I was start one down, but I'm not, it's doing that way.
So not every jurisdiction, county, it depends on where you're at. It depends on where you're at. So if the 911 center that honors smart 911, so when you go in there, you can type in your zip code and it'll tell you if like, so Chacon, yes, they have smart 911. So you put it in there that yes, you can create an account. So I'm not sure. So if you're up in, Southern Illinois in the middle of nowhere and you call 911, if they don't honor that smart 911, obviously it won't work. I'll have to do a little bit more research to see if you do call, it should come up and it'll just have all your information in your current address. But I can.
Curious from like, bad actor, hacker point of view, where's all this data stored?
So in there, it's got yeah, so when you all get a chance to put in smart 911, it has all of its safe to use. So it had to go to the frequently asked questions, and at the bottom it'll ask you, the only people that have access to it is 911 and public safety personnel. So tells you that on there. I haven't seen any issues with any bad hackers that are going in there. Yeah, I mean
everything's.
I know. Be a gin push.
On similarly, I know you and Jennifer, they've been working on it. We have a alert system we can sign up for. Read something. But for storms. First time after we rolled out whatever it is we had, was flash flood warnings going off in the middle of the night in Dunwoody. One was defined and it made people mad, and so we rolled that. What we sent out notices.
We got a lot of phone calls.
A
lot of hate calls when
somebody flash floods. Middle of the night. And so there is a way to go in and set it, like, so we roll away that. And you get like this. It's gonna be a tornado, never got above a tornado watch. And we'll never got that warning. Because we set it for warnings. So I know Jennifer was working on it. If we could just review it and then also include that in our educational materials, because you can go in on your own and adjust the settings, like you create a new account.
Yeah, and I think you can geofence on that as well. So if we're using it as we have a missing child or a missing
Yeah.
Alzheimer's patient in this area, we don't have to do the whole city. We can be like, all right, those last seen in this area, so we don't make too many questions. Any other questions?
Landscaping in the right of ways, I think we've talked about that a bit. Was there an actual action item coming out of that, or was that just?
Big John brought that up. That was the turning around and looking at the hedges.
Bushes, the right of ways.
No, the question was, what are we using in the right of ways, and does it have to be trees? Or should we be?
I think it's greater. There's an issue about beautification. More placemaking, and I said I'd rather more trees, signs that it's funny. And then my conversation with some later, being able to thank Michael for trimming bushes at a gas station, because it was highly likely accidents when it happened.
Yeah.
So I wanted to thank him and see if there's a way that we can do an annual review of it from a driver's perspective. kind of clean up to it. I don't know.
That's like a, yes.
Okay, so we want, okay, so you want an annual review that turns into an action item?
We see quick fix all the time.
Exactly, but. What do you mean? When was the last time it was done? So, that one is a very bad location that you could up to.
Yeah, we do it as they're reported or as needed, it's, if we start talking like you in neighborhoods or even where neighborhoods, not neighborhoods. A lot of times you get it where it's somebody's tree or something on their property. So we kind of have to navigate that, so we kind of treat it like code enforcement. Basically, yeah.
But also, part of that discussion was whether it's tree planting, if we need to look at our ordinances, tree fund and expand it to shrubs. That was, so the shrubs are more flexible, you can plant shrubs in places you might not want to plant trees. And so I don't know which department that is.
Eric, you mentioned about the tree fund using for.
Yes, yes.
Something.
That probably should be an action item. Yeah.
Okay.
What's the tree fund,
Yeah,
Tree fund?
Just because
yes,
I love all the trees
Right.
we're running, but it feels like,
we're running out of space.
Yeah.
yeah,
Okay, this year's.
Yeah.
Right. And this is the way,
we own that, right?
Yes, we don't.
this is the way that people created with it,
Right.
because it's still a plant material, as I said, those similar trees. But yes, we can certainly do that. Yes, we did.
We're getting
Yep.
a presentation,
Yeah.
Okay,
to find the city 101.
Yep,
Now we talk about how.
right.
And we did nothing about it.
What, do y'all want a policy on that, or what are you thinking?
So, yeah, some of them come out.
Right, it's part of the UDC, right? Yeah,
But also, as individual council people, you can encourage when. They think outside the box. The other thing I forgot. For the power. It's 2 weeks. When I asked on social media for people to comment, I was very clear. Power goes out on a windy, on a day that's pretty and not a storm, you'd be amazed. So, but I have a meeting, they've done some analysis on our behalf. A few years ago, I can't find the email because I don't exactly know when it was, but they did some analysis. And they said, they identified places that had old equipment. But they didn't commit to doing anything about it, and so this time that's a month. But I think we definitely have some challenges. And I think that, so what I'm trying to do, because I believe data drives decision. That Peachtree Corners a few years ago, Georgia Power with the partnership of the city, but no financial resources. They did a lot of tree trimming. What they've not been able to tell me is whether it worked or not, like if it made a difference, because it was a miserable experience for half the city. Didn't want them to do it. So I'm trying to get them to tell me that it made results. It's worth pointing out that the tornado hit a few months ago. They had just trimmed trees there 6 weeks ago. And so in the tree that did. First of all, I think the wind itself knocked the power lines down. I don't think it was a tree, but the biggest tree that came back this way. There's just something you can't, it's hard to understand. But I think we're potentially about to have bad weather again this weekend. Probably about weather starting, how we are. Starting to take it personally, but yeah.
but it's not required by the state. A unified onboarding strategy for the boards that you have in town, review road safety, position. And then as far as city needs, your fire analysis, what level of service do you want, future of Dunwoody. This was a kind of a wide-ranging discussion about what is the vision, how to fund the services, focusing on public safety, special tax district to fund public safety, and just, so I kind of put in here, do you want to do a brainstorming session, a workshop, or somehow reconvene? It was also talking around specific solution for that. And then finally, the charter finished. And that distributed the red line markup to everybody, and then I guess you're gonna have a formal review on April. That is where we. That's today. Anybody have any other? We have 10 seconds left. I'm just kidding, but we are, I'm just kidding, but we are exactly on time. Maybe just for a second, let me just go back to this real quick, Tom. You think we talked about capital improvement projects, and we kind of hit all this stuff? Can I put a check there? Okay, I'm gonna put a check there. We did that. Joe, officials, how should officials cooperate efficiently? Did we talk around that a little bit?
We can revisit that.
And interestingly enough, it was one of the items, I'm not sure why we missed it, but it was down here, about mayor council communication. That was in this very last sentence. I don't know if that's something we can circle back to it in just a second then if we want to do that. So maybe we didn't talk about that. John, finances and operations, you wanted to kind of discuss it. A lot of discussion around there. Catherine, revenue and taxes. And we had a lot of discussion around that. Stacy, short-term and long-term goals have some sort of more concrete-ish. Do you get a half a check mark then?
I'm gonna do a half.
Okay. A small. Rob, clarify priorities and goals.
Mostly.
Well, I think we talked a lot about priorities for sure, and a lot of goals. If I had put in the word clarify, maybe we can get a full check mark. We can get a the priorities and goals were discussed. And Mayor, plan for the future, vision, how to continue to be a leading city.
We're getting there.
A lot of discussion on that, for sure. And a lot of action items.
I actually think once we get through it, like if we get everything done in great shape. Get the capital stuff prioritized, get everything else just like to get it out. If we do all that. Because we have some customers.
Well, I think you did a great job on defining some of the issues, and that's of course where you got to start. Because if you can't define your issues and problems, then you're not going to solve them because you don't know. So I think there's a lot of discussion around that. So for me listening as an outsider over these 2 days, I think there was a lot of really good discussion that you can take. And you hit on, if not answers to everything, you've hit on a lot of your issues. Eric, do you want to make any closing?
Well, do we want to?
Statements?
Oh, we want to talk about.
Can I just kind of give a
Yeah.
60-second intro? So the officials operate efficiently, so I don't want to lay on any legalese terms to scare anybody away of creating a city bureaucracy or another way of government or like I said, the Atlanta or anything. Right, but at the end of the day, I talk to people that approach me, I say, each of 7 of us are independently elected. And then we show up. And then by the grace of our personalities and implied leadership, we all seem to work together and do things. And then it's just like people serving on a board of a nonprofit or anything. There are some people on boards that I've worked on before that just show up to the meeting. Now, some of them might have value added when they're in the meeting and they engage in conversation, but then they vote whatever. And then they go away. And then what are they doing in between? Maybe they're tasked to do something and they don't do something. You know, some different boards operate differently, right? If you're working outside of the city. So when I think about the seven of us, you know, I feel like, first of all, I don't wanna have duplication of effort. So if I have to go decide, I got all sorts of stuff I'm thinking in my head, and I'm gonna go brainstorm something, and I'm gonna go do some research. So I don't know, maybe I should kind of tell people, oh, by the way, I'm looking up this X thing, and anybody else interested in doing that, or whatever. Or are you already done that, or is it already happened, or is it just a waste of time? Right, so just want to see where we may be not duplicating effort, having some synergies and letting people know, you know, there's initiative. Eventually, we can put things on the agenda as a discussion and an action. You know, what are we doing? What initiatives are working on? How do we communicate across pollinate? Just kind of, yeah, just taking up another notch.
You just have to be careful. Creating eating bags. Thing. I know that's not an intention. I think that the thing that is most helpful to me is communication. But I do want to put a caveat. I don't need to. Especially if it's not like a big issue, if it's funny, tell me they're crashing. I don't really need, even if they CC me and you're answering. I don't know what the solution is. But we're creating so much demand, so then you have there's no big record request, there's a lot to go through, but also. You know, it's hard to get through the emails. Need me, CC me, if you think you're just CC me because you don't have to do that. You know, it's something I don't really need to know about, that shouldn't be. And y'all know, you all know, because you can tell when you open your email and there's 10 emails in a row. Because I've gotten behind by a few weeks and I'm trying to catch up, so.
Look, I'm gonna take the path of least resistance here. If people think we're blind, then as is status quo. It's all, it's fine with me. Fine, this, we
I think you're Jay talking, I don't think you're, I know you are. What, you're not clearly stating what you really want, or.
when you think about just, okay, I'm going to researching, you can talk about it.
Lights.
Sure, fine. Yeah, so I'm just going researching and talking to other cities, seeing how they fund it, and of course, right? And then eventually I'm gonna talk to you or talk to staff with Richard and or Eric and it's like, I guess we're talking about a business process of how you manufacture and put it on an agenda. Moving forward.
You start by building allies. For them. I don't know. But you put things on the agenda, but I mean, if you want something. It used to be a big piece of mine, well, so God bless John, he would second anything so that we could talk about it. Lovely. And it's nice if before it gets to that point, that you've shared it with the council person, so that at least they're not surprised. To know that it's coming or whatever. That's, I think it's important to build allyship. To build allies. With your colleagues, things that are important to you, because something might feel very important to you, and when you start talking to people, it's like, man, I'm interested in it. Doesn't mean it's not important, it's not.
Telling the council members, you gotta remember the numbers of you guys. Any one person, one, you can raise any issue, put anything you want on the agenda. But you need two, you're seconded, we talked about it, and you need a four that passes. So. You need a council member, when I have the opportunity, you gotta remember those three numbers, and that's how it's.
So I think if I'm hearing you correctly, you're talking about four things. You know, in kind of the conceptual, thinking about a stage,
how do we get feedback to decide if there's even more?
The work on the effort, maybe there's a.
I can't have done this idea, I move around on this and, we all kind of.
Right.
But that kind of gives you a signal, and maybe this, isn't worth a lot of effort to have something. Develop enough to go to the agenda, or you say, hey, I was thinking about next one. Oh, that sounds cool, why aren't you doing it already? Is it my reading kind of that
I think so. Well, like, I appreciate you being voluntold the sustainability stuff. I mean, and I can go through you now. Right, and then, okay, so, maybe I wanna talk about parks. But I don't wanna override somebody else that's already working parks, or I wanna talk about public safety.
I don't think we have, except for this new development. I don't think we have roles defined like that. We don't have a committee structure. No, I know, but I'm saying that if you're passionate about something, you should. Anybody's passionate about something, by now you should kind of know who shares your passion. For your interest, and I don't just think that way and it falls out.
Well, it was also being. Also, literally, towards the.
But.
The idea, so I should probably.
So I think that. But I think, there's commonality. Finding someone, figuring out who that is, if there is. You don't do that by accident anyway, it happens all the time.
I do think there's a lot of collaboration. And it's just conversations, it's communications.
It's sort of part of that was involved in the staff too.
You remember that.
It's like, it's like, who else needs to know, just kind of FYI, by the way, the folks are working on other initiatives behind the scenes. And then why, by the way, I'm not. What?
I'm not sure there was much of that happening as you think there. But also, and the odds of it duplicating, that two of you are independently working on something that somebody at City Hall doesn't know is happening, it's probably slim to none. That Eric, somebody's talked to Eric, he walked in and he says, oh, Catherine was just your fault. I mean, that happens sometimes with me. He'll say I'm meeting with so and so on that. So. Okay, motion to adjourn. Stay, Stacy. Say. Or was there-
We're good.
I'm sorry,
We're good.
Eric.
No.
Executive session.
No executive.
It's on the agenda.
Oh, the mayor.
Okay.
I want to.
Anything that's on.
Yeah, I was thinking.
It's less like a carryover.
I was gonna say thank you again for y'all's time, because I know some of y'all have full-time employment, and it's a big deal to come here. I think going out of town, the retreat has been valuable. I think the amount of, the way our council gets along, 7 people, y'all get along extremely well. I would have a ton of respect for y'all doing that. It's not an easy job. Y'all got what we wanted with staff. We have all the directors here to listen, to get good input. We'll get you the information you want. With my job, and I take it very seriously, is to get you whatever you need. I always set up my one-on-ones with y'all shortly to go over like we do. I try to do it like at least twice a year with y'all. So we'll go over those. But again, Mayor, I want to thank you and giving us the opportunity to present.
I'd like to thank staff and Eric and Ginger for showing up, leaving the house at 4:30 in the morning yesterday. You guys are going above and beyond.
She was also in here when I brought my briefcase on.
Stacy and Catherine. All in favor?
Right.